We are live. We are streaming. Let's go back to our studio, see if it's connecting. And thank God it's connecting. Okay, so there we have that. And I'm sure we'll get some questions about the image and thumbnail soon. Brendan joined us. No. ÄRMENÍA joined us. No. It's still spinning. And everybody report back to us about our quality of sound. Yeah, Peter, say hello, and let's see if you're registering on the online broadcasting software.
Hello, hello, hello.
Excellent. Excellent. He's registering. So let's go back to... Oh, ÄRMENÍA's joined us, and he's on camera. And now he's off camera. So welcome aboard, ÄRMENÍA. And say hello. Let's see if you're registering on the online broadcasting software.
Hello, hello, hello.
You're so excited sounding. You sound so excited. It's we're live. We're live. So everybody,
Right.
yeah, everybody catches your enthusiasm. And Brendan didn't respond. Fuck. I hope he's all right. Jesus, you never know. Aside from that,
Be all right.
yeah, T Tank Barry.
Subscriber.
Yeah, we are. Yes. T Tank Barry says, "Good evening, loud and clear from San Mateo County." Thank you so much, T Tank Barry. Hugs. You're the man. You're the best. Okay. All right. Well, we'll start as people begin to gather. We'll start explaining the general situation to everyone with everything that's been going on lately. I do want people to know that I've been extraordinarily busy without sleep over the past few days. Nothing unpleasant in that regard, but I'll catch you up as soon as we have more people to share it with. Right now, I'm just making sure that our videos are coming up online by checking my own YouTube channel, and it looks like such is the case. So I'm going to enlarge one of them for myself to look at, and seems to be doing well. We've already got 6 upvotes, and so wonderful. The people who are participating are truly participating. And it says we've got 7 concurrent viewers. Each one of them has cast an upvote. That's incredible. My thanks to all of you. So for those of you who do not know, basically I had to participate last night in kind of like a field trip with the Blood Boys. And that was because we had, of all things, the grunion mating run in California, which probably most of you don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, and that's okay.
I know what it is, but I didn't. I heard that the grunion were extinct, and I only thought they ran in Southern California.
Oh, well, believe
so please
me.
tell me. Tell us about the grunion.
Yeah, yes, they're Southern California, all right. That's, believe me, it's not something I wanted to participate in as a trip in terms of being that involved, but obviously, we have resources at the estates that I would...
Did you go to Southern California?
Yes, we were in Southern California last night. That's why I didn't sleep for the past several days. That's
Yeah, the grunion run is historical. I had heard that the grunion are a fish that will happen when they mate. They'll come on at night. You go out there at night at like 9 o'clock at night or something.
Yeah.
And then they'll come and they'll do their eggs in the sand. And then people will come out and grab them and take them home and cook them.
Yeah.
That's the idea of a grunion run. But they had so many grunion runs, and California the California sardine, which is a different fish, was declared extinct when I was a kid. I one time saw one in a fish tank at Marineland, and it shocked me and my dad because they were declared extinct. But they've come back. Sardine is a huge fish.
Yeah.
They were all farmed out fished out by Cannery Row in Montreal.
Yeah.
And so, but the grunion also suffered. So it's nice to hear that they're back. And I God knows what. I mean, that was fun when I was a kid. I wouldn't wish grunion running on anybody. But
Thank you.
it was fun as hell as a kid.
Yeah, the Blood Boys enjoyed it. As for me, I I could go the rest of my life and do without. However, yes, there was cooking involved, and yeah, you wouldn't believe they were extinct at all by the looks of what we saw down there. But the marine biologists are concerned for their future. They are supposedly dwindling in numbers, and we certainly wouldn't want them to go extinct. But to tell you the truth, as I'll say later on during monologue, the marine biologists say that grunions generally aren't impacted by the normal things that render fish extinct, like overfishing, because they tend to evade nets. They generally grow up to about 5 inches long, so they really tend to evade nets. And but they come up on the shore to May, and they lay about 3,000 eggs each. So yeah, it is what it is, and it was a sight that I'll never forget. And of course, I tasted some of the cooking, etc. It's not unpleasant. It's such all being said. I do want people to know during the monologue, I'll also cover what I can about the Taiwanese earthquake that recently happened, and as far as I understand it, I of course, was so busy with everything else that went down. I was the last time I checked on it was when I was talking with Peter Moon. I think it was like yesterday or the day before yesterday. It must have been the day before yesterday, or maybe even yesterday. And then that's when, of course, I was picked up by my son, and we went basically, ultimately, down south. Now, when it came to the situation with the earthquake, last time, as I understood it, there were no fatalities, no casualties. So good news there, but it will force me to, well, I'll be obligated to go into, again, elements of this quake that are important to California, which means they're important to the United States, because California is all that holds the United States up. And we will also speak a bit about Taiwan inescapably. So all that being said, the other factor was that today was Armenia Genocide Day, so it's their Genocide Remembrance Day, so I was all day involved with my son concerning that. Now, the photograph in the thumbnail, as it's called, of Livestream, which I'm already getting questions about via email, that is a photograph of my son when I purchased him off the streets. Actually, he was still a she at that time, still a girl. And I purchased him from the black pimp that was abusing him, her at that point in her life, and renting her out. I did that, of course, with my gang involved. The Tong, really, it's more of a brotherhood. I use the term gang for American English convenience, English-speaking convenience, rather than going into the Tong Hall Association and all of the rest of the terms that are used, which would simply confuse people. You generally understand human traffickers are not willing to sell children for a single price because they can make orders of magnitude more money by exploiting them until they die, rather than selling them for a set price at once. But we gave him an offer he could not refuse. So, as you can see, her eye was damaged at that time to the point where it was rather withdrawn into her skull. We did not think it was going to heal. I honestly thought that it would be replaced by a glass eye or an eye patch until such could be arranged. But it ultimately did heal because children can be miraculously resilient. So all that being said, we are back into code red. It is an extreme emergency. It is now code crimson. So we need to raise $400 because, or about $200 each of the next two episodes, because I had to do a supply run. It is the holidays. We are entering the golden week of Japan. The Emperor's birthday is coming up next Monday. Also, I had to do some things for Amy Como. Her birthday is coming up, and I will be sending her something by next day mail. And even though it effectively is not a costly thing, what I did was I hand wrote her a poem, which took a lot of energy out of me. And it's just pressing it between two pieces of cardboard and sending it next day mail will literally cost, along with a little trinket that I'm sending her, kind of like, obviously I'm not going to tell people the present I'm sending her, but it's a little thing. Nevertheless, it's going to easily cost at the absolute minimum 30 to, and probably more like 60 some odd dollars. So to get it to Vermont the next day, and almost certainly it won't make it there till Saturday anyway. But I'll be sending it out at 8 a.m. in the morning tomorrow, which will give me some time to finalize my autograph on my poem and on the card, so to speak. And so altogether, that also takes as long with supply runs, just money, and just living and breathing takes money. So all the money that has been contributed so far has been spent. I want to thank wonderful people who have contributed. One of them, Devon Bulldog, I hadn't heard from in forever. So welcome back, Devon Bulldog. And I hope all is going well with him. He is a Native American. So a shout out there to Devon Bulldog. I love you dearly, brother. And he may be a Native Canadian. By that I mean an Indigenous person in either Canada or the United States. So aside from that, our dear friend Mr. Aristides has put some things into the chat that I wish everyone pays attention to. And again, we definitely are raising as much money as possible. So obviously when we get to the wire, down to the wire, we'll see what else I can try and turn to pull things out of my ass or, the pockets of others. But in the interim, let's try and rely as much as possible on our audience and our listeners. T-Tank Barry already contributed his 100 United States dollars straight at my door the other day, and God bless him for it. God bless KP, who wants to remain anonymous and known by those initials. And of course, Heather Holman contributed at least 100 United States dollars already. And goddess bless her, she traveled into Southern California. So believe me, Heather Holman could travel to Southern California from a different state, Arizona, just by driving. Don't think that with the resources we have at the estate, we couldn't make it down to Southern California overnight. It's not the first time. We do this more than I would like, to tell you the truth.
Nice conditions. You're in a limo. Was it pleasant?
Oh, I can't give specifics because of the physical security of everyone involved, and the more I express, the more.
Was it comfortable?
Comfortable enough, yes. No, definitely. I mean,
relatively.
Yeah.
Not too bad, not too great, because traveling is traveling.
Yeah, traveling's traveling, but yeah, it's comfortable travel. Yes, thank you for asking, and I appreciate that. So such being said, all right. Doesn't seem like there were any further attacks between Israel and Iran that I know of. Other than that, the most recent thing is that Rudy Giuliani has been indicted for something he did, along with somebody else. But so there we have that.
Election interference.
Thank you. And so that being said, we're gonna have Aristides remind everyone about the upvotes. And Aristides, my main man, have a go at it.
All right. In order to upvote, you need to be signed into YouTube, as far as I know. And you can create an account easily if you don't have one. And then you can like or provide the upvote. You can also create sub-channels under your main account. Very easily. It's under the channel or the settings, switch account, and you can create or add account. That's what I see it as. And you can create other sub channels, and they can do separate upvotes or like separate identities. And you can create several, and you can use them all to upvote for Douglas.
Thank you. That's beautiful voice, beautiful pitch, and Aristides is the man. And before we turn it over to Peter, yes, I'm getting several more questions via email about my son. Yes, yeah, okay. If everybody gives me enough money, let's just put it this way, I feel obligated to do this anyway, then yeah, maybe with the next episode, depending, we got a lot of Asian holidays coming up, but sometime soon in the near future, I'll again publish a photograph of him as he looks now. So obviously some people are upset by seeing him like that as a girl child, and I can understand that, but I think it goes well with not only the extreme emergent nature of the Code Crimson situation, my present status of trying to make rent, but also with the Armenia Genocide Memorial Day. Remember that 2 million Armenians were slaughtered in World War I. Matter of fact, people can look this up. It's an actual quote from my biological father, Adolf Hitler, when he said, "Who remembers the Armenians?" And it was a pointed question that he was asking about the Turkish genocide. And this is a genocide that not only the Turks deny, but the Jews deny. Specifically, the Israelis officially deny it. And the majority of Jews deny it because they want a monopoly on holocausts and genocides, which is why I say fuck the fucking Jews. That's what it really comes down to. Fuck the goddamn Jews. I'm sick of them, and I'm sick of their bullshit. So at any rate, understand that there are there's a lot of money coming from Turkey to especially the University of Princeton, where they funded entire new branches of architecture in Princeton University, these entire halls that are dedicated to Islamic studies. And in return, all Princeton has to do is officially deny the Holocaust. So Princeton's professors get together and they revise history. So understand that history is purchased. History is bought and sold and prostituted. Whatever you hear is not history. It's simply propaganda. If you feel that you hear professors of repute, they're Ivy League, they've got tenure, they're plank holders, and they can, you give their university enough money, they are going to follow the policy of denying the slaughter of anybody. In this case, it's Armenia, and I never hear anyone talk about the Filipino Holocaust, where the Americans slaughtered 3 million Filipinos, all of them Muslim, prior World War I. So it's you're living in a matrix of ignorance, and all you ever hear about are the fucking Jews, and it's fuck them. It's disgusting. I'm sick of it.
Well, let me focus on something about that.
Sure.
I had occasion to listen to a YouTube tonight, and it was because the more we inform people, as opposed to cursing them, the more productive result we'll get. And I mean, certainly there's, and they were trying to, this guy, I don't know, he's probably, he was British, and he was talking about the situation with the protests and how ignorant and people are so misinformed. So he brought his favorite babe, and when I say babe, she was an older woman, very old, I mean, and they were friends. And she was Jewish and she was a scholar, sort of, in his view, quote unquote, quintessential scholar of Jewish situations. And he wanted her to give, to straighten people out on why the left is so anti-Israel. And so she was going into the history of, Israel, basically. And I can't recap what she said. By the way, everybody, we got a much more interesting topic coming in. Not to say that this isn't interesting, but it's topical and it needs to be discussed. But she was as, I would say, as open-minded as she was capable of being that she's limited in her scholarship. And this is something I realize and I try to take responsibility for, because I see so much, so many stupid, ignorant is a better word, comments made on this topic, but on other topics too. And the only thing, people are just very misinformed, particularly on this topic. And what she said oh man, she covered so many areas, but basically said Jews traditionally were left-wing Democrats. She went into the early history of communism and Karl Marx. She says Karl Marx was a Jew. His father was a rabbi, but he was very isolated, and he became very anti-Jewish because he was treated so poorly, and he had so much motivation to see what Jews had done. So she said he was like a loner, and she made him out to be anti-Semitic himself, although he was Jewish. And she didn't like to use the stereotype of a self-hating Jew, but that's basically what she said he was, because he was so disgusted at what had happened with the economics. Now, there was a lot of manipulation going on in the revolution of 1848. She said traditionally the French were the best allies of Israel when it first started. And the Russians were big backers of Israel when Israel became a country. So much ground she covered. She said how the early Jews were communists like Trotsky, and it's all very complicated. But she said that traditionally, sociologically, the Jews had a lot of guilt projected on them in what was called deicide, meaning they killed God, which is sort of an absurd proposition. How do you kill God? It's stupid. But, God's not something you can kill. Nevertheless, we understand the social drama that accompanies that. But nevertheless, she said that whatever guilt the Jews had was they were having guilt projected on them and blame. They were scapegoats. Now, they were oppressed, clearly oppressed in the Christian era. Now, she had a lot of facts, right? But I will get to some more of what she said, but what I've realized, what I'm dealing with and dealing with what I learned from Douglas, this is occult factors. Occultism is behind all the politics, and you can't see it. I couldn't see it until I started working with Douglas because I don't know all the facts. So this is an unlayering process. And these people are incapable of seeing it because most people, as has been proven time and time again, are incapable of dealing with Douglas. And that's not any fault of Douglas's. It's because of what he's dealt with. So many people are unconsciously aligned with enemy propaganda, for lack of a better word. So she was saying that Israel was always considered an underdog until the 1967 war, whatever it was called.
And that's a fine way to refer to it as the 1967 war. It'll do.
Well, but the and then Israel won, and then all of a sudden, she said they began to be aligned as the oppressors with the United States, because she's talking about Vietnam and big bad United States at that time. So she said that really began to change the perception of Israel, and now that it's all flipped. And that and this was the stupidest thing. Now, I have to say the guy interviewing was so smug. He was so smug and so sure about how misinformed people are. And this is where, one might be tempted to roll their eyes. I'm not going to roll my eyes because I know better. Because I understand that these people are just ignorant. And But she was saying that this now gives people. Now there was a big when Germany was taken over and occupied by the Allies. There was a big push to re-educate the Germans and to push their nose into the dead bodies of the Holocaust and to make them feel guilty for standing by and letting it happen. A big push. And this was a form of propaganda. Regardless of the merits of it, it was propaganda. And German citizens would go out at night, and they didn't go. They learned to not go at night because they could be beaten up, much as might happen to Jews. I don't know who was doing the beatings. If it was American soldiers or, who the hell was doing it. But this was a fact in post-World War II Germany. So what this woman was basically hypothesizing, because she was trying to explain why there was all of this pro-Palestinian anti-Semitism. And I'm like Douglas, I get irritated when I hear the word anti-Semitism.
Thank you.
Because it's such a screw up of the original. It's like if you said black Muslims were the only true blacks, and you said so anything, and then they started killing other black people, and you'd say, well, that's anti-black. No, they're not blacks. Only the black Muslims are black. If you said something like that, it would be absurd. But this is what, anti-Semitism is only, it's like this is almost law. It's like anti-Semitism in the rhetoric of today's world has been redefined. It only applies to Jews. If you're and now this is a deliberate excuse to be anti-Semitic to Palestinians. Why else would you make a rule like that? But what she said is, people think of Jews as white people. She says, if you go over to Israel, you'll find over half of them are, Semitic skin, Arab skinned, for lack of a better word. They look like Arabs.
Yes.
Belong to those countries. She says, you can't send them home. So you'd see a lot of darkies. I don't know if that's a good word either, but, melanated, heavy melanated people. Not necessarily black as we would know them. Some would be black, of course.
Yeah, Ethiopian Jews whom the Israelis hate. But go on.
But nevertheless, well, there's different types of Jews, of course. But so in other words, the point is Semitism is a racial thing. It's really racial. It's genetic. So it's very screwed up what they have going with this word Semitic. But basically what she was saying is it relieves the collective guilt of people as if people are walking around feeling guilty about the Holocaust. Now, my family doesn't come from Germany. I know there were some racist Celtic people in my family. How severe that racism was is probably nowhere near as severe as other racism. But, I don't have, I wasn't in World War II. My father was in the Japanese theater of war, the Pacific theater of war. So what I'm saying is, I don't know that all these people protesting have guilt, but they feel that now that Israel is openly oppressing the Palestinians, which she admitted she says this relieves people because they can say, aha, they are the oppressors, as if they're relieving their guilt, which I think is an absurd proposition. Now, I think that the main reason there's all these protests is because, number one, there is oppression going on. And number two, it's also being socially engineered, which of course, is just part of some sick game somebody's playing. And that might, in the end, work out to the advantage of the Zionists. She did mention Zionism, but she was pretty uninformed on it. The point that I have to make is that when this book that we're working on comes out, will pin the tail on the donkey on so many things, and it should relieve a lot of suffering. And people will start to file their index cards correctly. And all of a sudden you'll see things start to leak out saying, oh, now there's already stuff on the internet about Tech Let Blue, but it's by fundamentalist Christians who are probably, I can't speak for them, but are probably breeding red heifers.
Yes.
And they get excited and they begin to froth at the mouth over the idea of an apocalypse. It's like, yeah, oh, her. And that's, I'll never forget Ross Perot. He was on Phil Donahue or something. This was for the first Gulf War. And he said, now he was in the middle of this thing because, he has all this oil interest in the Mideast. And he says, now I don't want to see these people sitting on the couch with their can of beer like they're watching the Super Bowl and watching, oh boy, we're going to get those Iraqis, like he didn't like this idea of people sitting watching their TV, like it was the Super Bowl. But there is a mentality with people where they will get excited about, the big showdown, the big apocalypse, the big event. A big event like the Super Bowl, which is of course an entertainment event, or a heavyweight fight in Las Vegas, when all the celebrities had come out, and you'd see the celebrities in the front row. I mean, it created excitement all over the country. You'd pay $20 to go see closed circuit TV, and you'd see, it's just such excitement. And then the thing about a big event, like we're on a full moon now, riding a full moon in Scorpio.
Yes.
And when a full moon happens, it's a climactic event. And just before and just after. If you want to think of a full moon and how it impacts one's emotional body and the emotional body of other people, think of a big event like a Super Bowl or a big heavyweight fight or maybe a big concert that excites the hell out of everybody. And there's the leading up to the big event, and then there's the aftermath. You're walking out to the parking lot. It's still exciting, but not as exciting as before the event. So but that's kind of the mentality that grabs people about, they get excited about the apocalypse. It just ignites their DNA. Like I remember one time watching my daughter and her best friend, they got all excited over, I think it was the final episode of 90210. And they were dripping. They were just like, maxing out their emotions, just having fun. So I started imitating them and having fun and, trying to emulate their excitement, mocking them, but having fun. They were having fun with me too. But it's like, oh, the big event, the big, they just got so excited. That's just a part of life. But nevertheless, these Christians, and they have for centuries, get millennium madness.
Just letting you know that right now we're being told that our stream health is very poor. YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, so the viewers are going to experience buffering. My analytics just went out, so let's everybody give us some feedback as to whether or not you can still hear us. Peter's going pretty well. We've got a lot of concurrent viewers. And let's get back
Maybe
to...
if we stop talking about Israel, that'll change. And I have more interesting things to talk about than Israel, and I'm more than happy and willing to do that.
It sounds good. Everybody, let us know if you can hear us and whether. But Peter was right to address these things. Obviously, T-Tank Barry says we're loud and clear, and El Nemo in Australia says can hear us fine. Thank you, all of you gentlemen. And Aristides says the stream's still going on where he's at. So excellent. And he's in Peter Moon's time zone. So thank you, all of you. Good to have that. ÄRMENÍA says I can hear you fine. I hope I pronounced his name correctly, or his avatar name. And bless you, sir. Thank you so much. So Peter, continue in whichever direction you wish.
I'm going to go in a different direction now, which is going to be, in my opinion, very interesting, because it goes right into the meat of my investigations into Romania. And I'm, because my astrology chart says it's time to shift directions, which I'm already shifting directions with working with Douglas, which I've been working with him for years now, a few years. Yeah. And his books take a lot longer.
Yes.
And with Radu's books, he sends them, and I just need to
translate them
and edit them, and I work on it, very rapidly. Now, I've been intimately involved with the consciousness of this stuff for years, because I read his stuff. I did have a fairly voluminous correspondence with him at one time. And then I read these books several times. Now, I had mentioned in the last transmission that one of his friends basically claimed that he was ill and that he couldn't go out. I don't think it's a lethal illness. He basically said that he had taken colloidal gold, and it sounds like he took too much of it or in the wrong dosage. If this is true, what I'm being given the impression, and this is only my speculation because he doesn't communicate, and it's like he's trying to protect his identity, and he's always operated under a veil of secrecy. And I don't operate under a veil of secrecy. The only thing I do is I'm discreet about certain private or personal things. And I'm protective of him professionally because I have a contract, which I intend to honor with him. And that I'm his publisher. It doesn't mean I believe everything he says, but I do give credence to the general gist of what he's conveying. And to me, uh, because he's a human being, he's an imperfect vehicle. But what this friend of his said, and even call him a mentor, who would have issues of credibility if we were in a court of law. Nevertheless, I'm taking it what his friend says at face value. He was basically, I didn't ask him any questions. I haven't spoken to this person, but I have agencies or friends in Transylvania who have spoken to him or communicated with him, and not Radu, but he said, and they asked him point blank, based upon, because he had implied that this information was channeled. And I had told them point blank, I said, if you take the characters in the book, meaning the Lama, Ripasundi, or Dr. Zen, or Cesar Brad, the head of Department Zero, or Eleanor the Alchemist, these people have distinctly different personalities. They're much more informed and intelligent than Radu. And he would be the first to admit that. They're brilliant. And Eleanor talks of alchemy, an alchemical tradition. Dr. Zen is familiar somewhat with the tradition, but he doesn't know it. It's not his bag. But he's a savant with Tibetan lore, Tibetan Lama stuff. And we're not talking just about Buddhism. We're talking about hardcore Lamaism and plus paranormal stuff of all sorts. And he's the one who gives the lectures on the black sun inside of the earth and the hollow earth. It's just utterly out of this world brilliant. And I put that in my newsletter. It's in the book, Inside the Earth. You know, we could go over that sometime, but it's like, okay. And then there's Cesar Brad, who was a very gifted psychic who was born with a huge umbilical cord that they had to saw off. Now, that is, you know, when I read that, it's like that's a testament to chi, because that's where all your fascia forms out of. You form out of your navel and the umbilical cord. That's where your body starts. That's why the navel is the most, it's the navel. It's your base. Your navel base is your navel. It spreads all over the body. And that was a sign of authenticity of the psychic intelligence of this person. So another piece of authenticity of the book is that the second book, Transylvania Moonrise, gives a lot of articles in the paper that corroborate the general circumstances of the story in the first book, that there's this base under the Buchej Mountains, and the publisher had said that he received a lot of mail of people reading this book and saying, yeah, I know that's true, that's true, that's true. Now, none of these letters can say that they went into this holographic chamber in the Sphinx. That's beyond anybody's capacity to determine. My first trip there in 2008, and we took, I think, the last, what you call it, a gondola, a cable car back, a huge cable car. It's like, and there's this big hotel in Busteni, and having this, it was a very nice dinner we had. Polenta with chicken. I think it was very good. And the waiter he spoke English well and communicated with him, and he told me that I asked him, general, what I was here to do and stuff, looking at me. He just, the hotel I was in, which is it's probably the nicest hotel in MEMqədy, which is a small little mountain village. I mean, there's more than a few places to stay there, but this was a kind of the premier deluxe one, and we were just eating there. He said that the place was loaded with Americans right after that so-called, full of Americans, and the locals were told not to talk about it, not to mention that the Americans were there or anything. So something went down in these mountains, which are loaded with energy. And my friend Jeanette Crowley, she said, she was just up there on one of her adventures. She takes these people on tours all over to special spots in the world, and she was guided to Romania, and she's walking around on the Sphinx, and around the Sphinx she said, there's something under here. She's something under here. And her friend, or one of her people, her point person in Romania, said, well, there's these books, you should read them. So she told her about the books, and she read them, and she contacted me. I'd like you to go to Romania with me. That was a couple of years before she actually took me. And of course, that was part of a process of me being taken back to Romania. In 2010, I went in 8 and 9. In 2010, I went to Bulgaria. And I went to Atlanticron as well. I was gone for a week in Romania and then 10 days in Bulgaria. It was a great trip. But boy, did I have sore feet. And, oh God, did I have sore feet. Oh, the blisters. I'd go home every night and pop these big blisters.
Ugh.
And Milko's mother, she's a physical therapist, she gave me this salve. It's a big jar. It's called Perfetti Balsam. And it's from Germany. And it really helped. I'd put that on every night and every morning. And then we'd go out and walk again. And I'd come home with more blisters.
Jesus.
It was brutal. But there was some restful days in between. And you can't buy this stuff in the United States.
Huh.
It can only be used for horses or something like this. It's all BS. It's a great medicine. And
Wow.
I bought some from Canada.
Cool.
But it wasn't as good as the stuff she gave me.
Mm-hmm.
It just wasn't as good. Not that I had blisters anymore, but that was 2010. So 2011, I was brought back. I wasn't planning to go. Marta Thomas asked me to go, so she paid my way. The next year, Jeanette paid my way. And in 2013, I did another trip with Vonda Osman, at which point I met Paula. And by that time, I had so many frequent flyer miles that I went back and saw Paula again for free. And
Wow.
then, so I was being like boomeranged back there. It's not that I couldn't have afforded to go if I wanted to, but it's just when somebody, and I was being brought back to that mysterious land because I was like, I couldn't get away from it. Now I go back, it's like my whole year is focused on going back to Romania. It's like, okay, I wind down, I write it up in my newsletter, and then it's like, I'm planning it now. And right now I'm planning it, I'm just trying to monitor my physiology, because the biggest challenge I have there is bathroom anxiety. It's been there, and everybody at Atlanticron has bathroom anxiety. They just don't talk about it because the bathrooms aren't, posh. It's like, you're camping, for God's sakes, So anyway, there was the only one year I didn't have it, and that's when I was doing the colonics regularly, and I will do the colonic probably twice before I go. So It's but anyway, I'm propelled back there now. So that incident I was talking about, this waiter telling me that, you know, they were all told to shut up back in 2003, and that there was, you know, the place was full of Americans. Now, what is the CIA or those types doing there, or whatever they were? Americans on the sly. Who the hell knows what they're doing there? And of course, the energy there is just incredible. But from the first day I was there with Tantra Bensko and this whole incident with the Solomonari and the beggars, and if you give the beggar something, he will open the heart of Romania to you. Well, it took me till 2012 to find a beggar after I missed the first one.
Wow.
That was like, I went in 2008. I didn't find a beggar till 2012. Now they pretty much appear on every trip, and I'm always happy to give them a few lea, which is the Romanian currency. And the heart of Romania. So I end up getting this incredibly beautiful wife, and I wasn't looking for a girlfriend, let alone a wife. And it you know, Paula was a great gift. And but I'm not done with Romania. Now, these books, and then as I learn about the Solomonari more and deeper, and the tradition of the caves, and I'm brought to the caves, and I am living the tradition of the Solomonari. The Solomonari, and just to clarify for people who don't understand Solomonari, of course, the tradition, the Solomonari are the indigenous spirits of Romania, of Transylvania specifically. And they live in the underground, and they initiated the patron god of Romania, Zalmaxis, in the inner earth for 4 years, whereupon he transformed into a god, and then went out, and his teachings spread to Persia and became Zoroastrian, spread to the Mideast and became Judaism and Christianity, Egypt and became Egyptology. This is the tradition. And there's been a whole effort to wipe out the memory of Romania, Dasha, as they would call it, Dasha. And these are the migrations of the Celtic people, which were called the Getae, or the Goths. Getae, Gote, Getae, Goths. And, you know, I'd learn these. I'd sit on a bus and I'd be lectured and translated and being fed all this information. I'm having my own Romanian experience, just like I had my own Scientology experience, which is unique. Just like, and I want to say something about, you know, the victims of Scientology, just like the victims of occult societies, magical societies, and that could include Freemasonry or Rosicrucians. Although you don't hear a lot of people talking about, oh, the Rosicrucians got me, you don't hear that. I have heard it, but generally it's not a big deal in terms of the media. But there's something about victims getting a lot of attention, and certainly people who've been dealt injustices deserve attention. More than attention, they deserve restitution of their injustice. Acknowledgement of their injustice is the first step. The next step is to give them relief of their suffering. And acknowledgement is the big first step. Certainly acknowledgement by the oppressor with some form of punitive administration or remuneration for the oppressed. But I want to point something out, is that when we think of and I'm going to take the National Football League as an example because it's like the prime watched thing, the most watched thing in America, and probably will be the world before this decade is out. It's very popular in foreign countries because it's a very watchable, marketable sport. And you have 30 teams or something, 32 teams, whatever it is, and they're like all competing to win this Super Bowl trophy and to be in the biggest event of the year. The biggest event of the year is Super Bowl. How many people get hurt? We even had somebody having a concussion in a big game. I don't know if it was a playoff game or a big game a couple years ago, and they had to stop the game because of concussion. It was just so devastating. The guy was in the hospital. He could have died, but he did come out of it. But it was like it commanded national, if not world attention. This poor guy getting laid out on the football field in an unfortunate incident. But during, and I will just say, during the course of the playoffs and the Super Bowl, you have all these people who are injured. The winning team has players who are injured. They play over the injuries. You only hear about the injuries when they're either real bad or when they have to be taken out of the game. And it's a marquee player. If it's an ordinary player, you don't hear. So the thing is, you don't hear the stories. They don't go and say, you don't hear all these people complaining and crying about their injuries. They don't do media on, I played for the
they should.
the 49ers and I got my leg broken. I got this. And plus you don't hear of all the NFL players that are just ruined because they never, they're injured in training camp. Their football careers are over. As I say, I routinely see people, and we're playing flag football, and we do not block in this flag football. But it still can be very rough. We're going to take motions to take the roughness out of it because you're not supposed to people grab people to grab their flags. They're not supposed to do that. But it's like, and so there are people who get hurt. And sometimes those are collision injuries, and sometimes they're just somebody tweaking something because agility went wrong. So but see, this is basically a soft game compared to the NFL where they're hitting people. And as I say, you don't see them going and saying, you poor little victim. The National Football League, they celebrate the winners. And they talk about their successes. They will sometimes talk about how they overcame the injury. Like, the great quarterback, the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, probably the best athlete that's ever played in the National Football League. He'll go out there on injuries and he's hurt and he's still faster than everybody else. And, he's just an amazing, amazing athlete. I mean, in that sense, they might, but they don't talk about what a victim he is. They talk about what a hero he is for overcoming his injury and not letting it get to him. So, I'm just saying is, when it comes to things like Scientology, nobody wants to hear a success story, except the Scientologists themselves, which is, it's all just kind of robotic. It's a sort of mind control in itself. But in other words, you know, the victim, the victim is great news for what the news does.
Yes.
But that was a digression from what I was talking about with Romania and the tradition of the Solomonari. And the Solomonari is okay, they're supposed to not only give you the heart of Romania, but transcend you from a normal human to a god. And as they say, Zalmoxi said 4 years of initiation in the inner earth. These books, and there's 7 of them, not once do they mention Zalmoxis nor the Solomonari. There is one exception, and that's when my translator, Mystery of Egypt, was Secret Parchment, when they mention this golden bed found in the Valley of the Golden Thrones and the Golden Tunnels, this bed that said Creo Salmos, and they said they could only translate, the translation that both myself and the Romanian translator that I had, sweet lady, I don't remember her name right now, she stopped becoming my translator because she got pregnant.
Huh.
And I think her name was Monica. She was, I got to meet her in person once. But
You're not the one who made her pregnant, are you?
No. She was married. No, she was married. I haven't made any. I've only made one woman pregnant, and that's with certainty. And that was my daughter calling on the phone. That was the result of it. I think she called, tell me she got her whatever couch cover that I sent her.
Cool.
But in any case, that's direct evidence that I got somebody pregnant. But in any case, so Monica picked up, and I picked it up too, that Salmas is suggestive of Zalmoxis, the time of Zalmoxis. This area is not far from Choclavina Cave. When I say not far, it's within kilometers, if not closer. But the fact that these are not mentioned in the book, these books are evocative of the Solomonari. They speak like the Solomonari would speak. And why doesn't he mention them? It's like, it's as if that's part of the game. They don't want to be mentioned. I'm recognizing it. I'm the one translating this into English and putting it into English, which is, of course, when Japan, Bulgaria, France, Holland, or whoever wants to translate these books into their language, they come to me and I give them the English translation so they can translate it. They're not going to translate it from Romanian because nobody speaks Romanian.
Mm.
And I give it freely. I don't ask for compensation. I don't have to do that, but I do it. And so in other words, the world wouldn't know these books if it wasn't for me. A few people might know them. There was a website that had something on them, but it didn't get any traction. So it's like this is all about a communication from the inner earth. Now, the question I'm going to deal with now, and these books are fascinating, and it's a little, in some respects, it's a little old hat for me because I've been working with them since 2008. That's a 16 year cycle. That's a long time to be doing something. I worked with Montauk 1990. That's when I started writing. It's published in 92 to basically about 2009. You know, it's about 19 years. And then I kind of moved on to these books. There's overlap, of course. But the impact that these things have had on my consciousness have been tremendous. And of course, the discovery happens in 2003 with the biorhythm. It happens with this big biorhythm. Biorhythm last year is where I had some great illuminations, and I have to follow up on them. It does have to do with the heart of Romania. But subsequent to that, I also had my big realization that the holographic projections that are present in the underground of Romania connected to the inner earth are associated with the Dietrich Gartelect.
Ah, yes.
This takes us into yet deeper territory, which is not where I'm going right now, although it can dovetail. But what Radu's friend had said, that Radu had channeled these books, and we had challenged him on the prospect that these characters are not Radu. And then he counteracted with saying, well, you know, there's the idea of a tulpa. And this is a word we're going to examine right now. A tulpa, which is, of course, an independent consciousness. Thomas Bearden referred to tulpas, you know, the Montauk beast was considered a tulpa. Bigfoot are even considered tulpas. But this is a very misunderstood word, as I learned today. And he also said that when you write, he referred to Balzac, and I don't know, I've never read Balzac, so I can't, maybe I can look into Balzac. It's a funny name. But you know, he basically indicated Radu was steeped in a very deep tradition of metaphysical practice, which I don't doubt for a bit. But if you create a character in fiction, that character takes on an independent beingness. Well, this isn't startling. But so I said, and I told Douglas when we last spoke, I think it was this morning. Who the hell knows? Yeah. It doesn't matter what it was. I said, I'm going to look up some tulpas. Maybe it was last night. I said, I'm going to look up some tulpas. And so I started going to YouTubes on tulpas. And it didn't take me very long. I mean, there's a lot you can look at. There's a little mini tulpa industry on YouTube if you want to go check it out.
They make them for you and sell them? What the fuck?
Well, it's like I went to the right one. Mm. First one is like basically, you know, a tulpa is Well, let me put it this way, and I'll be a little facetious, but like, okay, when I was young, I had a teddy bear, and many of us had teddy bears. And of course, I don't know, you relate to the teddy bear as your friend. You can even serve it tea or pretend tea or whatever you do with a teddy bear. My daughter had names for her teddy bears or whatever she had. She had very specific names for it, and we'd refer to it by that name and didn't really talk to it, but it just was kind of there, It was like a nice prop of childhood. But they kind of have their own identity.
Yeah.
And but a tulpa has, more traction than a teddy bear. It talks back. It's something that you cultivate, and you cultivate it to the point where it has an independent consciousness of its own. Now, as you might imagine, and there are videos that show you, being chased by your tulpa, the tulpa from hell. You create a tulpa. This gets right into the Frankenstein monster, the golem.
Yes.
Where you're creating something that's, and this is the whole problem with God, in a sense, is, God creates this, creations that run amok. It's the whole idea of a golem. The creation gone bad. Frankenstein, great example. But and so there's an industry in tulpas where people are saying, oh, this is how you tulpa, this is how you make a tulpa, this is how you go into this meditation and you create this thing. And this guy's saying, he's got a whole series of videos, and they're very boring. I had to stop watching them. They're actually done pretty good in a way, but they're boring as hell. It's like, you spend, he says, I was very lonely. I was a very lonely guy. What's that word you like to, or I don't know if you like to, but you'll have disdain for, what's that word?
Socially retarded.
Involuntary.
Celibate. Oh, incels. Involuntary celibates, yes.
That's what he sounded like. But he sounded pretty balanced, actually. But you don't know what road he's leading into. And he's saying, I was lonely, and I didn't think anything. And then I started doing this stuff, and this is generally what they say. And lo and behold, the tulpa started talking to me. His tulpa was a woman. Obviously, he wanted some female companionship.
Poor bastard.
And it was a different video. And one person says, they created a tulpa, and what was the first thing the tulpa told him to do? She told him to stop jacking off. So, it's like there's a whole world of tulpas, but the one video, and I wish I could remember his name, because I can't write these things down because I'm watching them on my TV screen upstairs, the big TV, and I can't like or subscribe up there. It's not possible. So on the TV. So I'm not watching it on my computer. I forget the guy's name. He obviously had some background in the occult, but he went and looked up the Tibetan roots of tulpa. And he apologized because he doesn't know Tibetan, and he's not an expert scholar in this field. Nevertheless, he had the only video which I thought was even approached, scholarship / sanity. These other people are playing with aspects of consciousness which are potentially very dangerous. And some of the videos will tell you that straight out. Because, and basically this is where he said the confusion, and the confusion is the most important part, not all the ramifications of creating these self-conscious entities. Because what happens is, what they're talking about is you create a tulpa and you have a self-conscious entity, and it's different. You can create a personality. You can create, like all of us who have listened to Douglas have created Michael Aquino in our own mind. That's not Michael Aquino. That's our idea of Michael Aquino. And we all have an idea of what he was like when we hear from Douglas. And he survives in our mind. If you were to feed that enough energy, it could take, or it would have to be Aquino, it could be something positive. It could be a gorgeous person of the opposite sex or the same sex, or it could be, any old person. It could be Joe Biden. But the thing is that at a certain point, when you're creating a tulpa, their version of a tulpa, it's really not the right definition. It'll take on its own independent, self-referential consciousness. And it may be very scientific when you're not. Or it may be very artistic when you're not. Or it may be very sexy when you're not. Or it may be very warrior, monk-like when you're not. So and you can have different tulpas and you can talk to them. This is what they're promoting. It's the tulpa industry. But where this, now keep in mind what I'm telling you is once removed from this guy who's not claiming to be a scholar, but he goes into the etymology. And the etymology, it gets in Tibetan, which gets very, I'm not even going to try and, he goes back into the original translators, but there seems to be a root of authenticity that he's able to extract. Douglas, you could probably do better with the language stuff.
Thank you.
Nevertheless, the concept is what's here, and he's saying that Theosophy Madame Blavatsky, she completely misunderstood and misused the term tulpa.
Okay.
And I think there's another word that goes with it, tukla. I don't know. I recognized it when I heard it, but I don't remember it now. But basically, they have this idea of creating an independent thought form, creating a thought form that takes on its own life. And we say take on its own life, it becomes a thinking, acting, independent entity, a consciousness. Now, he's saying that it seems to him, from everything he's read, that is a theosophical idea, and they went back and they used the idea of a Tibetan tulpa, or tulku, tuklu, to to orientalize their shtick, to make it seem more oriental and mysterious, and give it credibility. I don't know that it needed credibility because they were doing their own thing. But it was not Tibetan. It was their own idea. According to the scholarship, the true tulpa is these I can't remember that other word, tuklut, or whatever it does. It's not so important. It's one of two things. It's a divine emanation, meaning of the Buddha, or divinity. It's divine emanation. Or number two, it's a magician's trick. So that's going to be short-lived, and it's like making an angel appear with a magic wand. Boom, boom. It's over. It's not like something that's going to sit down and talk to you and give you a lecture or have a conversation with you. That's what the original Tibetan is. So all of this tulpa industry, and some of it is very Lovecraftian and very creepy.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them will warn you about the creepiness.
Yes.
I even saw one video with Ed Warren and his wife in it. They were just mentioned briefly. And so there's they're not, people are not aware of the negative bent
Mm-hmm.
or the schizophrenia that can accompany it.
Yes.
But what I saw here, so I say a tulpa, and this friend of Radu's telling me a tulpa, and I'm saying, well, if I look at the original Tibetan definition, that's a divine emanation. It's not, I mean, the stuff that's offered in his books is not a phantasm trick. Boom, boom. No. There are certain elements of divine emanation that exude through those books. What I'm concerned about for Radu is that he is a messenger. He is a vehicle. And because we're dealing with Romania, it comes through the Romanian language. It's in Romania. How many people could have been chosen to do what he did? And I can say that all of this was generated by the Montauk Project landing into the hands of my publisher. And that begat this book being published in Romanian first and then being sent to me. So there is I would say, a divine emanation coming through from Romania. Now, keep in mind, my White Bat Dream is in 1989. I don't even know. Only thing I know about Romania at that point is what I think my stupid art teacher we had this weird art teacher in 5th and 6th grade, Mrs. Foster. I think it was Miss Foster. Eccentric. Her room, if you think the crypt was a mess, you should have seen her place. I was very good in art till I got to the 5th grade. And then it was just goof off time. All we did was goof off. It was like goof off. And then one time I drew this tree. And we were supposed to draw a tree. And she just sat there. She took me into the back room and she just oohed and awed over this tree.
Cool.
She just couldn't shut up about this tree. I had such perfect form. I drew the branches. You know, I used to draw really good clipper ships when I was in the 3rd grade.
Wow.
And fireboats. I was very good at doing boats. And I did this tree, and she wanted to keep the drawing. She said, "Oh, I'll give it back to you." "Oh, I want to have it." And I went back to get it next week. "Oh, I can't find it." It would be easier to find, a book in the crypt than it would be to find this book. And we looked for it. Me and my friends looked for it, but we couldn't find it.
Incredible.
But I remember that. But what she taught us about Julius Caesar, Cleopatra. She taught us about Toulouse-Lautrec, Paul Gauguin. Her lectures were actually interesting, at least to me they were. And the one where she really went off the rails, though, was on the Nazis.
Of course.
She said, that the swastika was the most evil symbol in the world. It was evil, evil, evil. And she talked about how Hitler and Eva Braun had these lamps made of human skin. That was a rumor. I don't know if you ever heard that one.
Of course, I've heard it. Yes, it's such
It's
things.
not. It's
I'm
not
sorry.
true.
Yeah. Such things existed, but they certainly weren't in the possession of Adolf Hitler or Eva Braun. That's not something that was existed outside of a death camp.
But anyway, uh, she, I think she mentioned Romania was, the Romance languages. She says, and she mentions the Romance language, and then there's Romania, and it's like, what the hell is this country, Romania? What are they speaking Romance languages there for? It's not close to,
Interesting.
and of course, it's the Romance language that they're all named after, Roman or Roman,
Yes.
or Romance, and I didn't learn that till I started going there with the Romance languages, what Romania is about. And then Paul is like a living, breathing example of the Romance language, the Romanians and their ability to pick up other languages. So, because it's the root language.
Mm-hmm.
And Spanish can't do that. The Latin people, the Italians can't do it. The Latin languages, vulgar Latin is what they spoke, and it's basically similar to Romanian. And they make up these stories. But anyway, the I lost my thought.
Oh, we were talking about the root language of Romania, and of course the learning. And your art teacher, of course, are talking about what are the Romanians doing? Speaking of Romance language, yes.
Well, yeah, it's like no, I remember that part,
Okay.
but he's going back to the tulpa
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and the whole idea of Romania. It's like this. I was going back to the white bat. I knew nothing of Romania except that they spoke this language that was similar to the Romance languages, and I was like, "What the hell is this country?" It was of no interest to me, and until I read an article in the New York Times about the historical Dracula coming from Romania, which just threw me off because I thought he was from Hungary.
Ah, interesting. Because of
Yeah.
Bela Lugosi. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Bela Lugosi was Hungarian ethnically, but his nationality was Romanian. In other words, yeah, he lived in Romania. He came here as a Romanian citizen,
Interesting.
but he was Hungarian. And Transylvania had belonged to Hungary at one point. It was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And then when Romania was formed, they gave Transylvania back to Romania after the Crimean War because people speak Romanian, not Hungarian there, primarily. And so, and I said, I was just shocked because I'm pretty, good with geography. And I said, Dracula was a subject I always had interest in. I thought, boy, I didn't know this. I didn't even know this country from Romania. And then I took interest in that. And then I had my dream of the white bat right after that. And of course, that was taking me, that was 1989. That was like, 20 years before I'd go to Romania. And so much of what was in that dream was prescient. It was a precognitive dream, although I didn't know it. It took years to unfold and manifest. So this is a, so when I see all of this stuff with Radu coming out of the woodwork, and this is a focus on the inner earth. And of course, as I was doing the Montauk research, and as I got into the Black Sun book, I came across, and studying alchemy, I came across vitriol. Vitriol was the card in Aleister Crowley's card called Art, his tarot deck called Art. That is what he calls alchemy. It's the alchemy card in the Right Waiter tarot deck. It's called Art, and Art is it has the words vitriol, and vitriol is on the tomb of Christian Rosenkreuz, the titular founder of Rosicrucianism. And that vitriol stands for, in Latin, visit the interior of the earth, and by rectification thou shalt find the hidden stone. In other words, go into the interior of the earth, visit the interior of the earth, and there you shall find, the hidden stone, which is sort of what the mission I've been on. And then, of course, we'll take the Black Sun deeper, and the Black Sun Revisited when we get to that, which will go deeper, which would probably logically be after the vampire book.
Right. Good title might be Black Sun Rising, but go on.
I like Black Sun Revisited.
Okay.
But whatever. So the tulpa has been, nevertheless, so when I say I see divine emanation, and he's implying, and this is not necessarily the case, but that these characters are being played off of Radu, and they're far more intelligent than he could come up with. Now, it's not beyond my comprehension that channeled entities can come up with information that's true. The problem with channeled information, and you'll see it if you ever go into what they call the 24th chromosome, which is properly identified as the 24th gene pair, they just can't put it all together. There's a point where these channeled entities, in my experience, they can't connect the dots. They'll fall apart. They'll just fall apart. And I had this experience. Now, this was not a channeled entity. This was a doctor. I don't remember if he was a medical doctor or a naturopath, but he was a doctor. And he came up to visit me. And he met Preston. He met my ozone doctor friend. And he taught me about kosher salt. And he said that he could live on just water if you put kosher salt in it. He says the whole problem is you don't absorb water with regular salt, and you don't absorb enough water unless you put kosher salt. So, the same thing was good. So Dr. O he took the same thing and he put the Celtic salt in. He says, because that will absorb too, and with the Celtic salt you get the minerals. But the whole idea with kosher salt is if you put it in a glass of water, it'll dissolve. You drink the water, now your body will now have the salt in it, and it'll absorb the water. If you just drink water, it won't absorb as much water. And if you use regular table salt or health food sea salt, it won't absorb because the crystals have been bastardized. Kosher salt is raw, unbastardized salt. It's not because it's been blessed by a rabbi. It's because it's got the crystals intact, so it's better for you. It doesn't have minerals in it. That's why the Celtic salt or the sea salt with minerals would be better for you. Nevertheless, this guy was trying to show, he was telling me all about Walter Russell. Walter Russell is the mentor, he was saying, of Nikola Tesla. and he did, what was it, wave, what did he call his stuff? Wave mechanics.
Scalar.
He didn't call it scalar, he called it wave mechanics. I don't know that it got as esoteric as scalar.
Okay.
I don't know. But, I mean, I couldn't really process Walter Russell. He's obviously a genius, and Nikola Tesla regarded him very highly. I do have the Omnicore that I bought from my friend in Shasta who makes these things. It's all based on the work of Walter Russell. So when I saw his devices, I think his name was Sean Castile. I can't remember his name. He's on my Facebook. I see him every day. But great guy. But he's making all these fancy copper coils with crystals in the middle. It's all based on Walter Russell. And so I recognized the Walter Russell, and I bought some of these things from him. But he was basically, this doctor was sitting there, and he kept talking about the golden mean ratio. Now, Stan Tenen is a noteworthy and famous rabbi who has the MEMǳDy Foundation, and I referenced him with his permission in the book Pyramids of Montauk, and he had figured out so many magical things about the Hebrew alphabet. But he used to just go off on not only Dan Winter, but people who misused the golden ratio. They didn't understand it. Now, I don't even think I'd encountered him yet. And the golden mean ratio is basically shows you the perfect ratio of geometry vis-a-vis the rectangle and the square, and you can look it up if you want to know it. But I kept asking him, kept talking about the golden mean ratio, and he's given me this diatribe, and I can't understand it. I said, what is the golden mean ratio? And he could not answer me. This went on for at least 5 minutes. We're sitting around my dining room table. We're talking, and it's like, and I said, well, can you diagram it out? And finally he came out with, and he goes, and he writes the square root of 2, which was just completely bullshit.
Right.
In other words, and I remember asking my friend Chelsea, because she understood the golden mean ratio very well. And I said, how could somebody do that? They're sitting there talking a mile a minute about wave mechanics and about this, that, and I ask a simple question, like, what is the golden mean ratio? And he can't explain it. Not only could he not explain it, he comes out with the square root of 2, which is not. And she says, that's just programming.
Yeah.
It's like, in other words, he doesn't understand what he's talking about. And if he does understand it, he can't relay it on a human level. So therefore, what good is it? It's not a commodity that you can interact with. And so all of this stuff, whether it be tulpas, it has to be grounded into a commodity. In the tarot, it would be pentacles, which are synonymous to coins. It's tradable. And that doesn't just mean in a mercantile sense, it means in a communication sense. Like when you give somebody a handkerchief or a Kleenex and needs to blow their nose. That's in the realm of pentacles. That's a mercantile transaction, even though you're not asking for any money for it. You know, it's just like it's into the physical plane. So what we want is a divine emanation, and I see that I'm getting the same divine emanation when we do the chapter on Shinto.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then, and for the audience, we went deep into this chapter on Shinto, and that's followed up by the one on the Emerald Lama
Yes.
and the Black Lotus Society, who's just completely counterintentional to everything the Empire of Japan stands for, which stands on a background of the kami, which are the divine spirits.
Yes.
And you see that there's this divinity in Japan that is, I don't know if you can compare it to anything. The only thing I don't want to disparage any other faiths out there that I might be unfamiliar with, but the most readily comparable one is the Hebrew tradition. Because the Hebrew has a people and a God behind it.
Right.
But in Japan, you have something that's older than the Hebrew tradition, but it mixes with the Hebrew tradition. You've got it's more ancient, and it seems to have absorbed the Hebrew tradition
Yes.
in a way that way that people cannot yet understand.
Yes.
But you have this insurgency or anti-divinity,
Yes.
which is represented by the Emerald Lama and the Black Lotus
Yes.
Brotherhood or Black Lotus Society, the Black Lotus plant itself.
Yes.
So this is so it's like this is a experience with divine emanation, and this is of course much more basic than much more fundamental and expanded than what H.P. Lovecraft and Harry Houdini could do. Not to minimize their work, because their work was very important. They were working with the Techelet blue of the Hebrew tradition, which was the recognition of the divinity. But the problem was, you didn't recognize, the divinity was not recognized.
Right.
And this is what it all comes down to, is the divinity is not recognized. And this is, and Douglas, I was saying about that, it's like people like to take pot shots at you
Mm-hmm.
for no better reason. Like I can much easily understand somebody sitting behind the dugout at a baseball game and just jawing at the players and, irritating them.
Right.
It's not the right thing to do. They had a funny one the other night. They had the Yankee manager he yelled at the umpire who would made a bad call, and the umpire says, "You say one more thing, you're going out of the game."
Mm-hmm.
It was only the second of the first inning, and some guy behind in the crowd starts yelling, and the umpire thought it was a manager, and they kicked him out of the game. It was like he didn't even say anything. It was like,
Jesus.
There was no restitution possible. It's like it doesn't matter when they get kicked out of the game. They just go back into the clubhouse and relay orders. They watch the game on TV. It doesn't really matter.
Mm.
It's a gesture. But this idea of just shooting cracks, trolling.
Mm-hmm.
It's trolling. Like, what is the value of a troll? And we're not, the internet trolls, of course, are all over the place, but there is a certain divinity that comes out of your work.
Yes.
And your mother has it. Your mother had a very troubled life. She had a very challenging life.
Yes.
And I think there are two very moving things I recently, dealt with in the book. And one of them I mentioned to Douglas, which I'll get to in a second, but the more important one was that Douglas's mother was picked Well, she understood this legacy of the history of what had happened with the Forbidden Sutra in Japan. She learned this from, or even the whole history of the Forbidden Sutra, that her vampire magi family knew, that was passed down to her. It was some of the most esoteric, important national secret, if not treasure, of Japan. The emperor could not help but appreciate and recognize it.
Yes.
He could not help it. Like, this was a very deep thread into her genetics.
Yes.
The fact that she was half vampire and the fact that her lineage were vampires is incidental. They were the ones chosen to know certain aspects of the divinity. And when I had that dream of the white bat, and I saw Dracula change into a white bat and then into a white version of himself, and he says, I'm the opposite. I had found the divinity within arguably one of the most formidable evil characters in cinema, or in history for that matter, or in the minds of people. Dracula's a very fearsome character. And I went in and found there's a divinity, and the dream was saying there's a divinity when there's an opposite. There's a yin and the yang. So my dream is also a precursor to my work with Douglas.
Yeah.
It also, just from my own experientially, it validates it. It authenticates it. So, what we're looking for is divine emanation. The other thing that moved me deeply, and this wasn't, I didn't put it in the book. I don't know that it belongs in the book. But when I went back to review one of the tapes he did, and the tape is December 6th of last year, if you want to listen to it on YouTube, the first 3 hours of the tape, and probably hour 2.5 is where we probably get into it. But he's talking about the president of Yahoo.
Yes.
She also worked for Google, and that her brother was this serial killer. The serial killer.
Yeah, serial rapist essentially,
Right.
but he tried to kill a young lady and she barely survived. Yeah.
Yeah, and the point is that she was acting not only to protect him from prosecution, but to facilitate his
Predations.
Yeah, predations. Yeah, and the way Douglas came into this is he was on a jury,
Yes.
and then, when she found out who he was on the jury. She pulled strings to get him off the jury.
Yeah.
Because he was dishonorably discharged.
Yeah.
She pulled the discharge card on him. I don't know why that should disqualify anybody from a jury unless you are trying a service person. And maybe he was a service person.
Not that I know of.
Well, that might be a justification to get somebody off of a jury. It might be.
Right.
If you were trying a person who was, in the service. Because you might be prejudiced against the service if you were discharged. But so, but the whole idea is this person who's a Silicon Valley bigwig is enabling predation to go on.
Yes.
Now, of course, that on the one hand, it wouldn't surprise anybody On the other hand, it's so flagrant.
Yes.
Hunter Biden is another case of flagrant misbehavior that doesn't get properly punished. However, he's not that bad in terms of his known acts. He's bad, but he's not that bad. I mean, he's abandoned his child. He won't acknowledge his child.
Yeah. Right.
Nor will his father acknowledge his grandchild. But so be it. So, in the world of this is what we're concerned with. And as I say, Radu did tell me point blank one time, and this was 14 years ago, that I would meet his friend Eleanor.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why he would write that to me. The character didn't exist. And I also know that when I met with the publisher and we were having lunch, I said, I asked him if, in the book it says that you talked to Eleanor on the phone. He says he called you. He says, yes, he did. And he went into details of the phone conversation, and he was very descriptive, and it was very evident that there was a real man who called him and wanted to set up a meeting between Radu and the Lum. It is very evident that there was real.
Mm-hmm.
But and then I told him that I was supposed to meet him, and it shocked him. He was shocked because he didn't know that. So it indicated this character is real. So all of this, I suppose you could say, is delightfully mysterious. And more will be, this is all of this stuff being revealed to me at this particular time, or these new angles of information coincide with the Uranus Jupiter conjunction in my 9th house of higher learning and foreign travel. And now Mars is going to conjunct Neptune, which will, of course, activate more spiritual insight. And Mercury will also be doing where's Mercury now? Mercury's in Aries. Mercury will be hitting all these planets as well. May's supposed to be a very good month. A lot of these Mercury will be moving forward in a few days, and it should prove to be very interesting in terms of more revelations happening. And I suppose, so my experience in Romania, I've always said it's three-pronged. One is the work of Radu and the things he brings up, which I don't really focus on too much when I'm there. I try to integrate it to the degree that I can, but it's not really a focus. It's there. But the other two prongs are first and foremost my own experience with the revelations that have been laid forth before me, the different people I meet, and the tradition of the Solomonari, who speak to me through the people of Romania. They speak. It's almost like it's a. I'm speaking to a voice, but it's not one voice. It's multiple voices speaking to a central source, which I could extend that to say the inner earth itself. And the other third prong is David Anderson, who's you know, it was his citations about Choclavina Cave that caused me to take interest in it, and I keep going back there. Now that coincides not only with the stuff Radu has talked about, but with the legends of the Solminari, where I'm actually brought to the cave. And this is a process that takes place over years. And I say, okay, you're told if you go to a cave, you ask for permission to get inside, and you meditate outside the cave, and you'll be allowed to come in if you get permission. Usually that permission is to come in not physically. Sometimes you will be brought in physically. And sure enough, you know, I meditated outside the cave and I was brought in physically. Mile deep into it. So it's a process. It's a mysterious process. It's not something I would, you know, peddle or sell. You know, go on the Solminari adventure. I did take people on an adventure. And it was very weird because we were told, well, you know, if you'd given me enough notice, I would have gotten permission. We could all go in the cave. But we can't go in the cave because we don't have permission. So then what happens is people are getting up early and going down to the cave on their own and going inside the cave, but they don't have permission. And they're not telling me, which I could care less if they go in the cave. Had they told me they were going to go in the cave, I would have integrated it into the program. But we didn't put it in the program because we were told we didn't have permission to go in the cave. But he also said there's nothing to stop you from going down and going into it. You know, I can't stop you. And some of them went in fairly deep. But they were doing it off schedule. And they weren't telling me. It's not like they were hiding it from me. But had it all been dealt with up front, I would have said, okay, morning will be cave exploration. You know,
No.
it could have been integrated in it just wasn't talked about. There was no upsets over it because these guys would get up early at 7 in the morning. They'd be running their asses off, walking their asses off. This was a long walk down there. They had to walk back up, and you know they'd be breathing heavy to get back in time for the Monday, the 9:30 meeting or whenever it was. And it took me till about the last day to figure out what was going on. I wasn't even interested in going to the cave because I'd been there. You know, I mean, I didn't need to go there again. I didn't need to walk, but I mean, I would have integrated the whole thing into the program had I known. And when I do go back, you know, I intend to go in both caves because I know how to get permission, and it's kind of silly. It's just a matter of asking my friend.
Yes.
I don't know that I don't know. I don't know, you know, because I got permission. We got him permission. I think that my journey there enabled him to figure out how to get permission. But it doesn't really matter. So, but the whole process, he's the one who took me into the cave. You know, so it's like, and there are more caves as well. So, you know, it's a mysterious process, and it's, and then of course, the David Anderson paradigm is interesting because he's the one who brought me there in the first place. I didn't ask to go. I never asked to go to Romania. He invited me to go to Romania.
Right.
With a plane ticket. And so that introduced me. And then that thread, tangible, physical, and real. That can pop up again too. It can also pop up. I can also push it if I want to, but I've never chosen to push the issue. But right, I'm always plenty busy with things to do and things to take care of. So anyway, this gets us back to, there's Madame Blavatsky's version of the tulpa, and Annie Besant's, and Charles Leadbeater, who I'm convinced was a pedophile.
Yeah.
And I believe he pedophiled Krishnamurti.
Yeah.
I don't know if Krishnamurti wrote about that. He rejected their assignation to him as a messiah, as the child messiah. And there, Annie Besant, and what was Alice Bailey. But for those of you who don't know, Annie Besant was, one of the great, I say great in quotes, theosophical mystics. She was the British administrator of India. People don't realize this. And if I'm not mistaken, she answered to Aleister Crowley.
Yeah.
And that's all hidden occult politics.
Yes.
So it's like India, the British Empire ran India, and there's no secret of that. But she ran the Indian Empire for the British.
Yes.
So this is like something people don't realize. It's hiding there in plain sight. And then Mahatma Gandhi, takes back India, but he's heavily associated with Tavistock, the great conspiratorial think tank that was started by, I don't know who started it, but H.G. Wells was involved in it.
Oh, bad news.
And Mahatma Gandhi, they have a statue of Mahatma Gandhi right in Tavistock Square.
Oh, of course.
And Mahatma Gandhi was, of course, hated in his home country for his own pedophilia with his nieces. So that's what led to his assassination, where, I don't know if he was ever knighted, but if he was, he'd be right next to Arthur C. Clarke.
Yeah.
So I learned a bit about tulpas, and I have a tendency, they're interesting to the degree that people are suggesting, and these people seem like some people get some traction with them. There's plenty of people that will give you the creepy angle or tell you to beware. But I guess if there's anything positive, what they say, it's like, well, I can create a tulpa to help me figure out, I can create Nikola Tesla as a tulpa. I can create Einstein as a tulpa. And if you do it right, you'll be getting Einstein talking back to you. Now, the human mind is clever and capable enough to tap into the divine consciousness and actually converse with such characters. But what are you going to do? I mean, it's like you're going to, talk to, I could put David Anderson up there too and say, well, I'll spell a time machine. It's like, I don't know. It doesn't, I guess if it came easy, it would come easy. But I one time asked him, I described to him the concept that in alchemy, when an alchemist gets blocked and they can no longer get to their next chapter of their work, they're blocked. It's common for a spirit to appear. The spirit's name is Elias Artista, and he will give them the next step or the next clue. He'll say, oh, you need to do this, that, or the other thing. And I one time asked David in the interview we did, I explained that to him. I said, have you ever had that occur to you? He said, no comment.
Interesting.
Which is tantamount to saying yes.
Yeah.
But, he's such that, he's more likely to be quiet as he experiences. And he referred to himself as a time control scientist. And I don't know if it was me or somebody asked. I think somebody else said, why don't you say time travel scientist? He says, because one doesn't want to, sound like they're crazy.
Right.
And it's just a matter of semantics. So it's not beyond what Blavatsky and the Theosophists were doing, creating thought forms, that's not out of the realm of experience. It's just different than a tulpa, according to the strict Tibetan definition, according to what this occultist was saying. And he tried very hard to look up his stuff. Whereas a lot of these people they're more akin to parlor games, rather.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are very serious about it, but it's like, to me, it's too much play and not serious enough work. Like, what are you going to do with, it gets into questionable, dangerous territory.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any comment on what I've been talking about?
No, I think you've more than articulated it in detail. I mean, I have nothing more to add.
Yeah, because I also wanted to comment, and I would have brought this up to you when we were working on the book. When we get into your mother's experience
Mm-hmm.
with the Emerald Lama,
Mm-hmm.
and it's you allude to it, but her whole experience when she meets the Emerald Lama is it's where reality becomes, what's the word, malleable. It's like you understand what I'm saying. It's like to be in the presence of the Emerald Lama. You may be in his physical presence,
Mm-hmm.
but it's going to be like Twilight Zone.
Yes.
And it's like, on what level did she meet him? Now, what I was going to ask you, and I might as well ask you now if you have an answer, what was the conclusion of that meeting? I mean, did she, tag him and say, you're it now? Now, that's funny, because you're it, she referred to him as an it. If you're playing a game of tag and you go, you're it, she referred to him as an it. She tags him and says, you're it, you run away. What was the conclusion of that meeting? I don't know if you ever said that. You said that she met him, and you might have cut off at that point. Was there any conclusion? Did they push him off a cliff? Did they,
Well, I think I spoke of this at some length, but we'd have to go.
No, what was I don't remember the conclusion of it.
Well, you do remember I go into kind of a zone when I speak of these things.
Yeah,
They're not
was
I'm
enough.
sorry?
I think you ended. I think it was like I think you had to stop at that point because, in other words, she got to him, but did they say hi and I just don't remember.
That's not how I remember it. I don't remember cutting off. I remember speaking of it at some length, but apparently you haven't found the recording again. So
I have the notes, and I can even dig it up from where it left.
You just remember these weren't pleasant things for her to talk about. They're not, how would I say, any more pleasant for... I'm sorry, what?
They weren't pleasant for you to go over.
No, it's not pleasant for me to go over either. But as I said, though I'll have to, say for instance, go back to some of my own notes to check out the details. I do believe I went into, of course, the all of the entities that were involved. And there were ultimately 3 of them, as I've said, in the past. So one of them was...
Let me see, I found it here.
ՀИRMENÍA was one of them, of course.
Okay, just hang on a second.
Yeah.
It says, this was the vision she had when she encountered it physically. But she said you really don't encounter it without filtering it. She had, of course, been prepared for this by the Naga, and the venom prepared for it by the Naga, or she never would have survived the encounter. I see here. Now, so Shambhala itself, where this encounter took place, known to the outside world as the place of ascended masters, was in this case, as can be applied to a place where it is not Shambhala as conceived or expected by the enlightened. It could be a satanic inversion. Think of it in that sense. When my mother and her commandos tracked down the cult, this was underground tunnels in the community of what she said was simultaneously Tibet and the dream tunnels and secret passages who the Chocho, who are barely tolerated by the Shambhala community, act as traders, but they also save the inhabitants the inconvenience of traveling to the outside world, and that the Cho were often mistaken as Sherpas by the travelers in the Himalayan region. This enabled them to carry out their trade. All of this brings us to the age of Mappo, which was described in the Roswell Deception. I'm beginning to phase out of my processing of all this in terms of what I can recall from my mother's sharing on the topic, and that's where it ends off.
Well, there was definitely another recording where I went deeper than that. In terms of...
All I really need is, like, I don't even need a dissertation. It's like, what happened? It's not even asking for background. Did they shake hands and leave?
Well, understand, of course, that when it comes to my mother's situation in this regard, it was something that shortened her life considerably. It shortened her life considerably because she was dealing more so with the entity that was known as Mara in terms of the Buddhistic understanding. And I spoke at length of that. So unless it's the recording where I spoke of the Mara, then
Mara, but not in the context with her. I mean, you spoke a lot about her, but it's sort of like what I'm asking here is, this would have been towards the end of the war. If this is...
No, I understand, but in order to recall, I'm going to have to get myself back into the zone again, which is
fine.
Yeah, something I'm not really in a mood to do right now. But here's the essence of it. The essence of it was, of course, the onryo that I spoke of when it came to the sorcerers of Japan. And of course, when we are speaking of the Onmyoryo, of which my mother was also a part of that occult organization, because of course the ninja became more and more involved with the occult as they became less and less involved directly with assassination and open commando raids. through the Tokugawa shogunate, then it was inevitable that as they became more occulted, ever more secreted, they became more magicians themselves, sorcerers themselves. And when it comes to the final sorcerer, that by the time of Emperor Meiji, of course, when he was outlawing the Onmyoryo, and honestly, if this is not the episode in which I'm not speaking directly of that, you haven't got the right episode. I know that much. So it has to be the episode in which I'm talking about the occult bureau. And without the occult bureau, you're just not going to be accessing the final battle, which was not between her. It was between her summoning of Haranaga. So if you haven't got Haranaga involved in the chapter, you haven't got the chapter down at all. I haven't read it yet, but certainly you must remember that individual. That
I don't remember this. I don't, but it's like what I'm looking for here is just an ending, not a diatribe, because it's, in other words, she's with the Lama.
Well, what frustrates me about this is that it's an ending I provided and then thought I could forget in good conscience.
I don't have it.
Well, I'll just have to go back and look for it myself then and see if I can find it in the past several episodes.
I'm beginning to phase out of my processing of all
Yeah,
this.
you may have said that in that episode. Yes, I have ears. I heard you the first time. I don't need you to repeat it. It's let's just put it this way. What I said was something completely different on a different episode that I thought was going to be integrated into the chapter, and if it is not, well, we'll just have to figure out a way to integrate it into the chapter or into the next chapter, because this is ultimately what cost my mother her life in the long run. One of the bargains that she made, which she foresaw due to the Nyaga venom, that she would die very early for a vampire. But again...
I have more here. I do have here. Listen. I have the continuation with it. It's about 9 days later. Mara, Buddhist Satan. Understand, Mara might seem like a mocking mirror of the enlightened one, Buddha, but never forget Mara is an ancient entity who confronts all those delving into the mysteries of the universe. Now, you do mention Mara here, the Kyoto Kontem, as well as other works. Mother described Mara as appearing as emaciated Brahmin with ebony skin clad in only a linen loincloth, fakir or ascetic, always with legs crossed, floating or levitating, as only a true enlightened being would. The most unsettling feature, instead of Janus, two-faced god looking backwards and forwards, the goddess of January, new cycle, Mara has 4 faces, his head bearing 4 continences, each head facing the 4 cardinal directions, ever changing. Mara experiences a different emotion. Each one of the faces would convey the massive comedy. Okay, and it goes on. The star is from imperfect realms that didn't work. Stars are the origin of everything of our universe. King in yellow. And then it goes on. Okay. Mother, Death with Mara, Inro, Sorcerer of Japan. Okay, I think I find it. It's this final sorcerer. I can go back and listen to this transmission of the 17th.
Mm-hmm. According to Aristides, he says it may have been the December 20th transmission where the Occult Bureau and related things were discussed, so don't forget to check that out as well.
Okay.
But it's where I speak of the Onryo, and the Onryo would be... this is where in the West it gets essentially vulgarized into the concept of what I would pronounce a lieshk, because otherwise the Westerners will say leech, and people confuse it with, of course, the animal. But very few people recognize that there are actually historically based concepts, which Tolkien, Dr. Tolkien, when he wrote The Lord of the Rings, he introduces what is something novel in terms of Western fantasy, quote unquote. And the Westerners encounter the sorcerer that is essentially deathless. And the sorcerer that is deathless is therefore disintegrating over the years, the centuries. This is something that most Westerners claim that there's not a mythological component to, that this is something that was in a sense made up, that it's a literary conceit. But what he's simply doing is he's presenting through a Western filter or for a Western audience. He's medievalizing in the Western sense the Asian concept of the onryo. And the onryo is, of course, what in the West they would consider a lieshk, or a leech, which is an undead sorcerer who's basically kept alive by the power of their magic, the power of their will. The English equivalent would be something like just an extremely evil personage, because people tend to conceive of those that cling on to life no matter what to be somehow evil if they extend themselves beyond their natural term limits, so to speak. I'm sorry?
Like Aquino.
Yeah. Well, Aquino's doing it somewhat differently, but
Same general idea.
Kind of. Well, a leash or a onryo wouldn't be satisfied with that. They want to remain physical. They wouldn't. What Aquino's done is something quantum. Aquino's done.
I thought it was quantum, because you had said the Emerald Llama will have a physical death.
Yeah, well, there's always the quantum element to almost everything, most certainly. So there's a quantum element to computing. There's a quantum element to magic at all times. But Aquino, let's just say there's gradations. There's gradations of the how do I say it? How intense the quantum can be, like how physical is someone. When you say that there's certain, say for instance, you're pointing out that anyone who listens to me, ultimately, many people who listen to me over the years wind up dreaming of Aquino. One thing in common with the majority of them is very few people interpret these as dreams. They interpret them as visitations. Now, what you were saying earlier was that people are, of course, filtering their own concept of Aquino. And, we filter our own concept of everything that we encounter. But when it comes to what Aquino is, that's nothing like the onryo. The onryo, of course, is a more general term. So it's kind of like when you're speaking of the undead sorcerers in Tolkien's works, people may refer to them as a leech, or, as I said, a lishk, but they're all going to have names, and they're all going to be very attached to their identities. And so it was with Haranaga. Haranaga was the last of the Japanese sorcerers of the MEMqədy and the Occult Bureau, before it became essentially out of the books, just taken off the books, taken off of the budget, before it went totally black by the time of Emperor Meiji. As I said, it's extremely, it's still alive, it still exists. It's considered as part of the imperial advisory, the board of ceremonies, which still performs many of the old ritual functions of the onmyoryo. The latest was the series of divinations on the enthronement of the new emperor. So that's the modern day version and descendant of the onmyoryo. But they may, and as far as I understand it, still are ultimately under the sway of Haranaga. There's been no replacement officially. And Haranaga was the last at the time of Emperor Meiji. And Haranaga's very name means hara, as in breath or spirit essence. It's basically ki or chi. You would know it as chi from qigong. Of course, the Japanese call it ki when they're using that is in aikido, but hara would be of the same essence. So hara means breath, like in harikiri, which of course the Japanese don't use that term. It's considered a disrespectful term, but Americans used it because for some reason they could conceptualize it better, that the Japanese were slitting open their bellies to release the breath, release the hara, their essence, their soul. And the Americans are not incorrect. It's essentially they've got the right idea, but they express it vulgarly. So the Japanese, of course, call that procedure seppuku, that ritual. But the name of the last sorcerer was Haranaga, as in spirit serpent. And Naga, of course, meaning like the Naga, the super serpents. So Haranaga, or the spirit serpent, was the name of the last of the Onmyoryo. And that was whom my mother consulted to stave off and ultimately exorcise, to expel into the nether dimension, to the Mara, and basically to kill the Emerald Lama. And of course, he demanded an extraction, a price, that she die young. And that was certainly for a vampire. At her age, it was 87.
Vampire, not for a human.
Yeah. Well, 87 for a human, I guess that's pretty old.
That's old for a human, young for a vampire.
Yes, that's right. But as for Haranaga, certainly as I described him, by the time that she conferred with him, he appeared as he did in life, but with a much darker aspect. And of course, this is hard to explain, but I did my best to explain it. I remember this distinctly, whatever episode it was.
I don't remember at all.
Yeah, but, well, it happens. A lot of times it's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in. But I do...
It is, because I'm going, wow, she killed the Emerald Lama. I did not know that. I mean, if I heard it, I blocked it out. But...
well, it wasn't her, it was Haranaga. But Haranaga, of course, he, just to explain to people, these onryo, what Westerners would interpret through the Tolkien-esque filter, because he was the only man who did his research on it and then westernized it for an American, for an English-speaking audience. They would think of the Lieshk. And you might notice say for instance, the Nazgul. The Nazgul in the Lord of the Rings are portrayed as big. They look like they're human sized. Could be because they're always on their flying horses, but they at least give the impression that they're physically large, even though they're essentially empty. They're basically physically empty cloaks of chainmail that collapse when they do die, when their essence leaves and is no longer serving to expand or uphold their chainmail around them, which is the only thing that kind of embodies them, then they collapse. But the Japanese concept, or the Asian concept, was that in death, you continue to grow. Now, not in the old sense that people used to think. People used to think that for cadavers, the hair and the nails will still grow out for a period of weeks after death. What science later concluded was that what happens is the skin shrinks. And because the skin shrinks and withdraws the scalp and the flesh of the fingers, it looks like the nails and the hair are growing. But it could have been because of that the Chinese and the Japanese conceived of this. But particularly the Japanese feel that these spiritual undead, the kind that are not just mindless, hungry ghosts, as they call them, gaki and the rest, but the kind that are still integral, the soul, their intellect is still intact. they feel that they still continue to grow. But unlike human beings, they don't grow out, like spreading out all over the place, like gaining weight, and they don't grow in the sense that living people do. They just keep growing bigger. So by the time my mother encountered Haranaga, when she conferred with him, he was 12 feet high. So he was this 12-foot high, black cloaked skeleton. He was death incarnate. He was death manifest. And yeah, I distinctly remember saying that on record, and I know we've got it on record. So if we find that episode, there's your answer. It's covered pretty much in depth in that episode. Of course, I thought that you were transcribing all of this immediately after, but it takes a while, and sometimes people don't realize that something important is being said, and they just tune out because it's just so much to take in. So I definitely covered that, though, and so I'll try and find them.
I have much of it here.
Yeah.
I don't know that I have all of it, and it's as they say, it's a lot to process, and maybe I meant to go back to it, but there's such a onslaught of information.
Yes.
That this is one of the big questions I had when I finished the chapter. I think I had some other question that was rather innocuous. I don't remember what it was, but I have it in the notes.
Yeah.
So anyway, that gives me some more homework to do, and whatnot. But that's like, yeah. If you said it before, it's clear. It still this stuff. Everything you just said requires a lot of processing and reconfiguring.
Yeah.
Because it's complicated, and it's also very emotional to you because it's literally damaged your mother and
well, just so people understand the emotional impact that this has on me is that as people know, there's only 3 times that I've ever conducted a magical ritual, and the kinds of magical rituals that I conduct, of course, they're not casual. There are people who wind up playing with magic quite a bit. It becomes like almost every day for them. There are people out there like that. There are people who work in occult shops. These people obviously are not conducting life or death rituals all the time. They're simply playing with things like maybe manipulating other people's lives to an extent, impacting other people, changing their attitudes. So what they're doing is they're engaging in what I would call a level of petty intrigue. And when people are doing that, it takes its own toll, but it takes a lot longer. In the kind of spells that I was casting, as I said, there was only 3 times in my life that I've ever done this. These were, of course, the spells that I learned from Michael Aquino himself, and these were serious spells. These were serious spells that were on the level of course, altering space and time itself. And they required me to literally almost bleed my body out. These were, when I think back on, of course, doing this for my mother, which was one of the rituals that I did, the ritual that I conducted was to extend her lifespan because she was definitely going to die. Her case, it was after the catastrophic brain injury and the refusal of the hospital to take images and all the rest. I have never really gone too much into depth at length as I could have about the medical atrocities my parents suffered. I mean, I did at times, and I certainly covered what happened for hours, and it still would never, ever do it justice. People have no idea. There's no describing the horrors of the medical industrial complex and the doctors, their complete and total incompetence. There's it's the best thing you can do. Of course, I can't say this as advisement. It's just as Peter Moon would say, honestly, if at all possible, you want to just maintain your health without involving the medical industrial complex, because you wind up, of course, just, they just keep you coming back. And that's, my parents were that to a extreme that people cannot even begin to comprehend. But the MDs just, you would have to, in the end, just draw the conclusion that the MDs are maniacal sadists who have no other joy in life than torturing people. There's just nothing else to conclude. There is nothing else you can conclude. But all that being said, just to give people an example of, by the time that I forced a MRI on my mother, she had no brain left. There was no brain left. It was all blood. There was nothing but blood in her skull. Her brain had been pressed against the sides of her skull, paper thin. Paper thin. That's how much blood there was in her brain. They thought it was a joke. They thought that some medical student had taken a cadaver out of the morgue and put it in the MRI as a joke. This is what they truly thought. And so in order to bring my mother back, I summoned, of course, again, this is painful for me because these are not incidents that anyone even speaks of normally at all. But I summoned, of course, the angel that possesses myself. It was the only thing that I felt could be done at this point in history when my mother was in that condition, and after all that the doctors had done to kill her, and how she got to that position of no brain left and all blood in her skull was definitely due to the doctors. There's you have no idea what they did, and I've described some things before. I don't expect people to remember them because they're simply too horrible to remember. But I summoned Tavush Meliek, and this brings us back to something that's extraordinarily traumatic for me. It's basically by the time that I summoned him, I was almost bled out. It took almost all my blood for this ritual to work, my own blood. And it really has to be one's own for it to work. And certainly I was summoning him from within myself, really, in a very real sense. He extended my mother's life by 10 years. But within 10 years, I had to kill someone else and make certain that individual was offered to him. 10 years later, I found the perfect victim. It was the father-in-law of MEMୖDy. Now, she's testified to this before on my program several times. So her father-in-law was part of a long line of Satanists involved with satanic ritual abuse. They had produced the human train wreck that was her husband. They wanted the children to be part of this circus of horrors. And she refused to give the children up, but the father-in-law was extraordinarily wealthy, and he was mustering all of the attorneys to make certain the job was going to get done and that her children would be taken away. They're old enough now where there's little threat of that. They may not be 18 yet, but still, much more. They're much more ensconced with their mother's life than they were before in terms of legal recognition. So this individual was the perfect victim, and I conducted another ritual similar to what I had with my mother to make certain that he died, and he died of a brain tumor. So that was the offer to Tavush Meliek that balanced out his extension of my mother's life. These things can't be talked about casually, and it brings us back to why this is extraordinarily painful territory, and her death, of course, brings us inevitably to this reality. So when it comes to those two rituals that I had to conduct, that's the trauma that gets, shall we say, roused when I speak of what my mother had to do with Haranaga, which was very similar. So in other words, her trauma was anticipatory or prescient of my trauma. In order to satisfy all parties involved in this extended exchange of debts, the ultimate result is that generations become involved. This is true intergenerational trauma to a degree that nobody can comprehend. This is when you speak of the kind of intergenerational trauma that Black African Americans feel or Native Americans feel. There's very few other than those involved with shamanistic or voodoo families that would understand what I've gone through. So this is why just bringing up the subject once is usually something I hope is enough, and then I can retreat back away from it because it veers too close to compartmentalized zones that my psychiatrist has walled away behind certain locks that hopefully will never be opened by accident. And this goes dangerously close to those territories in my mind when I have to recite these experiences. But when we review those episodes, the one suggested by Aristides, the one you found as well, his suggestion is, of course, with December 20th. You found a different date as well. Both those episodes should be reviewed, and I'm sure we'll find them. Aristides is also typing something else. I'll read that out when he's done typing. Aristides, don't be afraid to come on at this point and speak, actually. You can speak about that. It would give me a break. And,
okay. I can send Peter that section of notes I took on the 20th. I think might describe what he's looking for.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would help.
I have a much deeper understanding now, and it's like I didn't realize that she basically gave her life in a way.
It was in defense of the empire, of course.
Yes.
And ultimately the defense of all humanity. So when it comes to this war, people, of course, understand intuitively that the war was cosmic, was supernatural in its implications, but they've completely warped it in their minds because, of course, the public in the West is living under the thrall of Herodian rule. I often refer to it as the Herodian insurgency, but they are in essence the rulership, and that is part of the whole reason why we're in the situation we're in today. And but such being said, just so everyone understands, Japan had an occult bureau for thousands of years, and then they began to change as they modernized and did their best to basically change it. If you ever try to look up the Japanese occult bureau, the Ministry of Magic, run by wizards, you're just going to find nothing. Very astutely, Heather Holman mentioned that what they often do is they put out movies like, I asked her about King Kong versus Godzilla, that franchise, which is not just a single film from the 70s, but also now a modern blockbuster series of reboots. And I asked her about the role of the organization known as Monarch in that, and she felt that they're producing that series just so when people look up Monarch, they're going to get all this Godzilla versus King Kong stuff instead of anything on the actual MK Ultra program. And she's very astute. That's exactly what it's about. If anybody tries to look up the Japanese Ministry of Magic, all they're going to find is Harry Potter. That's all they're going to find is Harry Potter, where in the books they vaguely mention Asia and they have a Japanized kind of concept of the Ministry of Magic running Asia, or representative of the Asian school of magic. And so you're going to be extraordinarily frustrated unless you know the Japanese words to look for, which would be onmyoji, the masters of the occult arts. And the onmyoji had extraordinary political clout. They had state patronage. And of course, they still use that term today. In postmodern Japan, onmyoji would be redefined as a type of priest. But they are understood to be a hallmark occult figure. But when it came to the bureau of the onmyo, this was something that, of course, became more and more hidden as Japan became more and more internationalized, because they didn't want the West to understand that they had such a bureau. So they began to ultimately outlaw the bureau, so to speak, or at least render it unrecognized. This simply means that it's gone completely black, and it only deals with the imperial dynasty, the imperial family. But as I said, the older sorcerers, as they died out over generations, the one that was left, that the emperor would dare not touch, he couldn't order his death or execution. So he was simply left alone to his own devices. Most people would interpret him as being in a different dimension anyway. Yeah, as I've said, there's levels of quantum experience. But he appears, when he does, to be very physical. But his appearance is so disconcerting, to say the least, as death manifest, that it's something that most people would hope they never encounter physically. But when it comes to the Meiji Japan, that was, of course, the civil war in Japan that is portrayed by, I hate to always reference this, The Last Samurai, but that's basically the only really publicly accessible film in English that talks about the Japanese Civil War, that ushered in the reconstitution of the emperor as a secular power holder, the man who held all secular power. Since the ban of the onmyoji at that time, they've tried to hide or sublimate. They've tried to sublimate. It's not so much necessarily hide, but sublimate the official events that are derived from the onmyodo. Of course, there's different rituals that still take place, many of them, but they simply say they're cultural or something of that nature. And so people will just not dwell on the supernatural aspect so much and just think of it as traditional. But when it comes to, of course, the knowledge that these people existed, everyone in Japan knows about it. And they think of them as something the way people in England might think of Merlin. They would think that these are exaggerated in terms of their superhumanity and peculiarity, but they're nevertheless popular in fiction. But all that being said, what I'm speaking of is, of course, the real thing. And so I'll do my best to meditate on this and relate what comes to my mind on Sunday in the opening hours, because I think it's important. But before Sunday, probably Peter would have reviewed both what Aristides sends him and what he's got in his notes, the other dated transmission that he took notes from. And between those two, he should have a pretty good picture evolved by Sunday, and then we can get back to the subject. Understand, everyone, when I speak of summoning Tavush Meliek, this is something like this is Lucifer, the peacock angel. When I even relate this, it feels like all the blood in my veins has frozen. It's just not something even pleasant for me to talk about. And what I had to do was, of course, conduct a blood ritual over my mother's body, which, of course, after that, I had her for another 10 years, although she was more of a care recipient than anything else. I guess it helped me to process her pending death. And she still outlived my father. But as I said, they both died at the age of 87. They both died within a week of each other. They both died in my sister's birthday month of March. My mother died just a week after the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear meltdown. So I always felt that she had gone back to Japan to do some angel work, so to speak. But all of that being said, I thank everyone for their patience with us.
I have something to say, and thank you for sharing all that. Putting together, the whole story is quite complex. This is the longest chapter of the book. Yes. And that one piece hung out like a loose thread. And I just, and I know back in December, it was I know it got very busy.
Yes.
It got very busy. And then, of course, one goes on to other things. And that, I don't remember what you said and what you didn't say, but this part, it's a deep core, it's a deep thread, not just for you, but for her. Yeah. And it's like and then when you start talking about the peacock angel, which is in the book, I don't know that all this stuff needs to go into the book as far as the peacock angel part, because it gets kind of complicated.
Yes.
It's hard to explain, and I don't know that it's necessary, at least for the audience. What's encouraging to know about it is that the green llama or the emerald llama was neutralized. It's not to say that what's disturbing about this, and this is interesting. This would have occurred before the war ended, or before the USS Missouri.
That's quite correct. Yes.
And that would have given the Emerald Llama the synchronistic opportunity to go into Aquino's body.
Yes. Yes. That's something that Aquino did seem to allude to, though I never really tried to adventure my thoughts in that direction. He did seem to allude to that, and
want that to be. He would.
Yes.
He would admire. He would. And it can't be discounted.
It cannot. As a matter of fact, it's the only thing that really makes more and more sense as the years continue, because Aquino, of course, just so everyone knows, he was born a blue baby, or rather, he was not born a blue baby. It's the mother, the physical mother of Michael Aquino, Betty Ford was her name, even though that she has nothing to do with Betty Ford, the wife of Henry Ford. It just happened.
Not Henry Ford.
I mean Gerald Ford. Thank you. Yeah. Gerald Ford had a wife named Betty Ford who opened up the Betty Ford Clinic, by the way, because she needed someplace to check herself into because of her own incredible struggles with drug abuse. But when it came to Betty Ford, Michael Aquino's mother, she delivered a blue baby. The baby was, in fact, pronounced dead at birth, and they were taking it to the disposal. They were actually going to take it to the facility where it probably would have stayed for a while, and then ultimately have been disposed of with some level of respect, or given to the parents for burial. It was kind of like while the parents were given time to get over the fact that their baby was dead, was born dead, Because, you know, oftentimes mothers don't carry a baby to point of delivery and have it come out dead. There's even now, granted, this was 1946, so we're talking about technology wasn't the same then. We didn't have the ultrasounds or the sonograms, so this was more common than it would be today. Today, something like that happening would be almost unheard of. But because of this, she was basically left to kind of contemplate, get herself together. Her husband was to get himself together, and they were going to make a decision about what to do with the proceedings with the baby's body. As soon as they took it to the area where it was kind of set for waiting or disposal, the baby started crying. Now, doctors, of course, don't use terms like miracle. They don't use terms like that because they're trained not to. So they just simply said, "Oh, this is unexpected," and the baby started crying, and so here's your baby. And so Aquino himself always insisted that he had been summoned as a imperfect Antichrist, that had they executed the 12 to 13 men they had intended to execute at Nuremberg, including Hermann Göring and Martin Bormann, that they would have ushered in the Antichrist. But as it was, Martin Bormann escaped and Hermann Göring suicided. So they had this imperfect sacrificial ritual, and instead they were delivered the harbinger of the Antichrist, and it was Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino, of course, insisted that he was not human, that he was an entity who had simply entered into the dead baby's body that was what was summoned by the Allies at Nuremberg through their sacrificial ritual. But he definitely at times had alluded to the Emerald Lama, and at times this was, you might remember that in all the years that I have spoken about Michael Aquino, I've never identified the entity that had entered that child's body. And it was something that Michael Aquino himself would tend to present to people as Seth, Set, and the like. But it really made so much more sense because Set would be the equivalent of the Antichrist. Set would be an entity that did battle with Horus and attempted to bring the world into eternal night and darkness. That would be more the equivalent of an Antichrist ritual succeeding. But the Emerald Lama, that's more the avatar of Nyarlathotep. It's more the avatar. It's more like the harbinger, the herald of the Antichrist. So the Emerald Lama makes more sense, which was what I believe Aquino was always genuflecting or insinuating, was more that he was the Emerald Lama than anyone else. So Peter's very astute. He certainly understands the dynamics that we've been leading to, that the narrative has been leading to. And it's something that, as the man transcribing the experiences of my mother and myself intergenerationally, it's almost something that Peter had to draw conclusions about himself, because there's no way to really express this without sounding trite. If it's expressed directly, my experience, I've learned through hard experience, is that people simply don't accept it because they feel that everything's just too pat. So when people are allowed to connect the dots, draw the lines themselves, then the answer becomes acceptable. Mainly because they've uncovered it or had their own part in uncovering the answer.
Douglas, this has to do with the revelation. We're right now with the planets, and I've been talking about this. This is the time of revelations and communication.
Yes.
And it's it fits the astrology. Like tonight was a revelation, and it's like, for whatever reason, I missed it because it's a lot to process. Number one, I mean, it's just a lot of raw data to process. But as I edit it and put it all together in a understandable narrative, and there are little rough spots, but this was the omitted, and like, what I was looking for was an answer. Well, we just, put him in a box and put him down in Davy Jones's locker, and we went back, and she went back home. And now I can vaguely remember, maybe you did say that, but it's kind of like I lost track of it. And it's like the fact, it just gels perfectly with Aquino's birth and the whole theme of the book, because we start off with Aquino and we end up with the Emerald Llama. Now it's relevant to put Aquino's death into the book, or a mention of it. We don't have to go into it in great detail, but just the fact that he shot himself, and you have to, I don't want to overstate him or adulate him in any way, but you have to admire somebody who takes advantage of dying.
Yes.
So as to incorporate it into a ritual, and it's not a pretty death he was having.
No.
He says, okay, I'm not going to, okay, if I'm going to die, I'll turn it into a magical ritual, and I'll, come back as the Ruby Red Llama or whatever. It's like, whatever going to continue his form as. And, the good news is it was botched.
Yes.
And this shows the interconnectivity between Douglas's mother, the llama, Douglas's mother, the emperor, and then Aquino being born, and then Douglas coming into the orbit of Aquino, the mother in the background. It makes a lot more sense, because if you just hear of Douglas Dietrich, what wall did he come off of? And this explains it. It gives more clarification. It fits very well from a literary perspective, because it rhymes. How it comes out in the wash, I don't know. In other words, do we say, well, this is what happened, this is what it looks like? That'll all be hashed out in the art of writing.
Yes.
That's why alchemy is identified as art. Art is trying to create a emotional response. And because, to tell you the truth, it's not like we can totally ascertain beyond any shadow of a doubt that it was indeed him. I mean, we don't, you don't have DNA that goes from lifetime to lifetime, but it's something that, and I would say, what's interesting about, Aquino had a personality.
Yes.
The Emerald Llama seems more like a big it.
Yes.
And I didn't even say that with reference to the fact that your mother referred to it as an it.
Yes.
And so the Emerald Llama, it gets even more interesting when we consider the Lam aspect of the Emerald Llama, because she identified it as Lam.
Yes.
It also fits in with the gray aliens and all of this Cho-Cho business.
Yes.
And why Aquino could control the Cho to the degree that he did.
Yes.
That, was one of a similar nature. Because how does this, American serviceman,
Yes.
how does he get in so good with the Cho? I mean, even how can he communicate him? How do they even give him the time of day?
Yes.
Rituals or are good, but are they that good? So it's like this explains a lot, and especially if one can recognize and understand the quantum mechanics. I think this kind of, and we're not done yet, but this helps take the book, knock it out of the park, so to speak.
Yeah.
This last revelation here, that the Emerald Llama, is a Kino, or for all practical purposes might as well be. It just makes a lot of sense. And now we have, this is not just the voice of a Kino, this is the voice of the Emerald Llama. Yes. And Douglas now has it.
Well, you know now why Aquino was monitoring my mother all that time. It wasn't simply the fact that the Department of Defense had an interest in her. He had a personal vendetta against her because she had killed him. That was something that he never said directly, but again hinted at darkly and fairly definitively, despite not saying it or articulating it in terms of an out-there statement. He had his tone of voice, his insistence. He had been monitoring my mother since well before either my sister or I was born. My sister preceding myself, of course. His motivation was quite personal, and there was this feeling that that there was an ongoing strife and a unfinished business. That was a term he actually did use several times. And of course, it's in this context that it makes sense.
Did you say it to your mom, or he just said it in general?
Oh, he said it definitely in reference to my mother. That's the reason why I bring it up. Again, I want to ask everyone to be patient with me when I speak of these things. Just to give people an example, my psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran, who people can look up. I mean, you'll never find her photograph, of course, for reasons I've articulated. Her face is, along with the rest of her body, is quite burned, deformed by the napalm bombings of the Americans, and she had gotten caught in one of their bomb runs when she was young. She was brought over to the United States in the same sense that the Americans brought over the Hiroshima Maidens, which people can look that up. People can look up the Hiroshima Maidens, were terribly burned Japanese women that were brought to the United States to undergo plastic surgery in this diplomatic effort of reconciliation, of rapprochement. And when it came to Dr. Tao Tran, apparently there was nothing they could do, or at least nothing much. And but Dr. Tao Tran has made certain to compartmentalize many of my memories because of their trauma. And but some things are just not her, but just myself compartmentalizing and blocking out, at least transitionally. Now, for instance, I've spoken of the fact that I've conducted 3 different spells in my lifetime, each one of them intensive and literally warping the fabric of space and time itself, extending lifespans or ending them. These are not casual. Now, I know that at some point, again, I'll remember what the 3rd spell I conducted was, but for the moment, just to show people how traumatic these incidents are, I can't consciously recollect what it was that I was doing with the 3rd spell, what the 3rd spell was that I conducted. But understand, of course, when you conduct these spells, you have to enter gnosis. And perhaps we'll describe that on Sunday, kind of try and describe this strange, intense state of magical consciousness, and how it's something that obviously even the very memory of it can be daunting enough where you can't consciously recollect it years later until something triggers the memory. or reminds you, oh yeah, that's why I did this and this is what I did.
Right, GENOCIDE in the book, and so you have done that.
Yeah.
But what's interesting when you talk about casting the spell and warping space and time, this reminds me of the space translation that Radu describes that takes place, that's orchestrated by the Lama. It'd be interesting to read that, because when I was very impressed from his description of how space translates. They're in Transylvania, and then the space warps, and they end up in Tibet with the Yidam. I should read. It's because I thought it was really masterful writing.
Mm-hmm.
Just as right, I said that's really brilliant description.
Mm-hmm.
One of his failings as a writer, from my perspective as an editor, like the book just kind of ends. It just kind of ends. He doesn't contextualize on that second book. So like, I'm all about context. And, I did provide, I put in a bunch of my own experiences in that book, because it wasn't a thick enough book.
Yes.
Great book. And it just had to conform to whatever it conformed to. And that was okay. But yeah, it was very rich. And so when we talk about a spell, and this is one of the, I guess, daunting or challenging issues. It's also an interesting issue, is when we get deeper into these subjects. As you say, she has to filter, Douglas's mother, when you get into that realm. It's like a fugue state, they call it in psychiatry.
Yes.
It's vague, but all of this stuff, when you get into the quantum realm, I think they show it in that Dreamscape movie, when things can allow, and my teacher has described it in the when you really get into the zone in Qigong, or in martial arts, or in things slow down. They just slow down, and you can really move with a lot of deliberation. You've heard this when people get in an accident or stuff.
Yes.
You see things slow down.
Absolutely.
Time slow down. Well, in Qigong, you're told to slow down. Slow things down. And as I say, and I said that, it's great advice if you're involved in an activity you don't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta write out that utility bill or whatever it is. It's just, and I don't feel like picking up a pen and doing it. You just slow down and say, look at the pen, look at the bill, look at the pen. It hurts you to pay it or not. It may hurt you, it may not, but whether you just don't want to do it, just put down and you do it, or dust behind the TV set or whatever it is. Okay, slow down and do it. But so when we get into the realms of, say, the martial arts or any athletics, you want to slow things down so you can see what you're doing. Now, when we move into the magical realms, wow, yes. that becomes and now we see the I don't want to call it this, but I don't know this word, the incestuous group of you, Aquino,
yes,
and your mother,
yes.
And the Emerald Lama. It's like you're all part of, I don't want to say incestuous, it's not right, but what's the word? Close together.
Yes.
It's maybe that is the right word, and not in a sexual sense.
Understood. Understood.
But yeah, it's like old karmic ties. Now, somebody who wants to be critical of Douglas could say, "Oh, you got to let go of his karma. He's got shitty karma," or, you know. It's like, "Oh, so I grew up with the roaches." You can say that, but what's at stake here was the whole empire of Japan.
Yes.
And the enemies of Japan, and also the enemies of mankind.
Thank you.
And this is big fodder. It's big fodder. So when we get into and I want to, this is, triple the reason to donate to Douglas too, because when you look at this,
thank you.
Yeah, we asking for donations. He needs them right now. But this is, if there's ever a good reason to donate or donate more, what you've just heard tonight is. God, it's heavy duty stuff. The other aspect, which I did mention already, is this whole Lam aspect of the Emerald Lama. We go back to Aleister Crowley. He does this sexual magic working in New York with Roddy Minor, the Amalanthra working, and this creature Lam appears. Looks like the Emerald Lama. And he then goes to Montauk. And it's almost, if there's no better candidate for doing the Montauk project than some character like Long.
Yes.
And when we think of it as Aquino had a certain amount of contempt for Crowley.
Yes.
I would, but he didn't understand Crowley's Book of the Law. He probably didn't give a shit either. Aquino had a lot of failings just with his ego and his humanness, but that wasn't his ego and his personality were not his mastery. He lived up to his mastery. He lived up to his mastery as far as what he was able to facilitate through the national security complex. And he also, but he was undermined ultimately by Douglas, who defeated him once again. It's like the DNA
Yes.
of the vampires defeated him.
Yes.
Two times at least.
Yes.
So, and then when we think of altering space-time, that's the Montauk Project, altering space-time. When I think of how this parlays into the work of David Anderson, it gets interesting because, it's like, it's been noticed that when there's an atomic radiation in an area, that the life will bounce back faster
Yes.
and stronger.
Yes.
This is kind of what David Anderson represents. It's like, okay, Montauk is this horrendous thing, and then he bounces up with technology that's easier, better, and more explainable than anything Preston could come up with or explain, or what they had back then.
Yes.
Its access and use is a different issue. But nevertheless, it's bending space-time.
Yes.
So, and I've always said how when I would start to, that David would often come into my life right on the back of a magical reference, whether it be studying the work of John Dee or having that meeting on the Book of the Law Days 10 years ago or 15 years, 14 years ago, which I did, and I picked those days. I picked the days because April's a good time to go to Montauk, and I said, 10th was a weekend. I said, this is perfect. Because, I'm looking to generate a synchronicity. And sure enough, I did not know David was going to come. And I was bringing the medicine man back. So there's a lot of rich things here. Now, before I go,
Yes.
something about AI and computers. And I was thinking today of Steve Anthony. Steve, huge British computer company. I had no idea how big and important he was. It wasn't in a good light when I read about it. And he called me up and wanted me to, was going to send me Amato's books to distribute in the United States.
Who was?
Steve Anthony.
Okay.
Elon Computer. I think it's called Elon Computer.
Okay.
And Steve Anthony calls me up on the phone from Britain, and so I was going to get Amato's books into the country, Amato Crowley's. And my problem was I couldn't get a straight answer out of him because he didn't really know about the customs. If I'm importing anything, what's customs going to do? Anything they want.
Yes.
And it's an occult book. So if these books are going to come in at $8 a pop or whatever they are, they might come out, I might have to pay an unnecessary tax on them because customs has been out of shape, you see.
Yes.
Especially with an occult book. So I couldn't get an answer out of him, and the communication kind of broke down. And I pursued it, and then I had this black belt guy that I knew that he came over to lecture, and he was English, and he knocked on the door. He had to really knock on that door to get an answer. And I don't remember if he found Steve or not. It was weird. He said it was very weird. The whole thing was very weird.
Wow.
And then finally I had another guy who tracked down Diamond Books, because I was trying to get his books. And this was a funny thing I told before. And the guy goes, it was like he had to track down to find Diamond Books, which was the name of the book company that was publishing Amato's books. And he finally finds the guy.
Uh-huh.
He goes, Diamond Books. Yes, I'm Diamond Books. What do you want to know for? He says, I want to buy your book. What for? It's like this occult energy that especially can ride in England. I mean, you can have this anywhere, but something about England, What do you want to know for? Distribute books. Yeah. So, but there's something about Steve Anthony, and maybe it had to do with AI. Maybe it had to do with computer, but he was like, the computer company. I mean, he was like the. What did you have before you had Google?
It was really weird. We had help us out here, Aristides. You would know. It was basically, wasn't it in the old days? It was we had the TRS 90s, and what were the original companies?
Okay, TRS-90, and what was the question?
What were the original companies that before we had Google? And Google, of course, is a service, not so much a company like Bill Gates and
Yeah.
Jobs were. But this guy had like one of the older companies. So
Here it is.
Yeah.
Stephen Philip Anthony. Well, it talks about all these computers he worked for. Elan Computing. Is that him?
Oh, let's see. The Tandy TRS-80.
Yeah. By the way, that's not a company, people. That's just
The computer.
Yeah, it's a computer that I always. Yeah.
Computers, yeah.
I always found it funny because they used to call them the trash 90s. TRS 90s, trash 90s. Get it? Poor things. But at any rate,
Yeah, the one before that came out in 77. So
Here's Elan Technologies, targeted defining, optimizing, and aligning our clients' business strategies with IT initiatives. Work with mid-size and Fortune 500 companies. Just a bunch of blah blah. But they were. I was surprised to find out what a big executive is, what a big executive he was with computing. And, you know, when somebody like that is interested in the occult, let alone Amato Crowley, Amato was connected to some really strange energies. He's a very strange man. And I don't say that with disrespect. There are other reasons to question his, not his authenticity, but his general character.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think I had somebody, and this is the typical English bullshit. There was a woman in England who called him up, and you know, the last letter he ever wrote to me was, "I am relieved to be back in touch with you." And then he said, it was a very short letter. And then, you know, it must have been a year later, and I had this lady in England calling on my behalf, and she had some conversations with him. Mm-hmm. And she was kind of warming up, and she says, yeah, Peter Moon would like to know why you haven't written. And he goes, Peter Moon, why does he want to know? Sometimes you just don't write.
Wow.
You know, she said, just sometimes you just don't write. Was he going to write about me? What's he going to write about? Like, you know what? You know, it's and I never really written about it. And he's passed away so long, I could, you know, say all sorts of things about him. Not that I really have much bad to say about him, but, you know, he's been identified with whatever his name is as a psychologist, but there was an occult heaviness to him. But I would say, to his credit, that although he was he wrote a book like Ghost Stories or something. It was very misogynistic.
Jesus.
And it was just like really exposed him as a jerk, I suppose. You know, I didn't ever read it. His 3 books on Aleister Crowley were very good, I thought. The Secrets of Aleister Crowley, the Riddles of Aleister Crowley. I think it was The Mysteries of Aleister Crowley, and I think he wanted to write The Wrath of Aleister Crowley, which was about the killing of Aleister, the murder of Aleister Crowley, and by Israel Regardie, according to him, and that kind of validated out through my book, because you know, and it there can also be occult deaths.
Yes.
When you get into this realm. But I don't mean to imply it was an occult death.
Yeah, this seems far more visceral.
Yeah, and but yeah, and so that book never happened. And he, but he had a lot of occult knowledge. There's no question he had a lot of occult knowledge. And he even did some automatic writing for me,
Wow.
which he shared with me. And it was kind of about, it was like Montauk Indian spirits coming out of the, like saying, kind of like, we don't like you walking on this land, but we do understand what you're doing, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, declared me innocent, but walking on holy land out there. Well, I wasn't desecrating it like what was done out there. But he was, because he wrote about me in his books, at least one of them, and, because I was, I had the contact with him. So he was interesting. But then in the end, he hated the OTO, because the OTO hated him, because they considered him an imposter, but they were imposters. So it's like, you get into this petty, for lack of a better word, fag fighting. I guess that's all you can call it. Petty ass stuff. And it was, and I think one of the most interesting, I've said this before, I'll say it again since we're on the magical topic, is I had gone to visit my friend Madeline out in Suffolk County, and we were going to watch a tape together. I think it was, I don't even remember what it was, probably a Stan Tenen tape. And we went to pick up her friend, Allison, who arrived on the train. We went and picked up Allison, and then we came back to Madeline's house, and Madeline's parents' house, and we're watching the video, and somehow the subject of Aleister Crowley comes up, because I'm working on that research.
Mm-hmm.
And Allison says, "Oh, my boyfriend bought this walking stick of Aleister Crowley's from Jimmy Page's estate. And she bought Aleister Crowley, and ever since he bought that stick, I started having dreams of this, lurid old man chasing me, this lascivious old man chasing me. I made him get rid of that walking stick, and the dream stopped."
Oh.
So I'm driving home, and I stopped by. I missed my turnoff. Only time I've ever missed that turnoff.
Wow.
To get home. And I said, well, the next turnoff, I can stop by the post office and see if I have any mail. It's a Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And I stopped by the post office, and there's one letter in the box, which was unusual in those days to just have one letter, usually more than that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sandwiched in between two, not one, but two of these comic book pamphlets that are like not very wide,
Mm-hmm.
not very high, in their Jehovah's Witnesses comic book pamphlet. There's a guy who used to pass them out in the post office, pass out stuff. And so for some reason, I have two, not one. And they're on either side of Amato Crowley's letter. It's a letter from Amato Crowley.
Ah.
And I think that's the one where he said he was relieved to be back in touch with me. But it was very weird that, you got Crowley right between the two Jesus documents, as if they were insulating. That stuff is unmistakable.
Yes.
You can't discount that. And right after, listen to this lady Allison tell me about her horrible dreams from Aleister Crowley's walking stick.
Yes.
that's a whole nother sideline. But what you shared today was really good.
Bless you. Thank you for your patience.
Well, it's this is like, I guess it's kind of like birthing a baby. It's not always easy.
Yes, thank you.
I watched my wife go through 23 hours of labor.
Oh,
She gave birth to my daughter, and it was very painful for her. I think it damaged her psyche quite badly.
yeah.
All that pain, because she wouldn't take any drugs, which I think was a big mistake. Caused her a lot of pain, and what L. Ron Hubbard would call the birth engram.
Yes.
And I don't know if she's ever properly run it out, but so be it. But birthing is a painful process, and it doesn't have to be, and it's often done badly. They do horrible things with women, and I hear, they just cut them up.
Yeah, yeah.
They cut them up, and it's just, and they're not even going to talk about it. It's like they're butchers.
Yeah.
And they get more money for a C-section.
Yeah. It's
They're
true.
disgusting. They're disgusting.
Thank you.
I don't know if they do that in countries like Costa Rica. I don't know if they do it in countries like Romania. I would imagine it's much more humane.
Thank you. Yes.
But I don't know. I don't know. So, listen, thanks a lot. This, it'll work out perfect. I got plenty of time to, work on this before we have our next meeting.
Yes.
And so it's a lot of that, putting all that gobbledygook together, because it's a lot to process.
Yes.
And it's a neat plot twist for me, not only to hear that the Emerald Lama got it, but that the Aquino connection.
Yes.
Which just makes total sense. So I hope you can go in some more less emotionally challenging directions for the rest of the night. And who knows, I might be back in the morning. I might have a dream to share. Who the hell knows?
Well, you'll certainly be welcome if you wake up in time. If I'm still transmitting, I should be. But definitely, we love you dearly. And
remember to donate to Douglas. Remember
you.
to donate to Douglas. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button.
Thank you so much. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Okay?
Okay, good night.
All right. Bye for now. That's skybooksusa.com for Peter Moon. And what we're going to do now is call all of the usual suspects. I want to thank Aristides profoundly for his helping with that. And honestly, sometimes I just get overwhelmed with the flashbacks of these affairs. And I hope people can understand that. Okay, with this, we're going to bring on whoever is willing to come on, and let me see if I can remember to dial Victoria Lauren Hobbs so that she can come in at her leisure, should she wish to do so. And usually she comes by in the morning as well, and that's always welcome. Troy Bellamy, if he's still awake, which I highly doubt, but we'll bug him anyway. And he's one of the few people I feel comfortable doing that with. Amy Como, of course. And let's see what we have here. Oh, Brooke Gibson, it goes without saying. Nemo Albano. Heather Holman, of course. And Amanda Yu. Jennifer Hawkins as well. So I think that's everybody who's on the normal list. And we will now press that button. Okay, and everybody's going to be dialed. We'll see who responds. And then I can take a little bit of a break, as I usually do. get myself caffeinated and coked up, and
All
ultimately,
right. Well, I hope something goofy happens. I think you need like a mood, lightener after all that. Like Brooke calls or something.
well, honestly, thank you so much for intervening, and I think that dear Peter lightened up the mood well enough by relating the silliness of that British mogul, and he does use the Brits as a bit of a punt, so to speak, as he kicks them around a bit, and he has some fun with that. Heather Holman has joined us. So, honey, let's test your audio here. How are you? Say
I think
hello.
I'm better now.
Oh, well, you were always...
Definitely okay.
Yeah, you were always fine. You were always fine. But, oh, well, I mean, you were undergoing a lot of stress, of course. I mean...
I don't know what the deal was with the. It was just like it was intentional because I didn't have any problems with my internet yesterday, last time.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've going... yeah, how about, where are you? I take it you're...
Oh, I'm home. I'm at home now.
Okay. Were you able to rendezvous with Noreen?
Yeah, no, actually, I didn't see Noreen. I saw one of my girlfriends from high school. Actually, I went out to find her, and she was right across the street from me the whole time. And I found her the last day.
Wow! Oh my God!
Yeah.
And how did that work out? I mean,
Yeah.
did you guys hit it off again, or what?
Oh no, my friend's like one of my best friends from forever, and she's just having a hard time, and that's why I couldn't find her. She's hard to reach because I didn't have a way to get a hold of her.
Well, when you say she had a hard time, what are you able to share?
Well, she's just she has some trouble. She was gonna have both her hips replaced, but she had one of them replaced, and it didn't.
How old is this? How old is this individual?
She's my age. We're 50.
What her hips? Why are her hips so bad?
She's always had. She's double jointed, and she's always had problems. She never sat appropriately. All kinds of number of things. But yeah, it's just her mom has the same problem now, her mother. So anyways, needless to say, she's just unstable as far as her life and because she's a mother as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I just found her. She goes to a different place every week, so.
Uh-huh. She goes to a different place every week. It sounds almost as if she's homeless.
Well, because she goes from like the Ritz, Capri, or she goes. They give her a lot of money in her vouchers to stay because she's disabled. So she stays in the Airbnbs at Laguna Beach and Laguna Niguel.
I'm sorry. So she's like hanging out at these Airbnbs near the beach, and I mean, there's
millions of dollars on the homes.
But there's all kinds of people out there who have health issues. What makes her so special that they give her such support? I mean, how do I get in? How do I get in on this?
I don't know. Maybe it's because she's a mother or something like that.
A mother. I mean, how many kids?
Well, she's got one that just turned 18, and then she has one more that's under 18.
Oh my God! Forgive me for yawning. It has nothing to do with you. So she's got a kid that's not legal yet, and so I guess that's why they're supporting her. But that still seems an awful. Yeah, it's not that I'm complaining and saying that she shouldn't have this.
No. Well, she doesn't have any support from her husband, so that's what she's got.
Oh my God! So what about the husband? He just ran away?
Well, I'll be honest with you, since I didn't name any names, he's in jail. He just went to jail, so yeah.
I mean, since you're not naming names, do you know what the crime is? I'm just curious. I mean, we're not naming any names.
I don't know. Who knows this time? It's probably disturbing the peace or some. I think it might have something to do with the kids because the kid is the one that ended up calling the police that caused the initial complaint. So I don't know if it has to do with the kids or not.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, fascinating stuff. Well, I'm glad that you were able...
needless to say, I'm glad that I didn't find her until the very last day because it was so stressful. I was just happy to, been able to relax for a while just to handle that.
Yeah. I mean, you may have noticed my frustration earlier because
Yes.
You know, it's one of those things that. But all that being said, you've been through a lot lately. So when it came to your Skype technology, probably it was glitched while you were down in Southern California for any number of reasons. I mean, nothing to dwell on. But
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't dwell on it. I mean, as far as my phones have always been listened in on and stuff like my, story of my life.
Mhm. Yeah, well, you and I are birds of a feather in that regard, and we are not alone. Amy Como, of course, suffers that as well, and as does, it's amazing that Aristides seems to be getting off lightly when it comes to this sort of thing. And
Well,
that's
yeah, he works hard though. He pays
yeah,
his taxes.
yeah. You think that's the secret, Aristides? You think they give a shit? I mean, do you?
Yeah, or I don't know. Could be. Sometimes I wonder if somebody's casting like a retardation spell on me, but then I realize that could just be like the side effects of life.
Oh no, yeah, this world. It's this world we're living
Yeah,
in.
that or you see a grown man that has to take care of multiple chihuahuas, and you're like, I guess he's suffering enough. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
let him be.
Yeah. Well, Heather Holman.
Which is true. I don't need to suffer anymore. Right.
I like how he's sending out that affirmation to the universe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Really, I'm just already suffering a lot.
At any rate, yeah, Heather used to ask me a lot about, have you seen Idiocracy? And I would like tell her, hell, honey, why for? I live it every goddamn day. I don't know if you ever saw the film Aristides, but
I'm not recalling seeing it right now.
Oh, okay. No.
Everybody has to see Idiocracy. If they have not seen it, you have to see it.
It is required viewing, I guess, for the sake of just, yeah, because you'll just get vibes of how close it is to reality, and it's just funny and depressing at the same time. Aristides, I noticed you went mute there for a second. You are ready to talk with Heather for a few minutes while I refresh myself, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so I do want everyone to know I will be back, and I'll be back soon. So everyone stay here. These wonderful people have a lot to say. They've been through a lot in life, and they've got a lot to share, and I'll be back, and I'll, participate in Roundtable at some point. We believe George Knight will show up, and then he'll be with us for about an hour, after which point I'll go into monologue if things go as planned. Things might organically develop in a different direction, but certainly I'll otherwise go into monologue. And eventually. Wasn't like the other night. I do want people to know that the latest episode before tonight's, I was anxious to start monologue because I wanted to get something out about the Israeli attack against Iran before George Knight showed up. And so I did have to kind of let everyone know I just wanted to get started. Tonight we don't have that level of necessarily, shall we say, pressure on time, that time constraint. We don't have that time constraint. But okay, I'm going to go mute for about 10-ish minutes, 10 minutes. I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes, but these two wonderful people have got this, and let me check the chat room before I take my little break here. Again, I want to thank our lovely Heather Holman, who contributed 100 United States dollars. Again, we encourage everyone to follow her example, and we will, I'll be back soon enough, and we'll get into the roundtable portion for a bit. And
do you think that if I matched some donation, like if somebody sends $5, then I'll send $5, and if somebody sends 20, then I'll send 20. Do you think that since people have so much, they're not thrilled, they're not big fans of me, maybe they'll try to really donate to you tonight, just to make sure that I donate to you?
It's like a telethon.
It's that's really cute. I don't want you to put yourself out. I really.
No, I just figured that'll do it.
It might. I don't know if. I don't know if our listeners are of that nature where they kind of go for that, but wouldn't hurt to experiment.
I think that your listenership probably aren't very big fans of myself.
Oh, don't say that. Why on earth would you ever say that? No, nobody.
Well, because I wasn't for a long time. I thought I was like the worst piece of shit, you know, and
Don't,
you would
don't,
have
don't
no
even
reason to
say
believe
that. That was never the case. Honestly, Aristides, you've heard me dump all over a lot of people. Have
Yeah.
you ever heard me dump over on Heather Holman?
I have not.
Thank you. Thank you. I have never dumped on
Yeah.
you. No, there's no reason anyone would have thought that.
Well,
So
I would have if I were you.
it, that's silly. That's silly. There's no reason for
No,
me
I
to.
know it's silly. So silly. In fact, why don't you go refresh yourself?
Yeah, yes, I'll do that. Thank you. That's cute. Okay. I'll do that. And I adore you, Heather. We've
Oh,
always, yeah, we've always had nobody ever thought anything of you that was negative. I've never brought anything up about you that was negative. I never put it in that light. I had always
right.
explained, yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
That's true. You haven't. I'll admit that.
Thank you.
I just thought it was. I did get a kick out of the dreams that Christina Joanna Hart would have, or
Yes.
whatever. People
Yes.
would have dreams about me and stuff like that.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
That's
People would
funny.
claim that they saw you. Yeah. People. Yeah. It was. Yeah. And so I would
Did
relate
a
those.
trip, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's just to show that you're out there. You've got this. Your essence is out there. People. You've impressed people. There you are. You impress
Oh,
people.
I
And
thank you, Doug. And you know what? I just feel like I was made. Like all this stuff that I've gone through, whether it's real or not, it's real to me, and I must have gone through it for some reason.
well.
You know.
It's well, I guess we can all say that. I'm not quite sure if that's what makes us feel better, but it's
Yeah.
oh my God. Let's put it this way. Let's try and think of all that as the negative numbers, and we're gonna try and look forward to the positive numbers. I think you've
Oh
come into,
yeah.
yeah, you've come into a more positive space in your life, and you've got yeah, okay, with that having been said, I'll go refresh myself. I'll be back soon enough, and you guys have got this. And my love to you both. I'll go mute now.
Oh,
Sure. Sure.
okay.
That's
So yeah, Aristides,
yeah.
how
Yeah. You're
how I've
fine.
gone
Yeah. You're fine.
how
Don't
I've
worry about
gone through with everything lately. I know I've ever since I found that whipped cream vodka,
it. Hmm.
it's on. I've never been an alcoholic in my whole life, but
Oh.
now I can say I am because I go to the store to buy that stuff. It's so
Hmm.
good. So
It's okay. I mean, you're just having a moment, enjoying that right now.
yeah. Well,
Um.
I'm never much of a drinker, but now
Yeah.
it's funny that I picked it up later in life. But
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably has to do with
Sometimes
my
people get
environment.
tired of drinks. Like you might be like, all right, I'm kind of over this now. Maybe you want to do
Well,
something
yeah,
else.
it's like
Take,
my
or take.
environment. Yeah. So when's the last time you've been to California?
I have not.
You have not.
No, I have not. Always wanted
I was
to
sitting on the
see
I
it.
was sitting on the beach and I felt two earthquakes start to happen and then they stopped. But it was all I felt two of like little rumbles. You know,
Yeah. I
it's
know I
gonna
could.
happen.
I know I could enjoy the weather there. So like that's the one thing I kind of long for California. It's like, you know, depending where you
When's the
are.
last time you've been on vacation?
Um, been a good while.
Maybe you need a vacation.
Too long. Yeah. Well, I know I do.
Where would you want to go if you could pick anywhere?
Mm. Oh, got some things in Europe to go see.
Europe,
Yeah.
like Venice,
No, no, family related stuff.
Rome.
No.
Where would you go in Europe?
Um, I would go back to Greece. I've been there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hmm.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Everything
Yeah.
looks so crisp and clean, but it's so
Yeah.
old. So how
The
could it be so
yeah.
crisp and clean?
Yeah, and it's just the weather's so nice. It's like always like arid and breezy, and it's like I think some people that grew up in California don't know how good they have it because apparently I get like in the winter we get like Canada's air, In the summer, we get like Alabama.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like
it just
Alabama.
doesn't smell like new air. It smells like old air.
No, I'm saying it's like no, it's cold in the winter, and then it's like a jungle in the summer. It's like
Oh, do you have a humidity?
it's like yeah, it's like stagnant and humid. It's horrible. Like I can't tell you how horrible that is.
Ew.
So that's why
What
it's
do you call
like
that?
always,
Swamp
you know.
is swamp ass.
Yeah.
You get swampy. Yeah.
It feels pretty swamp. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
It was like a dry,
Yeah, when it
breezy,
gets,
like, you know,
if it gets
California
humid
spot.
here in Arizona, when it gets really hot, if it's humid, you just feel like you're in a sauna or like in a sauna, literally.
How humid does it get in Arizona?
How humid? It just depends. Like when it's a monsoon, it has to be 32% humidity 3 days in a row before it'll rain. So it gets humid and it's just sweltering and icky, like you're saying, but no motion in the air. It's just all like sweltering. And
Yeah.
you go 2 days and then it will not get that much precipitation the next day. So you have to start over for the monsoon. It's just grueling.
But while you're waiting for that, like, what's the humidity? Are you saying it's like below 50% or above?
Below. Yeah, it has to reach.
No, that's still pretty nice.
Yeah, no, it is nice, but the humidity it has to be 33 3 days in a row for monsoon to rain.
Yeah. But I mean,
Do you get monsoon?
Not really like that, although we've gotten some heavy rains, but yeah, imagine it's like, above 50% humid a bunch of days. That's how it can get.
Ooh, I couldn't even imagine that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes. Yuck.
So anywhere where it's not that would be nice. There are some nights, but the nice is too short. It's like in between. It's like spring seems like it lasts a month, and then summer lasts 5 months, and then like fall lasts like a month, and then winter lasts 5 months.
Yeah.
There's not enough of that like pleasant. It's like that now. Where it's just you're outside, you're like, it's nice.
Oh yeah, you get in between. We go straight from summer to winter.
Yeah, there's not enough in between.
Yeah. Still trying to guess where you're from.
East Coast, middle of the East Coast.
All right. Is there a gun manufacturing plant where you live?
Not that I'm aware of.
No Winchester manufacturing or anything like that.
No, I don't. I think I would have heard of that if it was around here.
So you're not in Vermont.
No.
Okay.
No, I said like around the middle portion of the East Coast. I'm in there.
The portion of the East Coast. Yeah. Chicago.
It's not the coast.
Oh, the coast.
It's the coast of a lake.
Is it? And you said it's not Maryland.
It's close to there.
It's
close
not
enough.
Philadelphia.
Close enough.
So it's New Jersey.
They're all close enough.
Right. Then New England.
In that general
area. New England.
In that general area, yeah.
I have to get my charger for my phone, or else it's not going to be on. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm listening about the Federal Trade Commission.
Yeah. I used to use headphones, but then I couldn't like keep my phone charged while I was like doing the headphones. So I had like one of those like wireless ones where you set it on the little charging thing, but like it seemed to like beat
that didn't work?
No, it worked, but I just felt like after a while the phone was getting like hot. I was like,
right. Yeah, those things don't seem to last for very long. I'm going in the other room. We had one of those that you set your phone on and it just didn't last for very long.
Yeah. No, I think the thing works. It's just like, I think it was just like hard on the phone.
I'm getting a new phone. I don't know which kind of iPhone to get because I have an old like 2021
Mm-hmm.
from 2020. So
Mhm.
I don't know which one to get.
Mm.
I figure might as well just get a 15, but I could get a 14 or a 13 or blah, 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 you know? I don't know which one.
You could, but
Anything will be better than this one.
Can't be that bad.
Oh, it's kind of slow.
Kind of slow. Would you say it's 20? It's the SE 2020.
Yeah, 2020. It's like 128. I don't know what that means.
128. The memory 128.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an okay phone. It depends. I don't know. It could be kind of like clogged up. Should run fine.
I don't know how to fix that.
Have you updated? Let it update the iOS operating system.
I'm sure I did at some point,
Yeah.
or it automatically does it, right?
It can be set to automatic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It often is. I think you usually have to disable it, but
I'm afraid to do anything on settings, you know, because I might break it or do something wrong.
no. Well, you maybe have to. Sometimes that could help your feeling like it's not working problems.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, well, that's what I have my
clean. Maybe you need to
my
clean up
lovely-
space. I mean,
right.
like what does it say?
And that's not much
how
memory,
full-
right? 128.
Yeah. How much of that 128 is full?
Probably all of it.
Yeah. Well, that could be your problem right there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make sense.
Maybe deleting some stuff or cleaning something
It just
up.
seems like whenever I delete like apps or like icons,
Mhm.
they're always still there. It's like they don't go away. So I feel like it's still saving all that space.
They don't go away. That's weird. Well,
like if I like go to re-download to some app, it'll say, "Oh, you've already got this," you know?
Yeah. It keeps some. I don't know if that'll save a lot of space. Maybe more photos and videos and caches, depending on what programs you use. It might have a cache, like cleaning. If they can be cleaned out. Temporary storage, you can reduce. Sometimes you got to reduce the size of the cache depending on what you're using. Like it's just like filling up, using too much
I wonder
memory.
if like as human beings, as people, we've got to have cache files, you know, and how would we compare that to being like clearing out your cache files?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think I kind of get what you're saying, but I'd like to know.
I mean, some people will tell you like you take mushrooms, man, or like some kind of a psychedelic, and there's got to be an easier way.
Well, I mean that can help done right, like done very small.
Maybe that's what our sleeping is for.
What?
To dump all our cache files.
That too, yeah.
Save everything that needs to be saved, and then
yeah. But
reset.
Yeah. How do we dump our cache? How do we as people dump our cache? Right.
Get sleep. I guess that's logical.
Yeah, that's really the only go-to way.
Logical explanation. Unless
there's
something we don't know
way.
about it.
Sometimes it's not quite enough. How do you really more spiritually, clean out your cache, right?
Oh, your heart.
Yeah, or I don't know. Heart. Yeah, whatever load of crap you're carrying.
Yeah, emotional or whatever. It could be. It could be mental. It could be emotional.
Yeah. So we talk about people, holding on to things. So it's like, how do you clear that? How do you clear your energy cache?
Right. Well, you just make room and get rid of the old and get new.
Yeah.
Sometimes people think it's the end of the world when they can't find their phone, or if their phone gets lost. It's like maybe that's just a new beginning for you to be smarter and faster.
Right.
That's where I'm at right now.
Pretty much.
So where's Brandon Zoget?
Oh, good question. He didn't show up tonight. I hope he added him to the call. I'll have to try to double check that, which I'll do now. That he did add him. Right, George.
Yes.
I don't know if you added them. Let me see. I am.
Yo, what's up?
Hey.
Anymore.
What's going on?
Where does the time go? We were talking about like where cache files go from our own personal minds, but where does the time go? Does it get recycled?
I've got no idea.
I don't either.
Fucking recently, did you look at the recent news regarding what's going on in Palestine, Israel? Just like yesterday, they found over 400 bodies just got recovered from mass graves in and around a major hospital in Gaza's Khan Yunis, relief workers have said. But yeah, the Israelis, they just dumped all these citizen bodies in big graves that they dug, that they've been found. 3 mass graves containing hundreds of bodies, mostly of women and children, were discovered at Nasser Hospital, or Nasser, however it's pronounced, spelled Nassel. AIDS group told Sky News Arabia. This comes after Gaza's civil defense said on Sunday that health workers had uncovered bodies of people killed and buried by Israeli forces at the hospitals during their raid. The mass graves were discovered weeks after Israeli forces ended a 3-month occupation of Khan Yunis, where they repeatedly attacked the hospitals and reportedly carried out executions on the spot. The hospitals was considered one of Gaza's biggest, but by February was barely functioning after Israeli forces launched a deadly raid on it, where hundreds were detained and medical staff beaten. Fucking hell. This is just like a couple of graves are found. Who knows how many more that's yet to be discovered. So it just adds up to the total death toll from IDF. You just didn't look into that recently?
What's
Big
that?
news.
What's that? The idea?
Regarding the 400 bodies found in the mass graves.
No,
like Gaza Khan Yunis.
I don't think I saw that. Where was that?
In Gaza's Khan Yunis. Around the
Gaza.
major hospitals.
Uh-huh.
Not long ago, I forgot which specific hospital that got attacked by so-called Hamas terrorists, but it was really IDF in disguise as the terrorists attacking the people inside.
I'm trying to see if he added Brendan even to the call, because like I don't feel like I see him on the, you know, how you can usually say he added.
So good.
Yeah, how he added people. Like, are you there? Wait.
Yeah, I don't see his name added in the list.
Just
remind him when he gets back.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah, I don't see his name. Like, so I'm trying to invite him, but I can't not finding him in the invite thing. Like, I don't think he left him out on purpose.
Just we'll remind Doug when he gets back.
Yeah. I don't know. I asked him. Like, he didn't say he didn't want him to come. Like, why would he not want him to come on?
Not sure.
He's like the only solid guy we got.
Yeah, well, George Knight's joining soon. Eventually, I think.
Hopefully, yeah.
From what I've heard. What's local news going on? Do you get many of those, riots starting at all in your area? Or
no, not yet. Not yet.
It's just mostly happening in the bigger cities and both on the east and west coast.
Riots are happening?
No, it's just there's always some public turmoil going on. But it only mostly occurs, obviously, in big cities. Yeah, I don't think you're in a big city area.
No, it's not really big. I wouldn't call it a big city,
Yeah, have you been to LA? or New York?
New York, yeah, not California.
How was your experience over there in New York?
It's a long time ago. I don't know. I mean, it's like it's kind of a wow factor seeing it, but I can't say I like enjoyed being there. You know.
Was it before or after the 9/11?
New York City. Yeah. I guess after.
All right.
Uh,
You never
Good
went
morning.
by. Oh,
Yeah,
hey
I don't know.
George, how's it going?
Yeah, I haven't tried to go back.
I was
No.
gonna ask if you went by the site
No,
of the.
no, I haven't done that.
It's just looking at a picture of that place is ominous.
Yeah.
Who's including Building 7 from the aerial perspective? Isn't it like three? This big fucking empty. What are they? Is it a square or a triangle? And the square. Yeah, it's a square.
What?
At the sites where the buildings were destroyed, where they fixed it and refurbished the area.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just pits where the buildings used to be, square pits.
Yeah.
Isn't there one for Building 7 as well,
I don't think so.
where it got destroyed, or just the two big ones?
They want you to totally forget about it. Like, why? I don't think so. Why would there be?
Mhm.
Maybe there is, but I doubt it. Because everything they try to focus on, you know, the towers and not 7. Too many questions there.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. I've come on the show. Hello. Hi.
Yeah, how's it going, George?
Yeah,
What
not
are you
too
up
bad.
to?
Nice to speak to you. Yeah, very well, thank you. I've just recently woken up, so I'm just just caffeinating myself at the moment. Are you? Yeah, I've just jumped on. Are you gentlemen talking about World Trade Center building number 7 and?
Well, I asked him about it because he went to New York once.
Yes.
See if he went to the area.
Yes.
But
and for
yeah.
Yeah, I remember actually. Who was it? I think one of the sons. There's a tie to the 9/11 incident. One of the sons, who was an Israeli, he was the man who designed the memorial site for the victims, the casualties on 9/11. So if I go on Google, I can find out the name. Anyone could do that.
Yeah,
they can find that name. But again, like on the last transmission when I came on with Douglas, we're discussing 9/11 and the Israeli ties.
The architect.
Yeah, he was the architect of the memorial site. So
the memorial. Oh, not the tower.
Yes,
because he brought up that guy. He brought up that guy, the architect of the towers, but I don't know about the memorial site.
Yeah, he's an Israeli. He's Jewish, but the Israeli there is an Israeli tie to the memorial sites, similar to what they did in the United States. I'm trying to think of the Jewish individual's name. It will come to me in a moment. He opened up a Holocaust Memorial Museum, so they have great either influence or control over these sites. I'm going to just look it up quickly, but carry on talking, gentlemen, whilst I look it up very quickly. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, when you look at it from an aerial viewpoint, looking down at it, you just see two big black cubes, and another smaller cube pit within it, like a smaller cube within a bigger cube.
Yeah, but I don't know. What is George, have you heard of that? Nemo asked if there was if they have those pits where the buildings were, is
where 7 is there one for 7 or just the two big ones?
It's just the two twin towers. It's just to mark the sites that they stood erected for about 30-40 years.
But they just put another building where 7 got destroyed.
Yeah, I suspect so. Yeah, the federal building, the government building, yes, which housed a lot of records, vital records, significant records that they destroyed. One of the, I think building number 5 also held a lot of data and a lot of records they wanted to destroy as well. So when it was collateral damage, when those towers, when they came down, when they imploded, on themselves. They were able to, because most controlled demolitions, they're designed to bring the building down its own footprint so it doesn't destroy the neighboring buildings within the facility. But this was collateral damage. It sprayed, it basically exploded, imploded, but exploded outwards. So it caused collateral damage to all the surrounding buildings, and it completely demolished.
And plus being colossal sized buildings, it's just, of course, it's gonna
I think
fuck whatever's up around it.
Yeah, there were 110 stories, and it was they were out to cover up their own asses that day, certainly, and destroy a lot of records. The same thing.
Yeah, George, you're right. There was another building besides 7 even that like some shit happened that's even less well known. It was like 4 or 5 or something, and like the whole inside of it just like got obliterated with no explanation.
Yeah, exactly. And there was the footprint underneath the buildings. There was a huge underground infrastructure underneath those buildings. There were shopping malls underneath the trade center complexes. And with building number 5, I think it was like a sink. It's sort of like, if you look at the aerial views, some of the aerial reconnaissance that was conducted on the day, you can see there's a massive sinkhole. So it was obviously melted underneath. So they completely demolished it underneath the building as well, which is where they house all the records. A lot of government transactions, government or you would call it, I would say government transaction records that they were transmitted between several departments. And this was, I'm just going by loosely on my memory. I can't remember exactly what vital records they had, but I know they had vital records that they destroyed. And also, I think there was a pocket of gold. There was a vault or that had millions and millions of United States dollars worth of gold in them, which was that was emptied just prior to the day.
There's a lot of shit that disappeared.
That indicates conspiracy. That indicates
exactly.
It definitely indicates there was a conspiracy involved. Yes, I'm trying to find the name. I'm just scrolling, but it was basically the guy who designed the memorial site. Those 2 fountains, which lay base to where those towers were erected. There was an Israeli that had massive involvement with that design, and obviously, it just shows you the level of connectivity and the whole connection between Israel. And again, they mark it as like an atrocity, and they are victims. But yet there was no Israelis on site that day that actually died or suffered.
Yeah.
Weird.
Remarkably enough. But they had
and any famous celebrity that was had a scheduled appointment there was tipped off not to go.
Yes, exactly. Yes, and I think yes, there's so many factors involved with that day. We did allude to a few of them on the last transmission. Like Larry Silverstein didn't turn up to work that morning, and you had his two children, a daughter and a son, I believe. They never showed up to work either. So obviously they had prior knowledge to the attacks that were, or the incidents that were about to occur. And even the dual nationalists that were working in that building, working in those trade centers, they were tipped off by a pager messaging service, as an instant messaging service that sourced from out of Tel Aviv, Yafa in Israel, called Udigo, and they tipped them off directly to the minute and to the hour not to be on site, because you don't want to be there when this incident happens. So they had prior knowledge, so they were complicit in the crime. It was certainly a treasonous crime, but conducted by foreign operatives, but within the domestic involvement with the federal government, with the United States government itself, on the highest level. So that's what the whole incident. I call it an incident. It was an atrocity as well. And the United States owed it to the world to go to war with Saudi Arabia. They owed it to the world because every single nation state on earth lost a citizen to that incident. So that's the thing that people, that's why there was this movement called 9/11 Truth, and this movement that was which was a construct because the majority of the population start to open up or wake up to the fact that, hang on a minute, we're going to war with the wrong nation, because the hijackers themselves, 17 out of the 19 were Saudi citizens. They originated from Saudi Arabia. They were trained by the federal government themselves. They were trained by the domestic involvement of the CIA, which is conducting their operations overseas. So they were funded and sponsored and trained by the CIA. They were CIA assets, just like Osama bin Laden was, his alias was Tim Olson. That's his former name. And these were all connected to the federal government or the United States government themselves directly. And the lead hijacker, Mohammed Atta, he was from Egypt, and his father even spoke publicly and stated that he had just spoken to his son. He just recently spoken to him just prior or advent to the attacks themselves. But because it was the Saudis themselves were involved heavily in that crime, in that incident, they owed it to the world, the United States, to go to war with Saudi Arabia. But they never even labeled, the Bush administration never even considered them a nation state threat, even though every what's his name, Colin Powell, the secretary, he was the general secretary of the United States at the time. He just days after 9/11, he labeled such groups, organizations like Al Qaeda. They were a extension of the I think it's the Mujahideen, the terrorist group, which were the liberators in Afghanistan against the Soviets during the Afghan war in the 1980s.
The Mujahideen.
The Mujahideen, and so Colin, and also the I'm trying to think what's his name, because it's so early in the morning in Japan, the terrorist organization that committed the crime using the sarin nerve gas in the underground train stations in 1995. I'm trying to think. It's the
I don't recall the name.
It usually comes to me if it was later on in the day, because it's so early. It's just sitting in the back of my mind. But anyway, Colin Powell was the man who should have labeled the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia or the House of Saud as terrorists, as a terrorist network, as an organization. But they never did. And I think the operation that the Bush administration, when he announced we're going to fight a war on terror, an undeclared war on terror, he called it the I had to have Douglas with me to just remind me. It was called Operation
Okay, just got back.
Hello, Douglas.
Hello. So, what are we? What are we talking about?
Just talking about 9/11, Douglas, and I was like, I just need Douglas for this one moment to remind me what the Bush administration named that operation. It's something like something freedom, but
it was originally called Infinite Justice, and what happened?
Justice.
That's right. And then what happened was the House of Saud slammed down on it and said, "Oh, you can't use that term because only Allah can deliver infinite justice." So then they had to change it to Operation Iraqi Freedom. Yes. It was just so fucking stupid, and it just goes to show. It just goes to show that's how the House of Saud ran America, along with the Zionist occupation government. It was, divided, as I said. At that time, I was just becoming a public informant, and George Knight probably remembers I don't know if George Knight remembers this. The original guys that I broke out with in terms of being a public informant, the original group of young men that were interviewing me were a group of misfits that involved with some stupid organization that had kind of a new age name where they felt the vibration was dense on Earth. So they were called Children of Density. Just really stupid. This kind of, like, those words were affixed to their little videos and shit. And in any rate, They were interviewing myself, and that was when I first came out. I was expressing the fact that America was divided essentially between the Zionist occupation government and the Saudi administration. So please continue while I sneeze.
Oh yes, of course, Douglas. Yeah, no, thank you. And so yeah, that's what's the other? Sorry, because it's so early in the morning. What's that terrorist organization that was recognized by Colin Powell in Japan? What's it called?
Don't worry. Very few Americans could remember that. That's Aum. Yeah, Aum Shinrikyo.
The non-Shinrikyo cult. Yes, thank you, Douglas. Thank you. Yes.
And let me.
Yes, and so
go on. I just wanted to welcome Nemo. I just noticed he was here as well. Yes.
Thank you, Nemo. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, Douglas.
No. And continue. Also, Aristides asked me if I had neglected to call Brennan Zogit. I thought I called him, but I'll try again. I sent him a private message asking if he was okay. But yes, back to George. Please continue.
Oh yes, no, thank you. Oh, absolutely, Douglas. And so I was getting at the United States, they owed it to the world because every single nation state on earth lost their citizen to that atrocity, to that crime, to that incident that happened on 9/11. But the nation states that were involved with it, i.e. what we just explained, the Saudi Kingdom of Arabia, the House of Saud, and the Zionist occupation government of Israel. These were the two foreign domestic operatives that were conducted in the United States on the home front, on the United States home soil on 9/11. So the United States owed it to the world because every single nation state lost a citizen. Yeah. So every nation state, apart from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who didn't lose any of their citizens because the ones that did commit the atrocity suicided, but they were also CIA funded, CIA sponsored, CIA trained. So they were sponsored and trained by the government themselves. And with the same with Israel, like I just explained, the Udigo instant messaging service tipped them off and told them not to go on site that day. Just like the leaseholder of the Trade Center complexes themselves, Larry Silverstein, never showed up to work that day, neither did his children. And so they were all tipped off not to go to work that day because they knew, they had prior knowledge, so they were complicit in that crime.
Yes.
And so that's why, and then this is why that 911 truth movement came into being, was incepted, because everyone knew that, hang on a minute, these people that conducted the crime, the 19 hijackers, 17 of them were Saudi, MEMୖDy was Egyptian, the lead hijacker. And I think the other one came from some other country, I can't remember. But they knew that they were going to war with the wrong people, and that's when George Bush Jr. came out and said, we're going to go to war with Iraq, Afghanistan, we're going to liberate Syria, and we're going to go to war with Sudan, we're going to go to war with everyone in the Middle East apart from Israel and Saudi Arabia.
Yes. Yeah.
So, this is the convoluted situation that people need to, just get a realization to. But, and also another point I didn't mention last time, Douglas, was you had the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, appear on the BBC news station just minutes after the buildings had fallen, or they had not fallen yet. I do conflate this because there is mixed information about the specific timing he appeared on the BBC. Just like that BBC broadcaster did a pre-broadcast back to the United Kingdom stating that Building 7 had collapsed, and yet it was still standing behind her. But you had Hugh Edwards, the man who announced the late Queen Elizabeth II's death. He was interviewing Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister of Israel, and he stated on the news broadcast that Osama bin Laden was behind the 9/11 attacks. So they didn't call it 9/11 at that time, but they said, we know who's involved, we know it's Osama bin Laden. So then the United States, Great Britain, they need to collaborate a coalition to go to war against Iraq, against Iran, against Libya, against Syria. And he stated all these nation states, which is, it was sort of like a, there is this plan, and it was known as the Onanin plan. I think it was, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. People can look up the plan that was constructed many decades ago for tried to balkanize these nation states in the Middle East surrounding Israel. These are Israel's enemy states for the Greater Israel Project. That's what they call it, the Eretz Israel, the Greater Israel Project. And so there was this preemptive plan, similar to what they call those quote contingency plans. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt constructed the war plan, the Rainbow War Plan, plans to go to war against the British Empire and many other any of its fellow monarchy states such as Japan and many of the British Commonwealth nations. This is a similar plan that was constructed by the Zionists to create this this land that they considered their land, that it's not their, they claim to hold legitimately too. They hold claims that they are the descendants from that land itself. It's as people know, it's a militant movement where it's sort of like a colonial imperialist movement. I would say it's just designed. It's a movement for expansionism to conduct terrorism. And so that 1948 war, also Douglas, what I forgot to mention is that that Frank Lowy, who was part of that lease of the World Trade Center complex, he was there on the day of the Nakba, the day of the catastrophe. So he was one of the former Haganah speaker. He was a underwater demolition commando in the Haganah group, and he was there to fight the Zionist war against the Arabs in the 1948 war that killed millions of the Palestinians at that time.
Yes.
For the establishment of the state of Israel.
Yes.
So many factors go into just things that popped in my head afterwards, Douglas. I thought I should mention from the last time, but it's just ironic, apropos, that I came on the show and we had Nemo and Aristides talking about building number 7.
Excellent.
That's what I thought I'll follow up on that. Yes, but I'll take a breather. I'll let somebody else talk for a second. Thank you.
Oh, well, I mean, we're just glad that you came on, of course, and it always helps. And were you ever monitoring any of these forgive me, I'll take a while to get my voice back.
Yes.
Heather, were you ever monitoring any of these conspiracies, or were they ever of interest to you?
And hello, Heather. I haven't said hello to you either. So, I did notice she was in the thing, but she was on mute, so I wasn't sure if she was participating or asleep or.
Yeah, Heather, are you with us? That'd be interesting. If she's not, I'm sure everything's okay, or we hope everything's okay. Yes. Other than that, there's a mystery going on with Brendan Zogit too, to a degree. But like Aristides said, he's a survivor, so we hope he's, Oh, there's Heather. There
Hello,
we are.
Heather.
Hi.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I was tending to some business.
Oh, that's fine. So did you hear my question?
No.
Oh, were you ever monitoring any of these conspiracies? Did you ever kind of, look into 9/11 or anything like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
the thing that I thought that stuck with me kind of weird is that there was a picture I saw somewhere of a missile that was painted like a plane.
Interesting. Yeah, there was a lot of images like that going around, and we always have to look at those with skepticism and yeah.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
There's obviously there's a lot of factors. Obviously, when you listen to the show and you listen to me, Douglas, you're getting the actual perspective of what went on that day.
I remember that day. What do you think?
People. Oh, I was just outlining the people who were involved with the 9/11 incident or atrocity, the crime. People call it a terrorist attack. It was a terrorist attack, but the involvement involved the highest levels of the government themselves in the United States, to allow the foreign operatives to conduct their operation on the home front inside domestic United States, so on the continental United States. Without that involvement, without that help, you couldn't conduct such a massive operation, because there is so many things involved, so many discrepancies, so many nuances that people don't really quite comprehend. And Douglas brought up a very important point last time, that the man that was in charge of NORAD, that was his first working day on that day. He was in charge of surveillance or monitoring the skies to protect your national airspace. And I brought up before many transmissions ago about the drills, the test drills that were conducted on that day. So all the interceptor fighter jets that were supposed to protect the east coast of the United States all were scrambled to the west coast that day. And the drill was to intercept hijacked airplanes. Coincidentally, I'm using that loosely, quote unquote, coincidentally, at the same time that these attacks were taking place. And the other thing is, nobody got fired that day.
Yes.
Nobody that was in charge of the radar screens, no one in the air traffic controller rooms. There was nobody that day that had any form of trial or investigation into why there was so many incompetent people working that day. Why did this attack, the biggest attack supposedly since Pearl Harbor, that's how they quote it, why was this attack even, how did it even conduct, how did it take place in the first place? That's how they were, nobody was doing any form of investigation or any form of interrogation to any of these people, asking them why did this, how could this happen? I mean, you pay millions and millions of dollars each year in your national security, in the defense budget, and yet it was a complete failure on that day.
Well,
and, yes.
Yeah, I just want to put some of this into further context. Obviously, by the way, our dear Heather, I'm reading what she said. She typed into the entry box, Douglas, you shed perfect light to 9/11 in the video at Wormhole Productions. Is that something you remember, George? Wormhole Productions?
I do. I think that is the one. I think is that the one, Heather? Because I do remember one specifically.
That's just one of the ones that Douglas killed it. Yeah.
Is that the one where it's recording Douglas himself in his apartment? Yes, I do remember. Yeah, very well. There's so many multi-parts. The one I've seen online, they've segmented them into parts. So and that's the one that Douglas, I think he brings up the illustration, or one of those videos where he brings up the illustration of the parasite fighter. I believe his drawings. Yes. Where you could clearly see he's a magnificent artist.
Oh, you're
clearly.
You're both so graceful. Thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly. Just the thing that I notice is that there's people that I care about, for instance, and they it's amazing they try to look into these things. They're involved with media, and they wind up being seduced by people like this one woman. I forget her name, but she's the one who says, "Oh, it was lasers that struck the towers," and all this. And it's how do I? How do you break through that?
How do you explain to people how you fold the dollars or the $20 and it shows the Twin Towers getting blown up? And that was when they made money. That's so old. They planned it all along.
It's what she's referring to, what Heather is referring to, is that if you fold the dollar bill in a certain way, it looks like the Twin Towers collapsing. I don't
know if it's a 20. I think it's on the 20. I'm not sure.
We could look it up.
Yeah.
It's just a trick. I think it's the single dollar bill, but it might be the 20. But it's once you get to that
the
point,
dollar bill just has all the occult symbols on it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying though that ever since they made money, they intended for that to happen.
Well,
part of the predictive.
It's a 10. It's a 20. It's
now bear in mind, I think you have to fold the bill before that image is produced. It's one of these freaks of nature is the way I think of it, rather than predictive programming, because I don't give them that much credit. But this is where George Knight, for instance, was saying something that, in a sense, gives them too much credit. Now, just so people understand, George Knight, of course, everything he says is generally correct, and we go along with his. By the way, Nemo, I think, just put that in there. So it's $100 bill.
It goes
It's all
from
of
5,
them,
10,
absolutely.
20, then 100. Building
Okay.
it up and then destroying it.
Wow. Holy
Yeah, for
shit.
sure.
Yeah. Holy shit. That's Victoria Lauren Hobbs stuff. We gotta show her that. Could you send that to me in my private messages, please? By both of you?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. That is, so do you see this, George? I mean, do you see this, George? It's,
the link, Douglas. Yes.
these, freaky.
Oh yeah, I've seen them before. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, obviously George is saying everything. I agree with all the sentiments, and he's got most of the technical stuff right. But then there's elements to what George is saying that are just let's put it this way. Don't
Too much credit.
Yeah, don't give credit to security. In terms of, by that I mean national security, or the national security state. The national security state failed because the national security state effectively is worthless. It's so when it comes to the planes being on drills on the West Coast. I'll have to follow up on that and look into that. It's not that I don't believe that was the case. It's just I don't remember it. It's probably true. It's probably true. But
The House of Sod. It was all about the House of Sod in that video that you were.
That's what I was concentrating on at the time, because I didn't want to sound too much like a Judeophobe. But definitely the House of Sod really had its part, definitely. But when it comes to, as George Knight said, yes, everybody was making the Pearl Harbor comparison. And when they say that it's the biggest attack since Pearl Harbor, they're understating it, because obviously this was an attack that was just orders of magnitude worse than Pearl Harbor. I mean, Pearl Harbor was a strategic surgical strike on a military base that was not on American territory. It was on a occupied kingdom that was still a U.S. territory, but not integrated as a state. So it's not American territory except by occupation. And this was not an attack on American soil. And whereas 9/11 was an attack on American soil, and unlike Pearl Harbor, where very few civilians died, at 9/11, it was all civilians that died. There wasn't a single military man that died, other than the terrorists. Other than the terrorists were the only military men that died that day, because they had U.S. Army commissions, a number of them. But when it comes to the, as George Knight said, it was the highest levels of government. But then George Knight says, without that involvement, this could never have happened. That's not true at all. It did involve the highest levels of government, but even if the highest levels of government had not been involved, anybody could have crashed planes into those towers. Anybody could have hijacked planes and crashed them into those towers. They would not have brought the towers down without controlled demolitions, of course. The idea, that hot fuel. This is like it's like the fact that you actually have engineers who shill for that fallacy, who shill for that fantasy, is beyond me. It's like, how do they retain any sense of professional credibility is beyond me. You can't pour hot plain oil, which is like plain oil, the jet fuel. There's not enough of it in the world to make towers go down like that. It's just preposterous. Yes. So when it comes to if that were the case, I mean, it's I could go into all kinds of bizarre metaphors. But when it comes to what happened, basically, it's, as I said, America has no air defense. There is no air defense. It was like when and there's all kinds of things that, how do I say this? We can go into things that I can think of personally, but when it comes to, aside from my personal experiences, like on this show, where I had, if you remember that Derek Talley character, his dad worked for NORAD, and and I remember that idiot kept saying, he kept trying to go back to the movie War Games, and saying, oh, that movie's so full of shit, and everybody goes to that movie and nothing works like that, and he's the guy who was full of shit, because basically there were the movie's writers for War Games, and some of the people who were in the room with Ronald Reagan, when he watched that movie. That's basically they all said that you could thank Matthew Broderick for the lack of accidental nuclear wars. Now, I've always talked about the bullshit behind the concept of all-out thermonuclear conflict destroying the world, but nevertheless, somebody could have accidental launches. And what happened was that Ronald Reagan restructured the entire response system based on that goddamn film. So the idea that film was not somehow influential is preposterous. This is how full of shit that guy was. And obviously I'm not here to do train wrecks. People really have to work at pissing me off. And everybody who's here really knows that. People really have to work at pissing me off to get me to start shouting at them on air. And of course, people just keep trying anyway. Like that Trampus Nicholson character and, others before him. But when it came to Derek Talley's dad, there's so much that was so suspect about that creep and Derek Talley himself. But when it came to the entire NORAD trip, there is no American response system to anything, really. It's like I told Peter Moon. Yeah. Peter Moon said there's got to be something. There must be something for if somebody attacks the United States, and that's when I brought up Heather Penny. Now, if you might remember, I brought up Heather Penny with Derek Talley's father, and I said, look, there's the case of Heather Penny, who's a very real person, and has traveled the United States lecturing, and it's not because she's some phony who's, trying to attempt stolen valor, or some shit as they call it, where she's pretending she was an actual fighter plane pilot, and her father sent her up into the air to take down the flight that...
yes, 93, I think.
Yes, thank you. And so when I look up the flight number, let's roll, because I always forget these things, and because they're not something that I try to remember, because there's so many people who specialize on this. It's Flight 93, exactly like our man George Knight said. So what happened was the Flight 93 was the one on which it became famous for the passengers' mutiny. And so Flight 93 was what she was ordered to take down by literally a kamikaze attack, because they had none of these planes are armed. None of these planes are sitting there on the field armed and ready to roll. They're just completely unarmed. And it's not like they can be armed instantly. It takes hours and hours to arm these planes. So the missiles are heavy as hell. The belts of ammunition are heavy as hell. It's not something any single human being could ever do. It takes teams of people. Like if you've ever seen the race car tracks, where it takes a whole team rushing that race car to get it going within seconds, and they've got it down to a science. That's what it takes to load up a plane, and it takes hours to do that. Unless they're, really trained and they're really prepared, the normal procedure takes hours. If they're like on some routine combat that they've gotten into that they can do it faster. But everything you're lifting, it's hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of pounds. So they're lifted on jacks. They're screwed in. This is not something you don't just insert something. These are all like affixed, and it's impossible to describe without getting into enormous technicality that I'm not even trained for. I can't even describe it. But when it comes to these planes, all her father could do was send her up with a completely empty plane and tell her to crash it. And as she was preparing to dive into Flight 93, the the passengers mutinied, and they took the plane down themselves. So her life was spared. And so when I brought up Heather Penny, this motherfucker had never heard of her. Derek Talley's dad had never heard of her. And then he was trying to claim, oh, she must not be real. That all sounds phony to me. I mean,
oh my God.
These people are all full of shit. Bear in mind, NORAD, the U.S. Air Force, that they've got nothing. They've got nothing to respond with. The planes that might have been out there doing like some war game interdiction, they were almost certainly unarmed themselves.
Yes.
There are, of course, armed war games with planes, and they hold those like in certain places in the United States. This was probably not the case in this case. But when it comes to America, this was what America was like. America was like somebody who leaves their door not only unlocked, but wide open with their keys, their car keys and their door keys on the kitchen table. It's like that. It's like imagine somebody who leaves the
door open.
Yeah, leaves the door open, not just unlocked, mind you, but completely wide open, has their car keys, their door keys, and everything on the kitchen table. So anybody can walk in and just take their life, steal their wallet. Yeah, this is what America was like, and it's still like today. What was their response? What was their response to 9/11? Was to feel everybody up at the airport. They wind up groping everybody at the airport, and it has been proven the TSA has not stopped a single hijacker. Every hijacker or attempted hijacking that was stopped after 9/11 they were all taken down by passengers. That's a fact. That's a goddamn fact. Everybody who's tried to hijack a plane since 9/11 has been taken down by passengers. Not a single hijacker has been stopped by TSA. As a matter of fact, TSA, if you come in and you're wearing a big turban on your head, and you can have a big scimitar blade, and you can have a whole suicide strap vest of bombs and sticks of dynamite on you, and you can go in there and just say, if you feel me up, you're an Islamophobic racist, and they'll just wave you through. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
There's no exaggeration there. You just say, oh, you're an Islamophobic racist, and they'll say, oh, you pass. But, if you, anybody else, they'll just throw you down, grope you, stick their thumb up your ass, feel up your nostrils. It's just, this is a bunch of perverts. Just a bunch of, I'm not trying to sound like Alex Jones, because Alex Jones got to the point where he convinced a bunch of disturbed people to try and kill TSA agents, and they wound up, going into the airport and trying to knock off TSA agents, because Alex Jones was essentially saying the same thing I'm saying. But this is all true. Unfortunately, this element, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. But when it comes to all of this, America's got nothing. Now, if it were really responding to this situation, it would have reestablished air police. America used to have air police, and there was that original Twilight Zone episode. And they weren't portraying fantasy when they were showing this element of their drama. You had it with William Shatner, Terror at 20,000 feet or something like that. In that episode, William Shatner keeps seeing a gremlin on the wing of the plane in the Twilight Zone, and he finally shoots at it. And he steals the gun from an air patrolman who's falling asleep while he's on duty. The air patrolman is like sleeping, standing up, and then William Shatner steals his gun and then knocks out the window and fires it at the gremlin. There used to be policemen like that. They would have special hollowed out soft pointed bullets so that the bullets wouldn't penetrate the hull of the plane and kill everybody. These were like, we used to have that, and they dismantled that. They did away with all that. I mean, why weren't those
They
people?
still have air marshals, Douglas.
Yeah, you mean the undercover fat people who just spend all day traveling from coast to coast, and they're always
The air marshal. I thought that, I don't know, the air marshal I've seen, they're all different kinds.
Well, are they on the plane? Are they on the plane?
Yeah. Well, usually when I'm on the plane, there's at least one air marshal on the plane.
Armed? Armed?
I don't know what he's got in his bag, but
Yeah.
know.
Well, they're there for you, honey.
I don't know.
They're there because they're telling you, Heather. That's what. But by the way, what are you getting on planes for? I mean, like, do you travel that often? I'm not.
Well, in 2015, before 2015, before I think it was after the tooth thing, I went to take a plane, and then that's when TSA scanning was like fairly new, I guess, or new to me anyway. And I went in, and they like pulled me aside, and they're like, pat me down, and like you said, took me away in the room and did the strip search in all my back pocket. Like, I'm like, I don't know what you're looking for, but
they basically were groping you. They're basically groping you. Go on.
Well, she's like, well, you have, you're showing on the X-ray that you have electronical devices on you, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And they showed me the X-ray of the scan or whatever, and there's like 9 little dots in my shoulder, and then there's one big white dot in my butt cheek where the microchip was. Or is.
Yeah.
So she just said that there were a bunch of electrical devices, and I was like, I don't know what they are. So they let me on the plane with the air marshal.
Interesting. So an air marshal was assigned to you.
Yeah, I think And now pretty much every time I go on a plane, it seems like there's at least one weirdo sitting by us.
Yeah, that's what I said. They're there for you.
Yeah, always.
You're a targeted individual. That makes sense. That's planes I've been on, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen these guys. It's like they might be undercover, but no, I don't believe that.
One of them looked like a pilot.
Okay. One would hope. One would fucking hope.
Yeah.
One would hope that there would be a spare pilot that would be among the passengers in plain clothes to just take over the plane in case somebody offed the pilot. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? But no, that's giving them too much credit. That's like, these guys got nothing. These guys got nothing. It's just all they do is harass people. It's what I would call security theater. Security theater. It's just like half the NORAD in military is just security theater or national security defense theater. So that's my qualification for it.
I just remember that they're public servants, and they work for us.
Thank you. Theoretically, yes. Tell them that.
Yeah, I do. That's the attitude that I have. It's like, listen, you're the public servant. I ask the questions. You don't ask the questions.
They must hate you. They
do in a way, and then they respect me in a way too, because they always accommodate me, whatever.
Well, there. See, thank you. See, It's good to assert yourself, so long as you do so with, I'm sure if you've pulled it off, you know what to do. And...
Yeah. Well, whenever you use the F-bomb or you start cursing, then it's all over. The whole composer.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my God. Forgive me again. So, So, thank you, Heather. See, that's very deeply appreciated whenever you participate, and by all means, continue, George, with what you were going to say. Anything else that comes to mind with that?
I was going to just qualify what you're saying and bring credence to it. People can remember the last year incident with the Chinese, the communist balloon siege over the United States. That was flying overhead for days over national airspace, and they did nothing.
Thank you.
By that time, they could have dropped so many biocidals, like the Japanese were prepared to do if the United States didn't sue for peace. Yeah. And they were just proving to the Americans, we can do to you what the Japanese didn't do to you during proactive prosecution of hostility. So
thank you.
That just qualifies everything you're saying, and that's very recent. That was a year ago.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, people call it the spy balloon.
Yeah.
It was just really a threat. It was an
Absolutely.
They were trying to assert their capability of threat to the United States. So yes,
their threat capacity. They were demonstrating their threat capacity. Yes. And absolutely. Yes. And thank you, George. It's such an important point. That's such an important point. And like it just for people who want to hear the more personally amusing part of that story was they finally shot it down right on the beach where Brooke Gibson was sunbathing, in case anybody doesn't remember. That was the funniest part. Yeah, it was almost like it's almost like they wanted it to fall down on top of Brooke Gibson. That's what was so fucking funny. It was absolutely bizarre. And that thing was going by military bases. That thing was going right over military bases. And it's like, it had total rule of the skies. The Americans did nothing. It was completely, and they would say they had all these excuses saying, "Oh, we didn't want to shoot it down where it'd fall down and hit somebody, except Brooke Gibson." But they didn't say that. But the whole thing was half the time it was over the empty space. It was like the middle of half the U.S. is empty and uninhabitable. When it's over those areas, they weren't sending anything up to shoot it down. They got nothing. Yeah, and it's incredible. Yeah, you have to laugh. America is defenseless. It's
completely defenseless.
Yeah, yes. And like I said, it's something that the mind just boggles, and that's why Peter Moon was saying they gotta have something. And I'm like saying to him, what? What do they have? And nobody can answer that question for me. It's
yes. And do you know what, Douglas? When I mentioned about with my due diligence, when I was conducting that research for 12 years, when they were saying that they were conducting drills across the West Coast, I never ever saw any evidence of it. They're probably just using that as an excuse to cover up their own arses.
Thank you.
So yeah, I just have to add that in there because it makes more sense because there is no defense. And like when we talk about the 1,000-year Reich in exile conducting their scouter runs or offenses or conducting any form of operation over the continental United States, they do it with complete impunity. There is no interception. And what they did launch in the 1950s, they were pretty much shot down anyway. They shot down any of the Air Force pilots that were conducting any form of interception or indictment towards them, try to counteract them or to try to bring them down to earth. They failed in those military combats, those military operations anyway. And so the United States is completely defenseless.
Yeah. By the way, in all fairness, what George Knight says is true. In the strategic sense, strategically, the United States failed. There were a few successes in shootdowns. It's very rare, very rare. Rare. But in those days, we're talking about what was still. Remember, the United States is still legally at war with the Third Reich in exile. But in those days, when it was still fresh after proactive prosecution of hostilities, the United States was still responsive. It was still responding. Then they just began to say fuck it and they just stopped. I mean, it was like within a fairly short period of time after all those losses because they just probably figured after a while they just couldn't stop hiding it, and so they just stopped responding it and kind of surrendered the skies. So this would explain a lot. That explains a lot about America's attitude and of just kind of fuck it, leave the door wide open and, the keys on the kitchen table. But yeah, what happened with the Twin Towers was something that was obviously it was primarily domestic in the sense of all of the criminals involved with fleecing the insurance. So you have this literally criminal act that then implicates a bunch of other countries. It's what is kind of pre-planned was, as I said, the architect of the Twin Towers was the Japanese architect Yamasaki, who
Yes.
had designed the National Record Center building to burn down, and then also designed the Twin Towers. So you've got this architect who's just and his family never was interned. Throughout World War II, his family was allowed to be free in the United States, as opposed to other
Yes.
Japanese that were in internment camps. It's all incredibly suspect. So yeah, but who did he design the airport for? The capital of Saudi Arabia. That Yamasaki designed the Saudi Arabia airport, which they put on their, currency. They actually have his airport outline on their currency because they're so proud of it. And he was inspired by the Islamic design when he built the Twin Towers. The Twin Towers were meant to look kind of like Mecca. They were inspired by the box-like structure of Mecca. That's what he was like designing them to shimmer. They were supposed to shimmer in the sun, almost like a mosque-like effect. And this is one of the reasons why Osama bin Laden found them so repulsive. I mean, Osama bin Laden did want to take those towers down. It was something.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, he did. Express the fact that they were the closest American architectural equivalent to a dollar sign, but they look like mosques. And he felt it was heresy, like heretical or a satanic kind of inversion thing. And but at the same time, he obviously was in it up to his neck. But he could not have done it without all the help from the House of Saud and the Israelis and the U.S. government. But he was definitely involved. So, and he definitely was a terrorist. He was, of course, for those of you who don't know, he first fought the United States in places like Somalia and Libya. So, he had been fighting the United States just as he had fought the Soviets. And I remember when one of his wives was interviewed, and he had, a whole shitload of wives. But one of his wives was being interviewed, and it was like she was talking about how he would like make the thanks so much, Heather, for giving me those dollars, those those bills, and thank you, Nemo, for doing the same. Appreciate that. Oh my God, that's so it's eerie. It's very eerie.
Nice if they're real.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you can do that with these bills to make those looks, but it's
yes.
Yeah,
I was referring to good to send you real money.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah. Oh my God, I could use it.
From anyone that can do it. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, carry on, Douglas. I will have to make a move in a minute. I thought I'd just mention that very quickly, just before. But please continue, and I'll add something to it.
Oh no, just continue with your thoughts. I mean, while we have you with us. Yeah.
Yeah. No. So yeah. I'll make a move in about 5 minutes. It's getting on.
So you're
coming on.
Understood.
Yeah.
So you're going to work, and
yes.
Well, I hope you enjoy your day, and certainly we were glad you were able to drop by before you went to work, and definitely appreciate that. It always brings to mind important topics, and I'll keep the roundtable going for a little while until I decide to jump into monologue, and. So we'll cover, I'll certainly touch upon topics that you were already addressing. And
brilliant.
And aside from all of that, what do you think of, we'll talk later about Rishi Sunak and all the rest of that, but
I'm glad you...
Yeah, go on.
On the other day, call him Fishy Poosack. What new name for Fishy Poosack? I thought that's apropos. I did see it the other day when I was put on furlough because I worked in hospitality. So when I was put on the furlough scheme, they paid us 80% of our wages. That 20% obviously goes towards taxes. The government kept that. But it's a scheme that they implemented. They were copying the Dutch. They were copying the obviously the Scandinavian countries who implemented it before Britain did. And Rishi Sunak was the chancellor. He was the councillor of Britain in the Houses of Parliament at the time. So he was the one he got given all the credit for doing so. But part of Russian connections, she was given £100,000 money. So that's just how corrupt this individual is. She was given £100,000 when everyone else was given 80% of their wages that were working in these industries that weren't classed as key workers. So yeah, that's just how just sheer asinine this individual is. How corrupt the whole dynasty of their legacy is in Britain, and why he's so resented by the British public. It's just so he gives, and I know Boris was doing the similar thing as well. Yeah. They're just taking full advantage of it. They're all just in their own game up to their necks with each other, and then turning on their backs on each other, and then they were starting to betray one another.
Yes.
Yeah, when they got caught. So yeah, it's funny. But yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, we'll go into that another time.
Yes,
more privately about Rishi.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And by the way, Brooke Gibson did say she wanted to review what Brandon Young had said. So I sent her the link where our man Aristides had timestamped it. And she said she had never liked him because the first time, or one of the early times that she was speaking to him, he claimed he was hunting and out skinning animals with what was then his fiancee, Kelsey, who then disappeared. And that's when Brendan Zogan explained to me, he was simply trolling her, and I explained that to her as well. And I said that's what makes it worse, was he just knew she loved animals, so he just decided, like the psychotic that he is, I'm hunting now, we're skinning animals, and of course she believed him because he's totally psychotic and he has this monotone flat delivery, and you just assume he's telling the truth because you can't imagine anyone being so fucking psychotic that they just have nothing better to do in their wretched, miserable lives than sit there and lie all day about everything.
He was doing it flaciously, just doing it perpetually all the time. It was. I noticed that. It was like, even when we bring up serious subjects, he would then come out with something which then I got confused with. Are you being genuine, or are you just making this up? And then he would start to laugh, but no one else is laughing.
Thank you.
And then he was just getting himself amused. Yeah, he was just amusing himself, really. Yeah. So but I always showed him respect because I knew he's been on the show many times. He knew you long before I did, so I always showed him respect. I thought he was a vital, significant person. But it's It goes to show, don't it?
It does. It does. I mean, I always wanted to think of him like that, but there was always elements of him that had to be that could not be ignored, and that was, of course, we can get into that at a different time because these things bear going over again, time and again, every once in a while, to keep people's memories sharp about them, because they are relevant. They don't lose their relevance. And we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay.
Take care, Douglas. Thank you for having me on, and take care, Heather and Aristides and Nemo. It's been
have a good one, George.
Yeah, take care, Nemo. It's nice being here with you all, and look after yourself, and please support Douglas, anyone that's listening in, and please send him any donations you can spare.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Douglas, and I'll speak to you shortly.
Yeah, look forward to it. Thank you so much. And glad you could join us, Nemo. Now, Heather, your that glitch. What is that glitch that they're still doing something with your audio. They really are, because it's like whenever you have your audio on, it's almost like there's this choppy echo effect. Like there's
and then sometimes it'll be normal, and then sometimes it'll just start blasting.
Something, yeah. It's something. Of course, there could be like. So do you hear this yourself when you know what?
Let me take it off a speaker, and we'll see if that makes a
difference.
That
no doubt will make an enormous difference. Yes.
Yeah. I don't want to put the speaker up to my ear, but here, let's try this. Okay, well, it's not going to do it, so it won't let me turn. Yeah, it won't let me turn the speaker off.
Do you have any earbuds? Headphones?
No, I used to, but not anymore.
Would you You know they're not expensive. You could always buy a new pair.
No, yeah. They were okay, but then I started getting like, because sometimes I have to, when I have a hard time getting to sleep, I'll put like earplugs in, and that just became a bad habit. I started having ear problems, so I just kept everything out of my ears.
Oh, right. Thank you. And that's understandable. Sorry about that experience. So
Yeah, it was really weird. One time, like when all this started happening with my ears, it hurt really bad when I was cleaning my ears one time, and I heard it sounded like when you blow into the microphone, you go, a hot mic or whatever. That's what it sounded like in my ear, like a microphone, like someone was breathing in a microphone. Like it was the strangest thing. It only happened once.
thank goodness.
Yeah.
Hate for that to happen repeatedly. I probably had some
Weird,
similar
huh?
experiences, but there must be something we can do. You don't need to get the speaker close to you, but it's unfortunately, I think the speaker is causing it's somehow our
Has it
voices
always
to
been like that?
Well, it's only this episode, from what I can remember. It might have been that. It might have been like that when you were in Los Angeles, and
How is this? Is this better?
Okay, say something. It sounds better.
Please.
Yeah, it sounds better. Yeah, it sounds
Okay.
better. What did you do?
I just changed the Skype setting to noise cancellation, and I put it on high.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Way
Yes.
better.
Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Wish you had done that much earlier. It would have saved a lot of frustration.
I'm so sorry.
No worries. We learn. We live and learn. We move along, and now. What about Aristides? You're an engineer, of course. You can join us in talking a little bit about your own perspective on everything that was just discussed. Twin towers, burning jet fuel, all that sort of thing. Certainly, you must have some observations. We'll see if he responds. I wouldn't blame him if he fell asleep early.
What are you gonna monologue? Do you know?
The problem is there's too fucking much to monologue about.
Armenia Memorial.
Oh no! Well, I mean, not really. I mean, to a degree. I mean, only to a small. Yeah. Only to a small degree. I mean, that's all. It's an obtuse subject for most Americans. But I'll certainly bring it up, obviously, inescapably, just to.
Only because I just saw it on the title. I thought that's something you'll be addressing.
Understood. And of course, a lot of people were asking me about the image embedded in thumbnail. So in case we have any new listeners, that is my son at the time that he was still a girl, and I purchased him off the street. And I thought it was apropos, considering it's Armenian Genocide Memorial Day, or still is here in San Francisco, because we haven't reached midnight yet. So I had to spend the day tending to respecting that with him, and dealing with the Armenian community to a degree, and as well just kind of dealing with that Grunion run last night. As I said, I hadn't slept in 2 days now by this point. So it accounts for my getting testy very quickly with Peter, because we were covering things that I thought I had covered, and it's hard to cover them again. But when it comes to, tonight, obviously, I will go back to the Israeli attack on Iran and the implications well beyond that, all of the details that brings us into, considering when we're dealing with all of the ramifications around it. Aside from that, I'll be bringing up other aspects.
When you were AFK, I was talking about the recent news about the 400 bodies uncovered at the mass graves at Gaza Hospital, or the citizens that were killed by IDF.
It's disgusting. Tell us about that, because I'm just hearing about that now from you. So tell us about that. Give us the details.
Oh yeah, over 400 bodies have been recovered from mass graves in around major hospitals in Gaza's Khan Yunis, relief workers have said. But they just dug up these big graves and just found all these kids and citizens and, just defenseless people.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. These mass graves containing hundreds of bodies, mostly of women and children, were discovered at NASA Hospital. Is that how you pronounce it? NASSEO.
NASSEO, Naseo, I think. Yeah.
ER.
ER. Naser. NASSER. It must be named after Gamal Abdel Nasser, so I'd say Nasser.
Oh, Nasser.
Yeah.
Nasser Hospital.
Yeah.
8 groups told Sky News Arabia. This comes after Gaza's civil defense said on Sunday that health workers had uncovered bodies of people killed and buried by Israeli forces at Nasser Hospital during their raid. The mass graves were discovered weeks after Israeli forces ended a 3-month occupation of Khan Yunis, where they repeatedly attacked the Nasser Hospital and reportedly carried out executions on the spot. The hospital was considered one of Gaza's biggest, but by February was barely functioning after Israeli forces launched a deadly raid on it, where hundreds were detained and medical staff beaten. According to Sky News Arabia, the death toll could rise with dozens of additional graves yet to be evaluated in Khan Yunis. So it could be a bunch more graves still yet to find.
Well, that's a given. That is a given. And all I can say is this is really... we hope that we can only hope that that there will be justice, and this will do much to balance the scales of history in terms of everything that Israel has come to represent, the Zionists have come to manifest. It's all. Let's just hope that humanity begins to realize that we can't continually cater to a neurotic minority. And this is part of that. Okay, Heather sent me an image. I'll take a look at that. And let's click on that here. Hey, you're right. That's cute. And what kind of a flag is that? Let me take a look at that.
I can barely tell.
What was that?
I can barely tell. It's smaller than it.
Yeah, that flag is like unidentifiable. I guess it's. I have no idea what that flag is. But obviously, so I'm no fan of the
I'll
mullahs.
find out.
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you. And
Yeah, I thought that was from 1980.
okay. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. I mean, and yeah.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. Gosh, I'm so blind. It's I don't know what kind of flag that is.
It's no worries. None of us can tell. So and well, is this something that was produced, of course, after Americans were taken hostage in the 80s, like you said?
I don't know. I just remember it was 1980. My grandpa had a shirt like that.
Yeah, that makes
actually sold stuff like that.
Yeah,
on clothing.
Oh God, yeah. There's always been stuff like that. Yeah, there's. I mean, people put everything on T-shirts. So.
Just even Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What was that, Nima?
Oh, just even having Mickey Mouse.
Being
like that.
No.
It's trade in that.
Yeah, it is cause for a potential lawsuit, but Disney doesn't usually pursue that sort of thing because the people who produce this shit are so small time that Disney would be wasting money trying to sue them. I mean, it's that's what makes it funny. So okay. All that being said, let's test our man Aristides again. See if he's there. Aristides, are you there? Just curious. We're just curious, and so I'll probably try to do my best with monologue without getting too deep into some elements of.
Can I ask a question before you do?
Oh, believe me, I'm not anxious to dive in, so go ahead.
Because I was listening, when I was listening before, I was hearing about how you had to cast like 2 spells to the Peacock Angel.
Yes.
Involving the Peacock Angel.
Yes.
Did you actually did it physically manifest at all, or Do you just see it in your head or feel it?
Well, you
Were
had
you
that.
able to?
Go
Am
on.
I
No, go on.
asking too much? Or?
No, go on and continue
I
asking
want to know
because
if you witnessed the entity yourself, like what it looked like.
it's So yeah, I'm hearing a bit of an echo here because I think our dear lady Heather is participating. So Heather, is there something you wanted to say at this point?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm no.
You're what? Oh, fading in and out? I think that's what she said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to mute. I said.
Okay. Well, we love you. You know, love you dearly.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yes. Thank you. Hugs and kisses. And so it's like okay. This is one of those things that is, of course, incredibly painful to speak about and requires really all kinds of context. It requires context.
Yeah, if it's
So
I didn't want to cross the line.
no.
Believe
me, you're not crossing the line. You're. I mean, it's an honest question. It's a valid question. You know, people are curious about such things, and I can understand that. And it's obviously so Cultivated Image says, "Thank you, Nemo. I didn't hear about the mass graves." So people appreciate that. Yeah, and
people got to look into that.
And people appreciate your being here, Nemo. So just remember that, and try and maintain your presence with us because we miss you when you're gone. Okay. Now, just let me check around at a few things in my environment before I speak to this, and just make certain everything around me is working. And kind of find a way to answer the question in terms of context, because that's really the only way to answer something like that. One of the most important things that you're dealing with when you're dealing with magic at all is, of course, your sanity. And when you're coming face to face with both ancient and malign alien beings as well, and the more mundane horrors such as even a simple human corpse, basically your sanity, your ability to maintain a sense of stable equilibrium will decide how well you can cope with unreality and yet still function in society. Now, when I use that term unreality, it's a way to kind of disambiguate from non-reality or fantasy. In other words, there is the term sanity, there is the term insanity. But say, for instance, you're a Zen monk, and you're entering a state of what people consider to be enlightenment, a kind of satori. If you're striving, as any Buddhist monk would be striving to do, if you're striving towards Buddhahood or a sense of emulating the Buddha, you are effectively becoming unsane. Not insane, but unsane. So if you become unsane, then mundane reality no longer matters to you. You've kind of ascended to a higher level of thought processing. And in that sense, that sense of enlightenment, you're no longer really interacting or interfacing with society the way that a mundane human has to, which is basically working for a living, for instance. People who become Buddhas, you don't hear about them working. People who become, Christ, who kind of had this nature to him, he was someone who was supposed to be a carpenter, and yet in the Apocrypha, what they took out of the Bible, there's an incident where he builds a chair and somehow fucks it up. Him and his fellow carpenter, they build it so that it's several spans too short for the fat asshole who bought it. And so Christ just says, now this isn't the words he used, but basically his attitude as portrayed in the Apocrypha is, well, fuck it, and he just does some magical shit and makes the chair wider. No carpentry involved. He just stretches it magically, and because he can do that. So
Right.
they took that out of the Bible because it struck the church as we don't want the populace seeing this because they would perceive Christ as lazy and taking a shortcut. But since he has that power,
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, why wouldn't he do that? Yes, thank you. Thank you. So what I'm speaking about, however, is there's obviously he's really not working. Not in the sense that we consider it working. Now, sanity in and of itself is, of course, a complicated process and concept. Bipolar depression is technically a mental illness to be medicated, yet millions of people deal with the disease with little effect on their daily lives. Homosexuality and transsexuality were once considered serious mental conditions, yet now they're considered lifestyle choices or socially or genetically determined mindsets, or both. And holy men and visionaries in the past would today be considered schizophrenics and medicated accordingly. So sanity is a concept that easily mutates and fluxes. And when you get into these subjects, say for instance I start describing the peacock angel, then the first thing that happens is people start questioning your sanity. This is where it becomes a delicate topic only in the sense that I want to be careful when I articulate anything. So for ease of use, you just think of sanity as a simple gauge that tells society how well adjusted to consensus reality a member of that society is. Now, the aforementioned depressive may occasionally find it hard to get up and go to work, but that's not always a particularly debilitating condition considering the extremes of mental illness. The psychotic, who happily eats his neighbor, is clearly driven by a mental state that makes him a malfunctioning unit. He cannot live happily or easily within social conventions. In other words, sanity is a measure of how closely a human agrees with the narrative a society tells itself is real and unreal. That's why I use the term unsane. So, when you enter the realm of magic, then there are rather more exotic threats to sanity. Coming face to face with Azathoth practically ensures a human cannot go back to day-to-day functions of the world. Or seeing a deep one may mar the functionality of an investigator without the creation of a half-dozen neuroses. The sudden imposition of the unreal on the real causes a schism between the rational mind and the unconscious mind. Now, a human may be able to process that, in fact, the highest destiny of the universe is to fall into entropy, to see a God that represents the nihilist idea manifest in front of one is an imposition of a new reality. It makes one mad. Imagine the scientist who struggles daily with a view of the universe which excludes any phenomenon except that which can be measured and observed. And imagine the cognitive dissonance when they discover the fundamental laws of the universe exist because gods want them to be so. A lifetime of learning, a strong mindset, all utterly fractured. So, the process of going insane is therefore mistaking the real and unreal. one goes insane when one can no longer fend off the notion that objective and subjective, true and false, have no overlap with the bleak reality of the universe, and true insanity is understanding that no part of reality can ever be understood. So what then of the magician, or the magician, to use the real technical term, that breed who actively seeks out such horrors, with the arrogance, the confidence, or naivete to believe they can be confronted and controlled? Meet a man on the street who runs naked screaming that he is being hunted by a great bat with a tri-lobed eye, and the chances are you will think him insane. The investigator of the paranormal knows that while he may be stark raving mad, he may also be telling the very literal truth. This is the slipstream world of magic. The magician, therefore, to disambiguate them from a stage magician, has a rather complicated relationship with the notion of insanity, because the essential nature of magic is seeking out and commanding the very forces that undermine sanity itself. A magician of any skill who camest into contact with any of these otherworldly beings with any frequency will, no matter how powerful their will or sanity, sooner or later fall into irreparable, indefinite insanity. Now, how then can any magician gain powers over the beings magic promises to grant? It seems that no one could ever get good at magic without ending up an unfortunate lunatic. But there's two answers. The first is that they cannot, which would be the answer most human beings would have to settle for. And in their case, magic will almost inevitably lead to severe madness. The second answer, the one that applies to someone like myself, is that the act of performing magic in some way insulates the magician against inevitable madness. No human mind can long survive the true nature of the universe, but magic offers the only viable form of protection, a state called gnosis. So, about this gnosis, at the heart of magic is the sensation of being in the presence of knowledge. And some call this magical consciousness, or the Buddhists call it zazen, the Zen mind, the no mind, the mindlessness of meditation. And others call it samadhi, one-pointed consciousness. You enter a single dimension, which would be a dot, mathematically. But Jennifer Hawkins has joined us. So, Jennifer, you've saved me from going too deep down this hole, for tonight at least. And as such, we reward you and grant you with the time that you need to express yourself. Tell us, honey, what's on your mind?
Mr. Dietrich, can you hear me
Yes.
okay?
Oh, wonderfully. I hear you well.
Good.
And
Hi, Jennifer.
yeah,
Yes, everything's been fine. I was just thought I'd pop in here and visit. I was listening to you. I've been listening.
Thank
And
you.
been busy
Yeah.
with so many things, but always wonderful to catch a show when you're on.
Oh, bless you.
Really.
Thank you so much. That's so appreciated. It's always wonderful to have you with us. It's an honor to have you guest with us. And of course, Heather Holman and Nemo Albano are with us. We believe Aristides is asleep at this point. So you're up so late. You're on the East Coast. In terms of the Eastern time zone, no, you're 2 hours ahead of me, right? You're on the Central time.
Central.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Right in the middle.
Yeah,
Yep.
still quite late, about 2 a.m. in the morning almost, or 2:30 a.m.? Maybe?
Yes, but I work nights. So I close and I'm there till 10:30, and I get home at So I usually am home by about 10:30, 10 something like that. So, and I don't have to wake up. I don't come in till late also. So I'm a night shift person.
Oh
So it's
wow.
not a problem.
Yeah. I mean, technically speaking, you're a swing shift person by security standards because the night shift is,
Right.
yeah, but that's
Yeah.
wonderful, and you like that. Your biorhythm holds that well.
Works with that really well.
Wow.
Yes, it's been a grace because like in the past that has not been the case. Like I've always tried to kind of fit my work into the mornings, which was a horrible mistake because I'm not a morning person. And so it actually, I don't know, I guess I finally succumbed to it and realized it was just the right way to do things.
Thank
To work
God.
at least in the evenings or nights.
Yes.
Just naturally.
Yes, well, you and I can relate. That's so wonderful, and yes, we're birds of a feather. And I want to thank Heather Holman for this wonderful little peacock picture she put into the text box. And in the interim, well, you may have heard what the discussion we were having. Certainly, you must
The
have some
Yazidi.
insights.
I mean, in that instance, the peacock, I think of the Yazidi.
Yeah,
Yes.
of course. And but we were discussing, of course, other elements of sanity, magic, etc. And certainly, I know you have insights because you're a person who seems to have quite well-developed insights. Your videos, you go into territories very few people go into, and so.
Do you
Yeah.
think so? I mean,
I
I do
know
try
so.
to
Yeah.
bring about original ideas as best I can, but yeah, I definitely try to touch on things that I think people already realize or they might be thinking of, but I try to go into those, but I haven't posted in a long time. But it's always, you're always going through when you're trying to post stuff for videos and things like that. I'm a perfectionist, and
Yeah.
doing that is the wrong way. If you're too obsessive about trying to, you know, collaborate some kind of idea, it gets in the way of actually posting anything at all, and that's my downfall with that, honestly, with posting anything, is being too, like, obsessive
Oh,
about trying to post.
well, again, you and I
Yeah, I
both
just
have that.
research
Yeah.
to
Yeah, go on. Yes.
so deeply, or try to,
Yeah.
and then it just time lapses over time and so on and so forth and never gets done, or I feel like it's incomplete, or I don't post it, things like that. So something I struggle with, but it's something everybody has something. So
Yeah, well,
absolutely.
you and I share that. We have that in common. We're both perfectionists, and we screw ourselves up for it, and we wind up doing a lot less than we could because we try to do it right. And sometimes that pays off, and other times it's a hindrance. But
Yep.
yeah, somehow we
Absolutely.
muddle through. And,
Absolutely. Yes.
uh,
I
and,
feel
and
that.
so, are you still affiliated with that little radio station? That kind of
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, very dearly and deeply.
Okay.
Yeah, all the time working with them. I mean, it's well, as you know, it's a small station, it's a small channel type of thing. I guess, like, um, it's just a following of people who are, interested in these topics, but we're always trying to kind of, kick it off and present ideas and things like that. Um, I don't know, we're always working towards something. With the digital radio station,
Mhm.
he's working with that in some way. That's Michael Strange
Okay.
from Troubled Minds. He's the one working with that. Before that, see, he was initially associated with Fringe FM radio, and then he stepped away from that and began doing his own radio station. But, it's a struggle to, like, stay inspired and to do the work and to put the effort in. And we lost a friend of ours
Oh, sorry.
fairly recently, just like last month. A really good friend of ours, a really good friend of mine,
Wow.
that actually helped me to post a lot of when we did our last show.
Yes.
A while back now, he helped me to kind of do a lot of promotion for that. And he actually he passed away.
Oh, so sorry to
So
hear
we
that.
we had to deal with that. That was hard.
When you say our last show, do you mean the show that you and I were on, or the last show?
Yes.
Okay.
The last show that you and I did together, where I interviewed you about, the. Anyway, he took his own life.
Oh, good
And so-
God!
Yeah. And so that was a struggle that came through, and
I'm so
that
sorry.
that kind of turned things around a little bit for a little bit. It was hard for everybody to, at least for us, it was hard for me, and it was hard for Mike, and it was hard for us that knew him, And it was hard for everybody. It was hard for everybody.
Did he have family?
Well, no, not particularly as far as I was aware of. I mean, he was struggling kind of through. I can't speak for him. It's a good friend of mine, and he took his own life, and he had private things he talked about, but he struggled with. I don't want to talk about it too much.
Understood. Understood. We certainly don't want to cause any stress or pain. It's at the same time, we appreciate your letting us know that this happened.
No, just out of respect for him.
Understood. I see. And
it was Liam Martin,
okay.
the Rohan, who was one of the. He was a huge help, so much, and a lot of everything we did with the show that we were doing with Troubled Minds, and when that happened, it kind of threw everybody off. We weren't sure, maybe what do we do now, and how do you move past that? Because he was such an intrinsic part of it all, and so I mean, I just really, I really shouldn't. But it was that happened recently. And so it was and I had talked to him. I don't know why I'm talking about this. I'm so sorry. Let's leave it behind. Something else.
Of course, of course. But nevertheless, I do want you to know that do not, don't punish yourself for having
Of course
spoken.
not. No, it did influence, I think, a lot of the, it put some pause in some things.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's people out there, as I said, General George S. Patton once said, anyone who thinks they're indispensable isn't, but he was wrong. There are people out there who are indispensable, and when they're gone, we just have to do the best we can without them, but it's never the same again. Historically, of course, the epitome of this, the person who just personified indispensability was Nikola Tesla, and he was operating at a level of physics that even Einstein was not operating at, and he was doing it more intuitively than by understanding what he was doing, but he was indispensable to the technologies that he was bringing into the world. And
what's weird?
Yeah, go on.
About Nikola Tesla.
Yeah.
There are no recordings of him. I think that is so strange. Like, I looked for audio clips. We have Thomas Edison. We have other people from that time period.
Yeah.
And I've looked and searched. And if anyone can dig one up, as famous as the man was, there is no audio recording of him. Just a point of curiosity.
So sad.
There's no. Yes.
I had never thought of that. I had never thought of that, but now that you mention it, yes. From now on, I'll never be able to not think of it whenever I think of it.
You can't find it because I have looked and searched and for an audio clip or the voice of Nikola Tesla, and it doesn't exist.
Yeah. I am impressed again. You have a uncanny and profoundly astute ability to hone in, zoom in, with laser-like precision onto certain elements of a phenomenon that no one else ever thinks about. And that's what makes you special. So, honey, what else is on your mind in terms of...
I got a new bike. I'll mention
Okay,
that.
you did. You did.
A friend just brought me a bike.
Oh, good.
Literally.
See?
I don't know
Oh.
why, so obvious and simple. But a friend brought me a bike, and I was like, oh, thank God.
So
And
they
it
just,
worked out.
yeah, they,
So now I have a bicycle.
yeah, and so did they gifted you this bicycle, just gifted it to you.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Just brought it over to me. And it's a total, like, a Wizard of the Oz, like, it's like an old,
Oh, wow.
very, it's a good bike. But I was like, it's the back brake type of bike.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where you have to back brake, there's no gear shifts or anything.
Wow. Wow.
Which I'm not familiar with. Because I used to actually, I'm really into, things like that. I used to ride a bike 8 miles to
Wow.
work and back again. Like, I was really serious.
Wow.
But not anymore. Not in that way. But, so I'm familiar with bicycling. But, yeah, they just brought me a bike. My friend brought me a bike. But it was really unexpected. And it was a big surprise. And it's just a good practical bike and just gave it to me. And I was like, thank God, because it's so much faster than just walking.
Yes. I mean, yeah, I had asked you, I was afraid of you walking to work and back.
Walking takes so long.
Yeah, so you've been doing that. You've been walking to and from work.
I had been walking to and for work.
Oh.
But now with the bicycle, it's so much faster. And I just don't want a car. I just don't like them,
Understood.
So I was like, thank God.
I mean, obviously you're in good physical health, but I was concerned for your physical safety. I mean, your personal security.
Yeah, you worry about, anybody could just, God knows. I mean, it's super
Think
dangerous.
of investing in one of those electric bikes.
No,
help you
they
go
blow
faster.
up. I've heard they blow up,
Oh yeah, if you leave them on charge for too long, or if you get a real cheap Chinese knockoff. You just got to make sure you don't let it charge longer than it's supposed to, because some
That's what
people
they
are just
say.
lazy, and it does. Yeah, there are a lot of reports of them blowing up.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
Just think
that's
of
cool,
anything that
too.
will help you.
I would just
get
never
around quicker.
trust it. I'd be expecting it to blow
Yeah.
up on me. So Yeah.
Like having a fucking gas cylinder for your barbecue.
it's super tricky.
It will blow up one time.
You never know. Just don't want to deal with any of that. So
No, and besides,
it's a relief.
yeah, I think that Jennifer is also very much into health, and that she knows the bicycling, in the mechanical sense, keeps her healthy. And
Well, in a way,
Yeah.
I believe in health, but I don't believe in it in the way that I don't know.
Oh, build your
not
leg
necessarily
muscle up.
like a health nut per se,
Mm.
but like I don't know, transportation wise, like I'd be just as happy to like have a horse or something. Like I grew up on in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Not that means anything.
Well, I mean,
it could be anywhere,
what did you
but around,
around horses? You
Yeah, I actually worked at a horse stable for a while.
Uh-huh.
Well, actually, I moved to Montana,
Uh-huh.
and there was so I worked with horses there as well.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know, but, that's how
Did you
people
get to ride them?
They were injured horses.
Oh.
So what they came in as, they were dejected horses, that weren't used. They were injured in some way, so they'd go to this ranch that I worked on, and they were useless. They were injured, and so rather than put them down, they were rehabilitated there, and they were treated more like pets. And you couldn't ride them, and many of them were injured in such a way that they were kind of aggressive because they were hurt. So
Wow.
Did they used to be race horses or
Yeah.
just mistreated horses as well?
yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
So they were grouchy horses that this lady would take on.
Yeah. I wouldn't
Yeah.
blame him. I wouldn't want a midget fucking whipping the shit
I'd
out
have
of me
this
while he's
whole
riding me.
exactly. So I had like this whole get up. I'd pull out of my trunk. It was like basically a Carhartt, like overalls and stuff, because just cleaning out their stalls and things like that, and feeding them and moving them around and stuff like that. And they were grumpy. Some of them. There was one in particular who would always try to bite you.
Poor thing. So you obviously have a great deal of patience and affection for animals, but did you? The question remains. Certainly, you're not riding those horses, but you must have learned to, I presume, ride horses at some point in your life, probably very young, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we always rodeos and things like that. So yeah.
Wow. So you were a real cowgirl.
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, just kind of like people had horses, and I watched that. I was very little when I lived there in my hometown, and I left my hometown when I was like 10. No, not a real cowgirl. I wouldn't say that, but rode horses casually, and there were other people who were more experienced at it than I was. But so no, I wouldn't say that. No.
I mean, I understand. I'm using that term kind of, just casually as opposed to professionally. But
I really respect them. Horses are very.
Yeah.
They're great animals.
Yeah, they are, and you have to really You have to have some carefulness and caution about them. I mean, you can know a horse for 12 years, and I heard stories like this. And you get too comfortable. And something go wrong, or you overestimate what they can do, and you put them in a strange predicaments. And I don't know. You have to kind of. A lot of people get their, a lot of people get their horses and broke by somebody else, or they don't know the horse very well, or they think they know it so well, and they get overconfident. It's actually very dangerous, horses it's a big animal.
Yeah.
And not only that though, but their respect level. A lot of people just ride them for fun. That can be really dangerous.
The scary as fuck when they charge at you. One time when I was riding past a little farm where this dude had one horse out and about roaming around, as I'm riding past the fence, the horse just starts running right up to me, and I'm just like pedaling my ass off, shitting myself.
Yeah, they are no joke.
Yeah. When I meet the owner of the horse on the farm, he's like, God, don't be scared of him. He's just excited to see people around because he's alone. He's just very playful. But yeah, just that big muscular
They're
giant
like really
beast.
big dogs.
Yeah.
But also too, it's just different. And they have their own language, I mean, it's kind of off topic, but yeah, I mean.
Oh, it's not off.
They're one of the greatest animals that's ever lived. Man's been like a long companion with horses.
Yeah. It's not off topic at all. I mean, I think this is a deep subject, and the beautiful thing about horses is that they're always in the present moment. Like dogs. They help to center a person. They keep a person centered. They help to anchor us. You have to be in the present moment with them, or like Jennifer says, it can get very dangerous. So they force you into the present moment, which is where a lot of us need to be, because, well, most of us spend too much of our time outside of the present moment. We're everywhere else but in the present. That's what the human mind does, or can do. It's very seldom that you're really in the present. I mean, Nemo gets himself there, I think, by going out for a smoke. And then that's kind of like the impression I get. Yeah. So Jennifer, I noticed that you, of course, as creative people do, you kind of experiment with your appearance. Now, I think I saw a photograph of you fairly recently on your Skype icon. Your hair was all in curls, black. Yeah. And
oh, well, now, as of recent, I went through a mood, so I darkened my hair, but I've stripped that back out.
Okay.
To lighter hair, well, my mother was, light-haired and blue-eyed. My brother's light-haired, and he has brown eyes, and so I colored my hair dark because I was going through a time. But yeah, I do experiment with my look. Yeah, it's fun to do.
Yeah, and that's delightful. What about the like you said, you were going through a mood. You mentioned your mother and your brother. Are you in contact very much with your family?
Oh, you know,
I can't remember
with
whether your
my
mother is still with
with my
us.
mother every so often. I do talk to my mother sometimes,
Okay.
like not as often as I'd like to, but we talk a couple times a year. And then I talk to my brother, I don't know. My family's kind of not really, that close knit because we've had through a lot of things. So,
Wow.
but we do stay in touch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, I don't want to probe too deeply, but did you say your family's been through a lot of things, or something like that? Is what you said? You don't need to answer. We can move on if that's. I was just trying to see if I heard you right. That's all. Uh, so aside from that, how
No,
was?
just like with my family, we're not we've some families are really close knit, and in my case, in my family, a lot of people have passed away, and it's left just a very small family. Like I literally just have like my mother,
Okay.
who I talk to from time to time, and then my brother I don't talk to very often. I'm a small family now. My bigger family in the past, once a lot of the old people passed away, once my grandparents passed away, once several of my grandparents passed away, because I had a split family in that regard. But once they passed away and the great aunts and uncles passed away, it left this sort of shell where nobody really came back together again. And so it was kind of like that. And so in addition to that and having so much split family, like I'm just a part of a fragmented family. And so I only speak to my mother ever so often. She has her own demons, so to speak, and that sort of thing. And so I talk to her ever so often, even though I wish it was more often, but it's just how it is. And then with my brother, we don't speak a lot, though, of course we all love each other. We just don't speak very much. There's so many things
And
in the way of speaking. I think that's what it is.
okay. Yeah. No. Understood. Yeah. And thank you for sharing that. I mean, I appreciate your sharing that. Such being said, just let me handle this over in the chat and taking out live streaming and the like. And thank you for joining us in the chat as well, dear Jennifer. I noticed that. So while I'm dealing with this, let me see if I can press the right button and hide user on this channel. For Trampus Nicholson came back into the chat, and that takes care of him with this latest channel.
Oh,
so.
was that him?
Yeah.
I should have checked. Sorry, I didn't check.
No worries. Yeah, it's fortunate that I can do that now. We figured out how to go to his channel and how to go to these channels, and that helps them immensely. So that's taken care of. And you can tell usually just the names that are used by these people, and they
yeah. And when you look up the date when they made the account,
Oh,
he
just
made it this month.
yeah, and yeah, even though it's empty, and it's empty too. It's just those three factors all put together. It's yeah. So there you go. That's taken care of. In terms of so Jennifer, with the how do you explain or what was your impression about what might have happened with Christopher Reeve in terms of that horse?
Oh yes, that was huge thing.
Yeah.
Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He got paralyzed from a horse accident, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Well, like I don't know. That whole scenario. I mean, how it even happened that he'd made such a mistake, but it could happen to anyone. Things like that could happen to anybody, and people really underestimate that. Like, I've heard of scenarios of people getting kicked in the face, getting getting kicked by horses that they'd known all their life. But yeah, that was a shame with that. I mean, I don't really know what else to say about that, but yes. Just having respect for it. Well, not even respect for is not the right word. I mean, just ever being cautious and realizing that, you know.
Yeah. I don't think animals on movie sets are being respected.
Yeah, they're not you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, sir. What were you saying?
I was just saying I don't think any animal on a movie set is being respected off the bat.
What's
like
that?
You could expect getting fucking attacked by a horse or whatever animals on the movie set.
Yeah.
When you look up when they use animals, dogs, horses, and all that, they abuse the animals.
It could be.
Did that happen on a movie set?
I don't know if that was the case with Christopher Reeve's horse.
Yeah, that's a presumption.
Okay.
Like the horse is in a shit mood on a movie set, being handled around and all the noise and all that shit.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I of course don't know too much about it, except of course the repercussions. I'm far more familiar with the repercussions than I was with the accident itself. But yeah, I never knew whether it was on a movie set or not. But
well, that's what I heard. Like,
it makes sense.
Doing it for a movie.
I see. That would make sense.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so probably
I have to look it up. That's what I heard.
Probably the horse had been pushed to its limit. It probably had been pushed to its limit of patience with and they were treating it like a machine, probably. And yeah, that can, of course. Oh well, ouch. And
what was that? What were you trying? You were just thinking. What were you thinking about it?
Oh, I brought it up because I had brought up earlier the horse is always in the present moment, and it forces you to be in the present moment. And if you refuse,
you absolutely have to.
Yeah,
they are not. They're not. I mean, I can't speak for them. You know, like who could? But I think that with horses, with any animal, really, you know, they're not privy to what our plans are that we're trying to do. But that they have their own, like whenever I'd go into those, like when I would work with those horses that I was working with, and I wasn't really working with them, I was literally just cleaning. Yeah, I mean, it's just, essentially, you can't shape an animal to what you want them to be. You have to kind of work with them and understand them. And if you don't have patience for that, they could kill you. Or they could hurt you very seriously, especially since they're so enormous. I mean, and people take advantage of they're just being terrible, really.
Yes.
The way that some people think about animals, but I'm a pragmatist. Mm-hmm. Like I believe in fishing and hunting and things like that, and farming. And for example, like my grandfather, he had their family house. Mm-hmm. They kept animals and they farmed, and they would even butcher their own animals in the basement of that house. They did it in a very serious way like that. So like it's a way that people would not understand in like modern standards, but there was just a different type of way. And they loved every one of those animals, but there's just a different mindset entirely, you know?
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's something that, of course, is, I think, important that people maintain these lifestyles. And it's not for everyone, but I'm so glad that there are some people who did keep those lifestyles up, and it's becoming rarer and rarer, of course, but it's a visceral lifestyle that is actually much healthier in many ways than the kind of lifestyle that people lead today.
They loved every single one of the animals that, like they, you know, there's a knowing they knew that animal since it was born.
Yeah.
And there's just a different mindset about the whole thing that I think is just not. I mean, I know people are going to be like, they would think up in arms, you know, but.
Oh.
Nobody knows when they eat something, like when if they do.
Yeah.
They don't. Their approach is entirely different than that other approach of knowing. And I just think that the respect level of that is lacking. And there's an honor and there's a misuse of animals these days in every regard. But in that instance, at least, it's hard to express or explain, but what was conveyed to me, that, the honesty of it and the truth of it, it doesn't really, where are we going, right?
Well, I think where we're going is constructive. Basically, when people live this lifestyle where they are raising animals from birth and they appreciate the animals as beautiful and they have affection for these animals, they feed them, but at the same time they understand them to be a source of food, and they are personally taking the responsibility of killing them, then what happens is you have in a sense, that's respecting life far more than many people.
More respect. Yes.
Than people who are just
eating.
Than people who are simply, they can appreciate what they're eating so much more than people who are not. They're just eating stuff that somebody else killed, and these animals are killed en masse, and they're industrially raised, and and yet somehow people can live with themselves eating that. Obviously I eat that kind of meat, but I'd be just as happy to eat. Yeah, I'd be just as
above it.
Yeah,
not below it. It's survival in a way, and we're just going through the motions of it, and society has not allowed anymore. Yeah. I mean, people can say, you can go ahead and pursue that lifestyle. It's gone.
Yeah, it is.
Literally, generations have sold it off. They have sold it off.
So sad.
Where now anymore, you can't choose to live like that. It's ridiculous if you try to. It is just so out of form and not what it was that it's unaccomplished. It's not even able to be accomplished. The dignity and the integrity of what it was. At this point, and unless you have a great deal of money to sink into it, and I guess it's just different than it was. I mean, these were at that time farmers, I guess as you would call it, which was like my family, in my old family, they had established a great deal within a couple of generations. But then once so and so dies off, somebody wants to buy it. And they buy it, and then it gets bought, and then generations come up, and it doesn't matter anymore. And then they pursued greater things. What they pursued was lesser things.
Yes.
And it turns out they become completely dependent upon the systems of everything that are already established for them, and they have nothing for themselves, and they resent it. But they already made the acts for it for the previous generations. So it's generations upon generations making mistakes. And it's just what it is. And selling it all out for the government, selling it all out for money.
Yeah. Well, it's, of course, you can understand why they do that. It's a hard life.
Absolutely. Well, it wasn't.
Okay.
I mean, they had it established in such a way that it was not such a hard life. It was a better life. Okay. They just made the mistake of thinking it to be an easier life in doing things, moving to doing things. It's just decisions made by the wrong people at the wrong time. Maybe it was mistakes. Maybe it was good. I don't know. But it places people in future generations. And everything that their generations before them had worked for, it places them on the empty, essentially.
Yeah, well,
working aimlessly for nothing.
Yeah. Well,
just a mess.
You are this incredible person who's this bridge between us and a lost world, and you're young. So I don't know how you do this, but I guess it's because you were raised in such a unique series of environments. It's profound to me. I certainly appreciate it.
I saw it.
Yeah.
You know, you see it,
Yeah.
but nothing you can do about it. But yeah.
Well, you can communicate the history of it so that people understand it better, and that's important. That's profound. People.
Yeah, people often misuse, abuse, and neglect the ones who bring them the most comfort, you know, and I don't know, they're pushed off to the side and are not given or seen a thought because that's the purpose, you know. It's just many of the people who did all the work that they were intending to pass down, and that was put off because once they died, you know, everyone just gathered up the roots and the pieces and sold them to, you know, the highest bidders. And and women do it to men nowadays too. I mean, all day long, as if they have no feelings or heart. Or there's a dark world going on, in my opinion, in the hearts of mankind in general about their relationships with each other and how they see things. It's a damn shame, especially children these days. You know, like I do think that there's a shattering going on. But I mean, these are my personal opinions. You know, they're completely personal. But what I, you know, maybe from bringing that forward, but looking at the whole picture, it's a mess. It really is.
Well, I appreciate it. I think that everyone else does as well. People don't hear about these things much anymore, and they represent a bygone lifestyle that many people romanticize. When I was a young child, I had a coloring book about farms, and I thought that someday being a farmer would be... oh, what a nice lifestyle. Of course, this was all a complete romantic idea, not based on the hard reality. You, of course, say, well, it was and I appreciate your saying it, of course, that this was a, you know, not necessarily all that hard a lifestyle, but hey, these people were getting up early in the morning, they're feeding various animals, they're, you know, tending to crops if they're farmers. It's
once you get to a point, I mean, you do employ other people to do that. You know, they actually travel through to do it.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I remember hearing stories of, like, my grandfather used to tell me stories at what their farm, it was, they had, they weren't I mean, farming is different. It's not gardening.
Right. Yes, like, thank you. Go on.
It's quite a bit bigger than that.
Yeah.
So, like, people would come through looking for work, and they would let them sleep in the barn. And in Texas, it was very hot, and they'd sleep up in the barns, up in the
loft.
And, yeah, and they would work there for a little while, and they'd move on to the next farm, and they did migratory work. So they had that, and that would have been in the early 1900s at the point that he was talking about. And that was in Texas. So there was migratory workers then. This was no small farming. This was not like mom and pop type of gardening or something like that. Yeah. They were actually farming thousands of acres of lands of corn and cotton. That's
incredible. So you come from a background of some wealth in that sense, and it's but you were still homeschooled, right?
No.
Okay.
So I attended school in a very small town, and then, well, I mean, I was not homeschooled. They tried to homeschool me for a little while. They were going to do that, but it actually didn't turn out because we had to move, and so, but that was beyond the era of my grandfather and what he was doing. My mother and her husband, that scenario was different. So no, I was not homeschooled. I was moved from school to school. I've heard you mention that, but I was not homeschooled. No.
Okay, so that was my own construct.
You may have. I don't know. I don't know if you could find back or look back. I don't I've never said that I was homeschooled, but
Oh, right. Believe me, if Jennifer says she didn't say that, she didn't say that. I kind of just cobbled that together in my brain because you seem to have been in such isolated environments. I mean,
I changed schools a lot.
Oh.
I went through, well, that's beside the point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I did have to change. I was not homeschooled.
Mm-hmm.
I had to change schools a great deal because my mother's husband
Mm-hmm.
traveled for work, and so a great deal of time I changed schools often.
Right.
And so I maybe gleaned something off of that or something, which is not, that's not unlikely. But yeah, no, it just changed schools very often, but was not homeschooled. At one point, my mother did try to homeschool because we lived out. Once my mother and her husband, once they moved away, when we moved from Texas to Arkansas
Mm-hmm.
and left everything behind. And when they did that, we moved into a cabin that had no electricity, no running water.
Good
And
God, I remember that. That's why I figured, yeah.
Maybe that was what? I don't know. I was probably 10. I was about 9 or 10 years old. And then
Well,
but I lived
why?
for years at not years, but I guess probably 3 years, maybe 3.5 years.
There?
No electricity, no running water.
Why?
Like that.
Why?
Because I don't know why. I don't really know. Like, they left. I know that the house we lived in, it got broken into.
Who the fuck would want to break into a place like that? I'd be trying to escape.
They broke into, well, the house, when we lived in Texas, our house got broken into. And somebody, some people broke into our house and they ransacked the entire house.
That's horrible.
And
that's horrible.
They broke a bunch of our stuff, and my mother had I remember she had I remember special things being broken. You remember in my childhood, I remember there were things that were you didn't touch those things. They were
Right.
special things.
Right.
But these people who broke into the house, I remember they broke those things and stuff was
Was
all
this
over
some
the
kind of
house.
personal vendetta?
Well, I don't know. That's a whole nother private.
Because it
matter,
sounds so.
Regardless.
It sounds so. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Of course, that's none of my business if it was, but from what little we're hearing, it sounds like they knew that these were vital, important.
I don't know if they did or if they were just careless or something, but they broke special things and everything. Anyway, everybody was terrified about this. It was a small town.
Yeah.
You're talking about 1,000 people.
It sounds
A
like
farming
you maybe you were a
So,
targeted. Maybe you were a targeted.
And
Have you ever felt like a targeted individual?
I have family that served not only in the military, but that were in the OSS and in the FBI.
Yes.
So I have a military background.
Right.
Put it that way.
Yes.
But our house was broken into, and there were other familial disputes to some extent, to one or lesser extents that could have led to it. But I don't know if that was the case. I think this could have blindly been some other kind of situation. But
just to kind of put my spin on this, or just my intuition is that anyone breaking in to steal stuff is generally they're just looking for stuff to steal. They're not trying to vandalize. They're not saints, but this sounds like they understood this was precious and they just broke it, because the impression I'm getting from what you're saying is that it doesn't sound like anything was stolen. It's just somebody came in and broke things and left. Is almost the impression that I'm getting. Again, you don't need to respond with great detail, but it's kind of while we're on the topic, this is the the vibe I'm getting. So that sounds much more sinister than a break-in. And like you said, this small little town, they're terrified, understandably, and yet nobody else got hit, right?
Well, I don't know, but they ended up moving, and we moved to another state entirely.
Okay.
And where they moved to a property that had a cabin on it, and the cabin had no running water, no electricity, anything of the kind. We lived there for a number of years. Then they bought another property. They bought another property not far from there.
Oh, they glitched her. Okay. Jennifer, just so you know, okay, we can't hear you now. Just so you know. So hopefully you return to us soon, hopefully your sound returns. And Nemo and I'll just hang out for a while so Nemo, did you heard that? Did you not get that vibe?
Yeah. I was also thinking, why didn't, because she wasn't she living in a rural area, like a farm? Or why didn't they have attack dogs or something?
Good question. That is a good question, considering how familiar she is with animals. That's it's not that she has a lot of dogs now, that's for sure. Right, Jen? Let's see if she can get back online. Man, they knocked they knocked her tech for a loop. She left. Hopefully she can rejoin us.
Was she using a phone?
I do not know. Let's send her a private message here. Let me see if I can find her on the. Okay, JH. Here we are. Okay, so let's see. Okay, feel.
I don't know how anyone can use Skype on phone. Fuck that.
Jump back on call. Okay, and give her a little bit of okay. Where's these precious hands? Let's see now. Here we are. There we go.
Closest thing to a robbery I've had was some bunch of fuckheads stole my PS2 after cutting off the power to our home. My father was having a little party, having drinks, and just some of the people that were invited. Yeah, let's cut off the power and steal this kid's gaming console.
Oh my god. And your gaming console?
Yeah.
Okay. Was this like an expensive job, like what we consider an Xbox today or something like that?
Oh yeah, this was like back in 2003, so they were like hundreds of dollars. PS2, PlayStation 2.
Right. Oh, it's like so you had yeah.
And to add insult to injury, they threw all of my shoes on the roof of our home.
I'm sorry.
Because we keep our thongs and shoes at the front door.
Of course.
But it was gated property, so.
Yeah. You said, I'm sorry, your dad was holding a party?
Yeah, he's just having a drink. Yeah, he invited a little, like too many people.
Right. Oh, God.
And they brought their friends. And then they started trouble.
Yeah, he's not. Your dad's not famous for good judgment. No. So and all these people just went wild. It's so that is just disgusting. I'm the more I hear from like Heather Holman talking about. You heard that? No, you listened the other day. You heard that horror story about how they said they had her daughter. Did you hear all that?
Yeah. Yeah, a bit about her daughter.
And so you understand Heather Holman's daughter was a model and then disappeared, and then these people call up recently and say, oh, we've got your daughter, and it's just tormenting her. I mean, and then
the first time she came on, when she was talking about her daughter and saying she hadn't seen her in a while.
Yeah.
When I saw the image, I told you in DM, she's probably like been kidnapped, but I wasn't going to say that. But obviously, that's what the conclusion is now, so it's okay to say, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's something that I think it's all right for us to say these things, because we're not intending any malice or malevolence. In terms of Jennifer, I will, of course, next time she's on, I'll try and speak of other subjects that are less personal. But her story is so fascinating because it's she added the context now that makes it make more sense. Just for her father, or you notice that she doesn't call him my stepfather. She calls him my mother's husband. You notice that?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so this guy certainly maintained his distance. And so he, moves them out in the middle of nowhere, and they're there for 3 years. I mean, that's outrageous. Yeah, it's. I was going to ask her, of course, because I'm just curious. I mean, so was it like walking to a well in the morning? It's like walking to a well and just like
Going to the outhouse.
and scrub boards for washing clothes. I mean, this is why I thought she was homeschooled. Is because how do you get to school from a place like that? It's
Might as well live in an Amish community.
it's so one can't help but be curious.
Not putting down that lifestyle, though. But
Well,
that's not a life for most people.
Well, there's a difference between that and what she was saying about the grandfather with the farm. The grandfather with the farm, of course, she's saying here's this lifestyle that was obviously had a lot going for it. Nothing I would want to be a part of, but
Right.
I can understand it. That was the old American dream. I
Yeah.
was going to ask her if she had ever seen any episodes of Green Acres and what she thought about that.
Oh, yeah, I got all those seasons. It's a good classic show.
So that's funny. You know what I'm talking about. That's incredible.
Yeah.
A lot of
The chick that plays the wife,
yeah.
what's her name? Jojo? It
Gabor.
starts with an X.
Yeah, Zsa Zsa
Gabor.
Gabor. It's
Yeah.
two Z's, I believe. It might be two X's, but yeah.
She was so pretty back then. God damn.
Yeah.
And, yeah, and I couldn't stand that. Like the character, the husband was just this old fuck. I forgot his name, and he's hooked up with this real hot city chick, and he was working in the city, and I want to go out in the farm and plant crops and all this shit. And when he goes out to the farmlands, he buys some shitty piece of land. He got ripped off. You can't grow anything there. Just a big fuck over for him moving all the way out there from the city.
But that was the plot. That was the plot.
Yeah.
The entire point of the series, right?
Yeah. And he's stuck out there trying to make a living just as a farmer. And they have just idiots trying to build their houses, inbreds, hicks.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. It's So the whole thing is, of course, you feel sorry for the lady who's stuck with this idiot who's yeah. But they show him like doing pitchforking in a, trying to, what do they call it? Toss hay. He's trying to toss hay in a suit and shit. I remember that. That's scenes like that. But, so it is, it was bizarre. That was this bizarre series that everybody just kind of watched and they just thought it was quaint. And,
it was soothing.
Yeah, soothing, quaint, funny to watch, this. So there we go. I was going to ask her if she ever saw this, what she thought about that, and so I can ask her that next time.
That is Jojo chick. She used to be in a relationship with Anton LaVey, wasn't she?
She may well have been.
I saw images of her with him, and
it wouldn't surprise me because Anton Zandor LaVey also had that relationship going with. What's her name? Jane Mansfield. Jane Mansfield.
All right.
Yeah, and that's definitely was the more notorious relationship that he had with a celebrity. And so Jane Mansfield was, of course, ultimately died because of her relationship with Anton LaVey. Poor dear. And, forgive me.
What was her cause of death?
Oh, dude, here's what happened. It's basically Jane Mansfield was this incredibly intelligent woman. I am a fan of Jane Mansfield. A lot of people made fun of her because she was blonde and a bombshell, meaning she was a sex bomb.
Yeah.
And
she looks like Marilyn Monroe in a way.
Yes, yes. And so she painted her entire house pink, and she ran for president. And she also was someone who had a very high IQ. I can't remember what it was, but people never give her any credit. But she wound up in a relationship with a number of different men because obviously she was in high demand.
Playboy playmate.
Yeah, and one of her friends, her boyfriends, was, of course, psychotic, abusive. This goes without saying. It's always the case. It's just men are just shit. Most men are just shit. And so to do something about it, she got into a relationship with Anton LaVey, or rather, she was in some casual relationship with him anyway, and then asked him to do something about the boyfriend. And so he warned her, okay, I've cast a spell on this guy. Don't go anywhere near him because he's going down. And she wound up hanging out with the guy again. And so she was in a car with him. And in those days, they used to have convertibles, which nobody drives anymore for some reason. I don't know why, but...
because of the danger of flipping and having your head squashed straight away. Or just flipping out of your vehicle when it spins out of control.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because... it used to be the thing. People wanted convertibles, but they just don't make cars like they used to. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah.
But so she was in a convertible, and what happened was they were in. Now, this is how I remember it, and but I don't know if it's exactly the case because. But this is how I remember it, and I think this is the case. But they were going up a hill in San Francisco because San Francisco is a city built on hills. It's a grid overlaid on a group of hills, so there's no other city like it. If you go take a look at most cities, generally their landscapes are not particularly interesting in America. European cities are different because, of course, a lot of them have a character, and they were built before there were cars. But American cities generally got totally built around cars. It doesn't matter if they existed 100 years before there were cars. Most American cities were not. Once they started developing around the car, it overwhelmed whatever element they had of urban design before there were cars. So you take a look at most American cities, they tend to be flat, uninteresting landscapes. You might distinguish them by the buildings, but other than that, there's very little to tell many American cities apart. San Francisco, however, really truly stands out. It is a photographer's dream because it's all hills. That's what makes it visually interesting. So because there's very few cities in America built on hills, I'm pretty sure it was San Francisco she was in. So she was in San Francisco where Anton LaVey lived. All of this makes sense. So she was in a convertible with the abusive boyfriend, and they were going uphill behind a truck that was carrying large panes of glass. Big glass for, to install as windows in skyscrapers or something. And then all the bindings broke loose, snapped loose on the truck ahead of them, and all those panes of glass went flying. And they beheaded herself. Her boyfriend also died, but she was literally beheaded. Now, for some reason, I see this happening visually as if I was there, but probably that's due to the Damien Omen film. For those of you who don't remember the original Omen, the original film about the devil child, Damien, there's a scene where a man gets beheaded by a pane of glass. A pane of glass just falls and beheads him, obviously inspired by the Jane Mansfield accident. So it's probably that scene from that film that makes me feel as if I was there viewing what had happened to her, because it's easy to transpose that image as onto what happened to her, because that's exactly what happened to her in real life. So that's how she died. And once she died, of course, Anton LaVey said, "I told her not to go near him again." And it was like, well, there you go. So sad. And
God damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many actresses did he end up dating? Just the two that we mentioned, or just like a harem of?
It's the I don't know. I've never really.
Was he heavily involved in the Hollywood scene?
Yeah, he was heavily involved. Yeah, he was. He was the guy who helped. He was the consultant for both Rosemary's Baby and also The Devil's Reign. So he was a consultant on both those films, and inspired Michael Aquino to be a consultant on the film. I forgot what it was, Satan Asylum or something like that. Satan's Asylum, I believe. I could look it up. Yeah, he's Anton LaVey was a popular guy, and like our man Peter Moon always points out, he was big friends with the French guy, Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée, who also lives in San Francisco, was friends with Anton Szandor LaVey. And Mara Herman, the German woman, I was just thinking about this the other day. Somebody, it was either yourself or Aristides or Trappist Nicholson, when I was trying to remember Mara Herman's name, and I hadn't seen her name in years. It was like she used to be on Facebook and then disappeared. And I was trying to remember her name, and somebody told me her name. I said that German woman who lives in New Zealand. And then somebody told me, oh, Mara Herman. And it was like, either that was you or Aristides or that Trappist Nicholson.
Someone else.
If it was Trappist Nicholson, as I suspect, number one, I suspect it was him. Just goes to show how this guy was definitely an agent, an asset. There's no way this fucker could have known that. And because she hadn't been around for years. I mean, 10 years, that long. And so there's no way he could know what the fuck I was talking about. Because, I was just doing what I was doing. It's like you guys couldn't even recall, oh, you weren't here. Was it you? It was Aristides. Or remember I was trying to recall Jordan Peterson? Was it you and George?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys
until you said the name, and then I'm like, oh, how did I think of that?
Yeah. So definitely you can imagine how hard it is to recover some name like Mara Herman.
Like that.
Yeah. That having been said, what was my point with that? Okay, so what I'll do now is I'll better get into monologue, and I'll do my best, of course, to do the subjects justice and just kind of enter the zone with that. But when it comes to, of course, Jennifer Hawkins, I hope she doesn't regret coming on with us and understands how much we appreciate her sharing what she did, and all of it was relevant. And certainly Heather Holman, we love her, adore her dearly, and hopefully she's doing okay. Let's take a look at Cultivated Image here. He's talking about the different things that he's got going on. He says, do you think David... Yes, you notice that. Yeah. And somehow he knows a bit about San Francisco, so Cultivated Image might have lived here at some point. He says, since you are talking about Hollywood, I have a question. Do you think David Lynch is alluding to the show with Robert Blake's creepy character in Lost Highway? I don't personally think so, but it's an interesting idea. So did you ever see Lost Highway?
No, I haven't seen that.
Okay. Yeah. Probably aren't missing much. It's not many people like that, or maybe people do like it. It's one of these things that I remember Robert Blake's daughter was saying, "Oh, he should have been doing roles like this years ago," and but my game brother Beaver said, "What the fuck kind of role was that?" Robert Blake was just showing up and being creepy a few times in the movie. He didn't think it was that big a deal. Of course, poor Robert Blake. His life was ruined by this young woman he married who turned out to be just certainly the way she's portrayed in this documentary I saw. I was like, just when I was care providing for my parents and the TV would be on late at night while I'm providing care for them, there was this one documentary that just made this young woman that Robert Blake married look like the devil incarnate. It was like this woman destroyed his life, the way they portrayed it in this documentary, and ultimately he killed her and got away with it.
Wow.
And but by that time it was too late. After that he was just doing a few roles, just minor.
He died last year, didn't he?
Oh, maybe.
Robert
I mean,
Blake, yeah.
yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It's
89.
like I'd be.
89 years old.
I'm rather surprised he lived that long.
All these evil fuckers live a long life for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, I was never a fan of his, but I got nothing against him. Like I said, they made this chick that he married. It's like the way they described it in the documentary, it made you wonder why it took him that long to kill her. But in terms of the William Shatner, on the other hand, he had some young wife that he killed, and he got away with it. If you're an actor, you can do these things in some cases.
Especially if you're of the special bloodline.
It could be.
Oh yeah, they get protected all the time. They just feel like they can do anything. Those type of Hollywood people.
Well, I did notice Robert Blake's lawyer, his attorney, was identifiably Jewish, just physically.
Yeah.
You could. I mean, the guy looked like the caricature. He looked like the caricature.
Yep.
And so let's welcome ŁMEMŁDy back here. And so Cultivated Image did live in San Francisco from 1991 to 2007. Incredible, till the year my father died. Yeah. And so let's see. I'll say welcome back.
I know that Anton LaVey, he was heavily associated with the music industry. A lot of big music people, producers, and executives of the record companies and all that shit. A lot of musicians, the genre of thrash metal started in the Bay Area in San Francisco in the early 80s, and all of these thrash metal bands and musicians idolized Anton LaVey. And another, I don't know if he was high ranking at the time, but devoted Satanist, King Diamond. He was part of the Church of Satan, and he was close friends with Anton LaVey. Yeah, and all these big bands at that time in the 80s that started in the Bay Area, they just all idolized these Satanists, and it was very blatant in their music that they're heavily influenced by the diabolism, and that it became like a virus. It just spread and became very popular through that decade and early 90s, obviously, until all the grunge music and alternative rock came in and took over the music industry. But yeah, I just noticed that because I heavily look in all the music stuff.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, you know far more about it than I do, that's for sure. Did
you ever notice just the attention of the metal thrash metal scene in San Francisco in the 80s? Like, because that's where it all originated, most of it. And bands that were outside of that area came into the Bay Area to tour in the thrash metal scene. Like, I wonder if they were all part of a big satanic cult, and they were all appointed to be in these bands and name their band names after whatever they're told to name them. Just shit like that.
Yeah, no,
more to it meets the eye.
I'm sorry, say that last few...
Oh, just more to it than meets the eye.
Right. Thank you. I mean, of course. I mean, it goes without saying. Obviously, Anton Szandor LaVey, since we bring up the fact that he was connected in Hollywood, we bring up the fact he was connected in the music industry. He was also involved in Las Vegas, certainly the Rat Pack.
Yeah.
And
he was friends with that black fella. I forgot his name. Sammy Davis Jr.
You remember. Yeah. There we are, Sammy Davis Jr. And you also remember, aside from being a Satanist, Sammy Davis Jr. also converted
to Judaism.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there was... the question is, what was Anton Szandor LaVey not involved with? He obviously had a tremendous influence on American popular culture. And so it's, this is, of course, not surprising what you're telling me about. Obviously, of course, everyone came to the point where they were doing the head knocking while doing the devil's horn sign. This was all, people dismiss it as kind of like childlike exuberance for rebellion, just a rebellious kind of thing. And, at this point in history, you can take it as such, but back in those days, I think there was a far more serious element to it that...
supernatural. It was all designed to be like that. Yeah. It was all planned out to come out the way it did.
Yeah. I mean, by the time it came to Avril Lavigne doing it in Skater Boy, it's just cute. It's just, there's nothing to it. But
in comparison, the bands like fucking Exodus and Slayer,
But most of these people, I think, were very serious about it. Like, as you said,
because they'd even do like the blood pack rituals and all that shit. They'd cut their hands and grab each other's hand like the bro handshake.
Yeah.
Connecting the open wounds to each other like blood brothers.
Yes.
They did all that shit.
Yes, definitely. And a lot of this is, people dismiss it as it's done for show. Of course there's an element of that, but there's also an element of they were very serious about their occult pursuits. That's how it always struck me. And so...
I would admit it at one point throughout their careers early on, especially Slayer, I never heard them openly say, we're involved in, studying the occult and the unknown. Up until I heard an old 1984, I think it was Canadian interview, and the drummer just said straight out, we're all involved in that, we're not posers. It was just because I was listening to them for years and listening to all their documentaries and interviews, and it wasn't until years later I heard them just admit it in an interview, very early in their career.
Yeah. Of course, that makes perfect sense, and it's okay, so what I'll try and do is get into the zone and do my best by these subjects. I'll I'll ask you to hang out and do your best to interject if you feel you have something to offer in that regard, and we'll get back into Sunday. I'll probably be speaking about the magical thing again because Peter Moon would have reviewed those things by then, and hopefully Jennifer Hawkins also joins us again, along with our dear Heather Holman, obviously, and others as well. But
maybe, bro.
We'll see what happens. Obviously, she's got a lot going on. So let's see. Somebody is sending me a message here. Heather says, "Hey, do you ever talk about what some people have said to do with a chopped off head talking? You mean like Michelle Carmelo Saldana says she saw the chopped off heads talking to each other, that they made chopped off heads talking to each other.
What's this about?
It's obviously just scary phenomenon that targeted MK Ultra people go through, people who are the products of these programs where they're raised. And Heather, don't be afraid to jump on and specify what you're talking about to Nemo and our listeners, and I'll, we won't necessarily dive deep into this, but you could at least, come on, give us a kind of quick summary of what you might have experienced, or basically what Michelle Carmela Saldana said that she saw at one point was that these satanic ritual abusers who had abused her, they had beheaded human heads, severed human heads, that they were using like ventriloquist dummies and were getting them to talk to each other. Just, creepy shit that they would,
Right.
And she says, no, it's magic. There she is. Okay, so tell us. Heather, you're on. You're yeah, there you are.
Hi.
Hi. So
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you can hear me now.
Yeah.
So no, there was a thing about like back in the Agrippa days, like magic a long time ago before electricity, where I heard or I read there was this thing where when they cut off someone's head, they can put it on a little pedestal, and they put stones on it, or they write something and put it in their mouth, and it makes the people or the head talk.
Ah, yes. In the ancient Scandinavian, I think it was Scandinavian, there was some kind of occult history of the Talking Heads, which is the band is named after this mythology, or what people say is mythology. And but it was said that the Talking Heads would be like it's a form of necromancy. With they would imbue their wisdom, or more likely foretell of events in the future. So people were using them as kind of like a consultative data bank.
Yeah, a collective from the universe or something.
Yeah, that's right. And yes, I encountered that myth, quote unquote, at a very young age. But obviously this was a belief, and so we can look this up. Ancient belief in talking heads. This is a creepy subject, of course, and we don't need to
I'm sorry.
dwell on
That's
this.
just,
Yeah.
no.
Ancient. Wait, what brought this to your mind?
We were talking about something magic or something.
Uh-huh.
People talking, or somebody talking under a spell, or I don't know what you were just speaking on that made me think of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And thank you. And so necromancy in Jewish and Christian, very specific form of necromancy attested in Mesopotamia, required the special preparation and use of a talking head. So here we are, the Talking Heads experiments, Talking Head coinage. But definitely, okay, so this brings us back to Mesopotamian. It was Mesopotamian, probably. Then, of course, we got the medieval artificial intelligence of mechanical talking heads. The Knights Templar were believed to have possessed a talking head. There we are. Also, nowadays, they just talk about newscasters because all you see is their head and they just talk, so they call them talking heads.
Well, that doesn't even justify taking off someone's head. Just we were just doing our consultation, no big deal. I couldn't see that being okay.
Yeah. It's amazing what people do, right? It's
for a little advice, right, from the other side.
Yeah.
Well, it depends whose head you're cutting off. Could be a criminal, and you instead of letting his body go to waste, use his parts for some magic.
But why would you trust?
I hate to say it, but I think it was like not grown people.
I don't know. I don't know. I always had the impression it was grown people, but you would think that a child's head would not be as useful because the brain wouldn't be as developed or something. Obviously, I don't know. But when it comes to where was I? Oh, I was talking about So what was your opinion? What was your impression of Michelle Carmela Saldana?
Your
Talking
voice
heads.
cut out for a bit.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it was just cutting out for like 2 to 3 seconds.
Okay. And Heather, can you hear me?
Of course, I can always hear you.
That's cute.
Loud and clear.
It might be on my end.
Oh, no worries. No worries. And when Heather says that, I don't know how to take that. But Heather.
Oh, no.
So,
I hear you 1,000 miles away.
yes, like I said, I'm not quite sure how to take that. I mean, just is what it is. Just is what it is. But it is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, honey, what was your impression of Michelle Carmela Saldana? Surely you remember her.
No.
Oh. Okay.
I don't. I'm sorry. Was she a fan of yours?
She was on the show a number of times in the past, way back, the days that you were.
What was her impression of Talking Heads? Pray tell.
She was the chick who said that at one point she was in some environment where people had severed heads and were using them like ventriloquist dummies. Had them talking to each other. Yeah. That's a nice memory to have. Yeah, that's
maybe in a dream, or in a dream or something. But I don't see that being like even possible for like the actual purpose for which it was, I guess, said to have been used. I don't think they would talk to each other.
I would presume that she was hallucinating. That she's a. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. There's this individual who I'm not going to name. Maintain their anonymity, who had a haunted home. They felt their home was completely haunted. I stayed in it for a period of time. I thought it was unhealthy, but it was, I don't know about haunted, but it certainly wasn't a place I would want to live in. It was by the coast here in California, and it was bitterly cold. I mean, I might as well have been home in the crypt. And it was, but that could have had to do with its haunting. But it's just by the ocean. What do you expect? At any rate, they had Michelle Carmela Saldana come over to the home, and they said that she cleared it. That's what they claimed. They claimed she cleared it. It's okay. I didn't know what. It's whatever they say. But Michelle Carmela Saldana is just, kind of like it's hard to know what to make of her. She's just somebody who, I had her on the show a few times and more recently, and then decided, we'll see if I ever have her on again. I'm not. I'm probably not going to, but.
Well, I mean, I could see maybe the crystal skulls all talking to each other. I've been thinking about it.
Yeah, that's what they always said. They always said that the crystal skulls are meant to be brought together, and then you'll have this super resonance. And but the crystal skulls are, of course, just they were made in Austria. They wound up, stolen during World War One.
Let me guess. The Italians.
Could very well have been. I don't know. They wound up one of them in Latin America, probably hawked or pawned, and then the Mitchell Hedges crystal skull was. The daughter took it and just treated it like a fucking bowling ball. She had holes drilled in it so she could mount it on a stand, which if it's truly, this, ancient Aztec or Toltec or Mayan or Atlantean relic, why would you do that? Like, let's fucking drill holes in it so I can fix it.
I don't know.
Yeah, so there you go with that. They're impressive skulls. They exist, but I don't believe they are what everybody claims they are.
Not anymore.
Yeah. That's funny. Thank you.
What do you think the purpose for the skulls were?
Well, they were just glass skulls that were carved out in Austria to just be kind of a
decorative thing.
Oh no, I don't think so. They're too functional. The jaw opens. It was meant to be something like for a medical. These were meant for like medical purposes. It was like they were carved with extraordinary detail so that the teeth would be individual. All the rest of this, it was so they were just meant to be some kind of demonstration for medical purposes, I think.
Oh yeah, like just better having a translucent skull than an actual solid white one.
Maybe. Maybe. I don't understand what the advantage is of that, but could have been some alchemical deal. For a long period of time, alchemy and medicine were not really separate. This is why you had men like Dr. Frankenstein, Johann Conrad Dippel, trying to transfer souls from one body to another. And since alchemy and the medical sciences were still connected at that time, you had all kinds of stuff done that was a blend of the occult and science. It was the occult had not yet been disambiguated from science. And in some ways, that was a better time. In some ways, in some ways, insights were deeper then than they are now.
Right.
So we've lost a lot in a relatively short period of time. When it comes to in this day and age, of course, we're restricted by conceptual straitjackets. And therefore, in a certain sense, we can't. It prohibits us from deeper understanding or even learning,
or advancing. Technologically speaking.
Yeah, in some ways. I mean, as I said before, the argument has been made quite compellingly, and I agree with it, that the Industrial Revolution brought immense changes to lifestyle that are not reflected by the digital revolution. That people have, serious historians will argue, posit, explain that the digital revolution has done nothing comparative to the Industrial Revolution. So, Heather, this is a nice, interesting image. Do you know, is there backstory behind this image? We've got probably what's a real midget, or incredibly, no, this is probably like, or a child, or a midget. They had incredibly deformed people in the past that were, some of them quite small, and so is this just something put together for a steampunk party, or is this real?
No, actually, that is a real picture that I found on the internet when I was looking for. Well, you know how like Mount Bell, when they invented the phone, they were trying to connect to the other side.
Yeah.
And so the first person to coin the term hello was Bell.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess at that time they were making all kinds of like weird other stuff with Tesla technology, and that was one of the things that I guess that they came up with to contact the other side, and that's what the face is, the larger face at the top.
And
it's like some spirit coming through or something like that.
Well, that's neat.
And I think the little guy is probably a homunculus.
Okay.
That looks just like a little girl with a fake mustache and shit on.
Shirley Temple.
Yeah, Shirley Temple reminds me of, yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah.
There's other pictures like this one where people have made a bunch of different technology that just didn't fly. Not sure why, but that's kind of cool. You know? Looks kind of complicated.
All I can say is I'll check into it. I don't know if I could find anything. A lot of these things, it's impossible to find any real follow-up. Everything that Heather Holman says is true. They first thoughts when they were developing telephony and these communications technologies, really it was all just based on trying to talk to the dead. It really was. They were, everything in terms of communications benefits for the living was incidental. And yeah, so but as for the photograph itself, I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty skeptical because it just looks too too much like what I've seen people come up with for steampunk and all the rest of that.
Let me see if I can find some evidence on that, some timestamp.
Sure, but don't knock yourself out. I mean, in the end,
No, I won't.
yeah, in the end, I really don't care whether it's real or not. It's a neat photo. I mean, it's a neat thing altogether.
It's an
I
interesting
just didn't know if you knew
image.
about that technology.
Yeah.
We were talking about Tesla.
Yeah, go on. Say that again, honey.
Oh, you were talking about Tesla, so I didn't know if you knew about his technology and stuff like that.
Oh, well, I know he thought that he had contacted other worlds and other beings. So yeah, it makes sense that his technology would also be used to try and contact the dead. But you know, a lot of times we use his name just because he's a popular guy and people like to use his name as demonstrated.
He's branded. He's got his name brand.
Yeah. But
He's
there were
popular, but yet heavily suppressed at the same time.
and also heavily exploited. There's also people who, bring the poor bastard up and attribute everything, all kinds of shit to him that had nothing to do with him, or they just make shit up. But when it comes to this technology, though, people were trying this. Definitely, people were definitely trying this. This is something like what they would be aiming for. As for it actually being accomplished, that I and photographed, that takes a confluence of events that we have to maintain a healthy skepticism. So such being said, let me try and rehydrate myself and then jump into monologue. But what else do you want to bring up? Anything else, Heather? Honey? Anything else come to your mind?
Oh, no, it's not off the top of my head that I can think of. How was your cupcake parade or whatever it was, the parade that you went to?
You're so cute. You're so adorable.
Cupcake parade.
You know what happened. I got sunsick.
Oh, no.
That's what happened. I was feeling like shit. Like, what had happened? If people hear the last episode before tonight's episode, you can tell I'm not feeling good. When it came to again, you could kind of tell that when I was frustrated with Peter Moon earlier in tonight's episode because I haven't slept for 2 days. But when it came to the or rather 3 days at this point. But when it came to the forgive me, that's why I'm yawning. The episode before tonight's. It was the fact that I had sun sickness. It had been out in the sun watching the Cherry Blossom Festival parade.
Cherry blossoms.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was...
I didn't remember.
Yeah, 2 hours. And it was a much sunnier day than normal in San Francisco. And so by the time I, got back into the crypt, I started feeling like shit. And I let everybody know it. But I wanted to get something out on current events, the Israeli attack on Iran, before George Knight showed up. And so I was trying to usher everybody kind of like off the show, so the stage, really, so I could do that. And Brendan, of course, I don't think he was getting the message. And so Brooke Gibson was listening in, and she could tell I was not my normal self. She could tell that, Brendan was going on about, oh yeah, blah, blah. It was, I can't remember what it was. Just, his thing is different things he was into, colloidal silver, some other stuff. I had brought that subject up with him. So I wanted to bring something up with him so I wouldn't seem too hostile. And, but she noticed that I wasn't really engaging him. That I was just, yeah. And trying to kind of usher him off the stage, but he couldn't take the hint. Then when he finally dropped off, I took over and did a bit of a monologue before George Knight showed up. Amy Como says it only really got interesting with George Knight and I till the end where we were in the last hour that we were on together, just basically talking about all of the Jewish refugee boats that the British Empire started sinking. And that's of course when Peter showed up, and then he carried us to the end of transmission. So that's pretty much what happened with the last time. And then hopefully, I'm hoping Brendan didn't take offense at my, not being too engaging with him. I doubt that would be the case, but yeah, after that he kind of disappeared. He's non-responsive.
Oh no.
You're so cute. You're so cute, Heather. It's yeah. Hopefully that's just the case. Like Aristides said, he's a survivor. He'll be fine. Of course, we're always concerned and about any one of us. And that reminds me. Haven't called the Real Tech Geek in a long time. I'll just acknowledge his messages. He sent me some messages, so I'll just.
Yeah, he hasn't been on for a while either.
Yeah, he contacts. He contacts me every once in a while to just say, just say hi. He just leaves right here. Oh my god!
You need some refueling.
I don't know about that, but I started into the monologue.
I found another picture of.
Okay.
Is this a guy? I think that little guy might be Tom Thumb. Not sure.
Yeah, who was a actual. Let people know there was an actual little man named Tom Thumb. He took that name because, of course, of his size. But in those days, people like that used to work in circuses.
Yeah.
But didn't they used to actually breed people like that, or make them like that purposely for their entertainment, like the Hunchback of Notre Dame?
I don't think they needed to. I think enough people came out like that naturally.
I thought it was like the Jester age, like the Renaissance age, that they actually deformed people for their own entertainment.
It could be. That could be. But my impression was that oftentimes, here's my understanding of the general situation. Let me just finish responding to him. I think is the asking. Here.
How sadistic you gotta be? Oh, I'm bored. I'm just gonna deform some people to entertain me.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Oh, how sadistic would you have to be to go? Oh, I'm bored. I'm gonna deform some people to entertain me.
It's.
The people that used to breed with each other. Those are the people that would do that.
It's a thought. It's a thought. I mean, honestly, if you've got people who are all involved in a freak show, as they used to call them, and they, what did they used to call them? They had a special name for such children. Showbiz children. They called them showbiz children. And so it's not too off. I mean, there's some phenomena like that.
Orphans. Those are the true orphans.
Yeah, it's horrible to think people ever thought like that, but it's amazing how people think. But when it came to my understanding of beggars, what happened was that in medieval Europe, or Renaissance Europe, people would give money to those who were the most deformed, and therefore some beggars would scar themselves incredibly so that the horror of their face would thrill people and people would toss them more money. I don't even want to think about it. But at any rate, when it came to deforming people for your entertainment, the freak shows covered that. That was so there we go. Horrible times.
Then we come along with the clowns, but we're not even going to save that. We're going to save that for a different day.
Yeah, clowns are pretty. I can't.
John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah. I never understood why anyone would want to be a clown. I of course could never.
I see no point of its existence.
Yeah, thank you.
Or if you're running from the law.
If you're going to rob a bank, that's the only time you want to look like a clown.
Uh,
Or the rodeo.
it's what, who would want to be a rodeo clown? I mean, it's
I don't know.
Just for the thrill, the
Some
adrenaline.
idiot.
it's kind of like, you heard Jennifer Hawkins. So people are breaking into our home, and it's like there's no electricity, there's no running water. It's like it sounds like something you'd want to break out of. It's whoa.
Did they take anything?
That's what from my understanding, no, they just went in and broke things like they were in a rage. It's
Like they were looking for something, maybe.
yeah. And so I'm saying, this sounds like you're a targeted person, and this is just pure terrorism. It didn't sound like a robbery. Oh.
Yeah.
Or burglary.
Just chaos.
Yeah.
They're probably looking for something.
Yeah, because
Specifically.
well, I don't think so, because when you're looking for something specifically, well, maybe because you're breaking objects to see if there's something inside of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So conceivably there's that, but still, it's I think that
When she mentioned she had relatives in the FBI and military, it's like, all right, there's something there.
Yeah, that sinks it. Yeah, she's a targeted individual. It's all part of that interdepartmental infighting, and is what it is. That struck me as
FBI, fuck that.
Yeah,
that's so corrupt.
Thank you. Yes, it's awful. And it's like you really wonder sometimes about if she was born to a family that has relations like that, you'd think it would have left her scarred, psychologically scarred.
Yeah.
So I think there's an element of that there. There's an element of that psychological scarring. Obviously, Heather Holman's psychologically scarred.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm psychologically scarred. So is Nemo. I mean, we're all psychologically.
I think everyone on this live stream is. Yeah.
Yeah, except Aristides.
I want to ask you the story again, Douglas, about how your mom would go in the summertime and cook, or she'd do a work thing in the summertime, and you went with her one time. Do you know what I'm talking about? She'd go to like camp or something where people were camping, and she'd work in the kitchen or something like that.
I'm trying to.
No?
What do you remember as the punchline of the story?
Or a restaurant, like she was cooking for groups of people that were going on retreats and things.
I mean, I can go into similar stories, but what do you remember specifically?
Oh, I don't know. We were just talking about it a long time ago. One time, like how you had to go with her one time,
and
in the summer, and you weren't too thrilled about it because she was going for working, and I don't think you were old enough to work or something like that. You weren't working.
Do you remember, like, quote unquote, like a punchline to the story, like?
No,
like
it was just that it was like where people would go, like in cabins. And like, then groups of people would come in a bus, and then they'd leave, and then the new people would come in a bus. And then there were people that worked in the kitchen. And I think your mom, or I don't even think it was your aunt or somebody like Beaver's mom or anything. I think it was your mom that went and did that for a restaurant or for somebody who was also a cook to make food for all the people.
This is what how I remember it is that my mom just went all out. Whenever she did anything, she went all out, and I felt that she was exploited in that sense by people love sushi, but nobody wanted to pay for it. And so my horror was that mother just loved to make sushi, and she would want to impress people, so she'd make big plates of sushi, but do all this work, and nobody would pay for it. They just all wanted to eat it for free, and so fuck all these fuckers.
And I could see her. Maybe she was doing that for like for the community or something. Maybe she wasn't getting paid like a job. maybe that's what you're upset.
It wasn't. It was just she was doing this for any number of people. It really makes me hate people. I mean, I just think about it.
You hate everybody. I know this.
Because of the parasitic behavior.
Yeah. It's just everybody. I love sushi. And it says, hey, this stuff sells in restaurants for hundreds of dollars for a plate of sushi this large. Yeah, and nobody would ever give anything. It's like fuck everybody. I mean, when Heather says I hate everybody, I mean, why shouldn't I? I mean, it's like
you do, and that's what I love. That's what I love about you is you just hate everybody equally.
Yeah, thank you, honey. Yeah, it's and they deserve it. I mean, the overwhelming majority of people deserve it. It's like
they stink.
Yeah,
people stink and they suck.
Yeah, they stink. They suck. Yeah,
they just need to be re-educated, deconstruct the programming that they've succumbed to.
Ego. Everyone's got such a big ego. It's
like, but that's it. Once you re-educate yourself, you self-reflect, and you'll put your ego in check.
Yeah.
Maybe Nemo's giving people too much credit.
Yeah. Talk about human beings.
Yeah. People need to you need to get them young, of course, and education.
Of course.
Yeah. Education is the key, and then you get them when they're young, and you can make better people that way with education. But most people, of course, are not educated in any social sense. They may learn to read and write. Most of them don't even know how to do that. And,
they just turn into sociopaths in the mimic behavior of everybody else.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. You've got it down, honey. It's anyhow, we live in a prison rape anti-culture, as I said before, in America at least, and as Nemo will attest, Australia's no better.
Right.
It's look at what happened to him at the party. Jesus fucking Christ. It's everybody just says, oh, let's take advantage of this to steal. This is all
just fuck it. Just people have no shame.
Yeah, they're horrible. Just horrible. The majority of people.
That's part of the reason why when I know what humans are truly like, I'm not really gonna care if a giant asteroid hits this planet. Well, I'm not saying I hope it does. I'm just not gonna be screaming or caring about anyone. I'm just like, just let it happen, whatever.
I can understand that. Now, somebody entered. Let's see who entered this. This is Heather entered this. You were monologuing about insanity. Yes, I was. But we'll probably continue that on.
I was listening. I thought that was that. I was getting tips. It was giving me a little bit of comfort too, knowing that it's like even the craziest person might not be as crazy to them.
Yeah, I hear you, honey. I hear you.
Do sane people ever question their sanity?
I've always said so, yes. To me, anyone who never questions their sanity is truly insane. That's
right.
I question my sanity constantly.
Right.
But when it comes to if somebody is not questioning their sanity, they're probably stark raving mad. At any rate, let me try and rehydrate again, see if I can get ready for the monologue. And
more on that, please.
you want more on insanity? That's cute.
Yeah, more on that, please.
Oh, you're so.
Well, it was related to the question that I asked, what the peacock angel looked like. But if he doesn't want to go on that,
I understand that's kind of at the level of it'll come out at some point again organically.
I'm just really curious, but whenever you want, you feel like it's cool.
Well, you notice that it requires a lot of contextualization.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
I have the patience to listen. Like I'm just saying, I have no problem.
Yeah.
No matter how long it takes explaining.
I was only offended by somebody like Trappist Nicholson, who, when I'm like going over a traumatic experience of horror, and it's just he's just some piece of shit who's like, oh, give us more, because this is just entertainment to him. And it's like try and understand for the rest of our listeners. This is like if somebody's a combat veteran, for instance. You would presume most people would respect them to the point where they wouldn't just say, tell us about what happened when you were at, this battle zone, and all the people around you died and you were one of the sole survivors. And it's like, oh my God. It's like, this might be entertaining to a person listening, some kind of thrill, but to the person who's lived through that horror, it's I
wasn't asking for entertainment. It's just I'm just like full on curious, because I've seen a lot of strange entities in my dreams, and I'm just wondering, if you describe it, I wonder if it'd be similar description to any of the beings that I've seen in my dreams.
Well, I doubt it. When you the beings that you've seen in your dreams don't sound particularly attractive most of the time. They sound...
Well, I've seen various kinds, like from the demonic to just weird, strange, unworldly, just things you couldn't imagine what they look like. The average person couldn't imagine.
Africanized? They're Africanized?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you said.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I gotta pronounce what I say properly.
So, if you didn't say Africanized, what did you say?
Well, what did I just say before?
Well, you were talking about, you saw some that are, of course...
various kinds.
Demonic, and others that are more...
otherworldly things that normal people wouldn't imagine. Right.
Though I don't think, Heather bringing up the term Africanized is intriguing, because, of course, there are entities that have a certain cultural ambience. So there's a certain...
I just meant Africanized, like the bees that get all, mad and crazy.
Yeah.
Because they're Africanized.
Yeah, no, it can be a frightening term. I mean, when you think of Africanized bees, the first thing you think about is these weaponized bees. They're essentially weaponized, really. They stop producing honey too, or so they become, completely negative. There's nothing good about them. The worst is that they breed out normal strains or kill them out. It's like a zombie plague. So they were a big deal in the past. Everybody was worried about them. They made that film, The Killer Bees, right? and bees at the time that people were worried about them. There was a few films like that, a few killer bee films. It was funny because, of course, most of the time they just showed them as dots on the screen. But there you go with that. And okay. Now our dear Heather is leaving me wondering whether I should go for talking more about insanity and gnosis, and are going into a more conventional monologue. I mean, it's kind of like everybody likes the insanity stuff. But let's take a look at
whatever.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Nemo's adaptable. He's adaptable. Let's take a look in the chat and see if there's a vote going on. Live stream here. Okay, well, we got a lot of listeners. And so what I'll do is just talk a bit more about some context here. Basically, as I was saying about gnosis, this magical consciousness, and think of it in Zen terms, Zazen, where you become unsane. There's a state of no-mind meditation, as they call it. So you become essentially mindless, in the sense of, like the horse, always being in the present moment. The horses we were discussing earlier are the dogs. These are creatures that are always in the present moment, and they force you to be in the present moment, because if you're not, then you're going to face danger from these animals, potentially. Of course, I also brought up the terms like samadhi, that state of enlightenment, the one-pointed consciousness, which mathematically, one-dimensional would imply a point. And of course, for the sake of magic, I would call it gnosis. That would be the professional term, for lack of a better word, the mental state in which the magician leaves behind the mundane world of teapots and bank drafts and sends their mind into the infinite gulfs of time and space. Magic requires an entry into non-ordinary reality, a way of thinking that is decidedly at odds with the liminal and process-based mentation of humanity. Magic takes place in the heart of mystery and cannot be entered into simply or easily. Gnosis is a way to safely, well, more safely, enter into the madness of the universe without being lost forever. It's a sort of psychic inoculation against the raving hysteria so many humans exhibit after a brush with those metaphysical forces. The Gnostic state is when all attention and focus goest into the magical operation being worked. Intense concentration and focus is required, the kind of concentration that requires training and practice to achieve. The mind shuts down all internal chatter, all thoughts of everything except the magic at hand. Gnosis also makes one more readily prey to the forces of magic, as one enters into a state where they can examine the hidden forces of the true creation, and so too can those hidden forces enter them. Now, entering Gnosis requires, at least initially, time and preparation. It's not a matter of simply clicking one's fingers and shutting off the internal chatter of the mind. Many magicians find it one of the great challenges of mastering the art, shocked at how loudly the mind continually shoots off ideas. So aids are required, and common tools to enter Gnosis would be meditation, hyperventilation, self-mutilation or flagellation, chanting, exercise to the point of exhaustion, orgasm, drumming, fasting, sensory deprivation, or even sensory overload. The methods are ultimately unimportant. The magician who chants prayers in Old Hebrew or the mad witch doctor scourging himself are both entering into a Gnostic state regardless. The whole point is to change the normal mode of thinking. Gnosis explains why radically different techniques of magic work, from those sinister black-robed chanters in Latin to the terrible blasphemous orgies of the Cthulhu cult, to the stately dances of shamans and the drug trances of the Chaodians. They all share Gnosis. Many modern occultists argue that it is the act of becoming so involved, so focused, losing oneself using various props and hypnotic techniques, that this magical concentration is the true mechanic of sorcery, rather than actual words and motions used. From a practical standpoint, this is a useful mechanism that allows varying styles of magic to coexist as they do. In one sense, all that matters is gnosis. And when this gnostic state is achieved, the magician becomes capable of working with the powers of magic. They are absolutely focused on their work, in a state of deep and transcendental meditation. All thoughts in a gnostic state are magical thoughts. Feelings, diversions, stray ideas, all impact upon the magic at hand. A great deal of time and effort is made by magicians to prepare a ritual, or to ensure gnosis is more easily kept. It's easy to think thoughts about dragging entities screaming into the world if one is surrounded by black-robed monks and screaming whippoorwills than it is waiting for the bus. The magician must be absolutely focused on their gnostic state, as magical thoughts come directly from the dark depth of unconsciousness. Distractions can easily cause one to fail in magic, and gnosis can be easily lost. Exempli Gratiae, a group of well-armed private investigators opening fire on a crypt, is an easy way for the magician within to lose focus. During the strange, intense state of magical consciousness, the magician can believe they can control the terrifying protoplasmic slime in the pentagram. Thrust into reality, sanity intrudes its ugly head, and without gnosis, the reality of a magician's hubris might become apparent. Or they might just go mad. Gnosis does not provide sanity buffering benefits outside of the context of magic. The magician suddenly confronted with the corpse of a loved one while preparing dinner still gets shocked and disturbed, the same as any other human. It is only after lengthy preparation solely for the purpose to cast magic does gnosis become effective. Now, such being said, for now, let's leave it at that. And I'll go into the more geopolitical aspects of my passions. Magic, of course, is not my predominant passion. It's something, as a matter of fact, that I do my best to avoid. Unfortunately, for someone in my position, it becomes one of those things you confront whether you want to or not. Just a part of my background. Now, something that was magical in its own way. I took the Blood Boys on a field trip to witness under moonlight illumination the mass phenomenon of fish orgies, taking over my golden state in the ultimate sex apocalypse on the beach, wherein millions of fish called grunions have descended upon California beaches to throw their annual orgy under the full moon. And now, of course, I'm going to sneeze. Oh. This is when our man takes off, of course. Be right back, gonna have a smoke, still listening on the phone. That's his gnosis. That's the closest that he gets, aside from being in a video game. Oh my god. Is it allergy season? It's got to be the allergy season. And it's just I noticed that I'm sneezing a lot more lately. Of course, the crypt is full of mold.
Or shrimp.
You're so cute. So honey, just help me out here while I blow my nose.
Okay. Douglas is allergic to shrimp, and I don't think he likes eggplant. I can't remember.
You know, for what it's worth, thank you. You got a mind like a steel trap. She remembers.
No,
I used to be allergic to shrimp. It changed. I mean, when I was young, I loved shrimp when I was really young, and I, could eat up all kinds of shrimp. And then as I got older, at some point, I became allergic to shrimp. And
I thought it was when they took your blood out.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, now that you mention it. See, I told you, mind like a steel trap. She remembers. I'd forgotten this shit. I've forgotten this stuff, but she remembers. My gang brother Beaver would say, because I remember all kinds of crap, and then he always says, that's why you go crazy. So somebody could say that about Heather now. Yes, that's why you go crazy, Heather. You remember all this crap.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's funny, just some people remember some things, and the same thing, same memory, but somebody there could have completely remembered it differently. It's just funny like that.
Well, beyond that, you're remembering something that, I know what you say is true. Me, I'll remember shit Beaver doesn't remember at all. And it's not because it didn't happen. It's just because, he truly forgets this shit. He truly, he's done a lot of drinking and drugging and forgotten a lot. And so, I'll bring up stuff with him he doesn't remember at all. But I'm always impressed. Now, with I almost said Brooke Gibson. Heather Holman. With Heather Holman, this is honest memory, however. It's not like Trappist Nicholson where he's programmed. Heather Holman truly was listening at the time that I was saying all this stuff. So she does truly remember as opposed to...
But I don't remember, is it that you don't like eggplant or you do?
I got nothing against eggplant.
But you're not allergic to it, right?
No. Yeah. No.
It's in my notes.
That's so cute. Oh my God, that's so scary. Yes. Did I ever tell you scared Lori and Ann Fenton?
Lorian.
Yeah.
No, I heard that you were telling that recently on your transmission, but I kind of had that feeling. Like I picked that up immediately from her, and I kind of it was like, what did I do?
Well, good for you. She needs to be scared. She's just
she needs to be hugged, is what it was.
She needs to be burned at the stake, honey. Jesus Christ. She eats babies. She brags about eating babies, for Christ's sake.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yes.
Wow.
And she would tell the difference. She would say the Asians are fatty. No. She said the whites are fatty. The whites are fatty. That's right. See? Nemo remembers.
And blacks have more muscle fiber, so they're more meaty.
She's gotta be kidding.
Yeah, and she said the Asians are crispy. She said the Asians are crispy. They're like shrimp and, they're like fried shrimp. She said that the Asians are like, they crisp up. She vowed. Yeah.
She basically gave away what the satanic and set cultists like to eat, black babies. That's why there's so many missing black babies.
Yeah.
They get shipped over from Africa and then eaten in America and Europe.
Used to use the babies in cages to trap the alligators, like during the slave times.
Yeah. Wow.
I didn't hear about
that. Yeah.
So then again, they used to use them as bait in alligator traps.
Yeah, like the slave will be working out in the field, and she's got her kid sitting there by the side, of the rows or whatever, and they would take the kids and use them as
maybe bait, if they're out of cows and goat, but
bait for alligators, and that's how they would catch the alligators.
I never heard of that.
Yeah, it's on a T-shirt or something. That's what I said.
Oh, a T-shirt.
They put everything on T-shirts nowadays.
Yeah, but I didn't know that's a historical fact.
Yeah, no, that was one of them.
I don't know if it's historical fact, but I could almost see that happening. The way Heather described it is that the black mother in the slave days would. The point is that
the point is the reason that I heard that story was because one of the babies had survived. Someone had seen what was happening, and the baby that survived became somebody like famous because they were the survivor or something. That's the context of how I learned that.
Okay, it might be an urban legend, but who knows? It's one of these
The
things.
eating of them, that's full on. That,
Yeah. Well,
that's real, yeah.
yeah. Lorian Ann Fenton validated that.
She just admitted it.
Yeah,
Gave it away.
yeah, and that was before people were talking about this shit. That was like, yeah, that was before this became a thing of conversation online. That she was talking about that, and so
And laughing, she thought it was cool, or
it's honey, it's you would not believe this. She's a beast. Yeah. And it was, yeah, she was talking about to Doug Millar and David Schroeder. And David Schroeder knew what she was talking about because David Schroeder had been kept in the tunnels at the Presidio military base where... You're blowing your nose too? That's cute.
no, I'm just getting my glasses.
Oh, okay. And, but...
military base in the tunnels.
Thank you for bringing me back on track. But Michael Aquino would, according to Michael Schroeder, who wrote about this in his book, The Rabbit Hole, which, of course, this one individual I knew named Brian William Hall, who was organizing the conspiracy conferences back in the day, he loved that book, The Rabbit Hole, because he said it was just gay sado porn. It was just homoerotic sadism that, you turn every other page and it'd be spiked dildo, bloody anus, just, he offered to lend me his copy, and I said, fuck no, I don't want your copy. You've spermed all over it. The pages will be all sticking together, you sick fuck. But he... at any rate, described the book as just a tour de force in sadism. The funny thing about Crystal River was that I had all these people giving me a hard time about it when I was like describing Tracy Twyman, her last book before she died, and her son disappeared. Her last book was this sadistic porn, basically, about a child gets abducted and exploited by a satanic ritual abuse cult. And, she's describing kids getting fucked up the ass with mummified donkey dicks and shit. And, and people were giving me a hard time saying, listen to how Douglas Dietrich is laughing when he talks about this. He's grooving off it. And I'm like, I'm not the fucker who wrote this book, you dumb fuck. What are you taking it out on me for? Is it because Tracy Twyman's dead and you can't dump on her? What the fuck?
It's just so, like, inconceivable that it's like sometimes people have reactions like if you see somebody walk into a pole and you laugh, it's just because it's so unnatural to see that or to think of it.
Thank
you. Just laugh because you don't know how to respond.
well, it was like, it's kind of like, it's Tracy Twyman was saying she wanted to protect her son, yet she put him on camera, and she involved herself with people like Stephen Outram and fucking Clyde Lewis and shit. What does she expect? It's kind of like you hang out with a bunch of baby raping Satanists. What do you think you're going to get? That's what you're going to get. And so then she winds up dead, and the last person who takes over her account is Stephen Outram, who says...
Crystal Rivers died?
No, what's her name?
Oh, okay.
Tracy Twyman.
Okay.
For all I know, Crystal River might have died. I mean...
No, I was just trying to stick with the story.
Yeah, she ghosted Peter Moon and myself, though I think it was more Peter Moon than myself. But she, how would I say it? She has reasons to be angry with Peter Moon, but we don't need to go into that. She was someone who was friends with Tracy Twyman, though, and she always wanted me to be sympathetic to her. And I find it hard to be sympathetic to somebody who hangs out with a bunch of, freaks and expects anything.
Losers.
Yeah, thank you. Expects anything other than what happened to her. So when it comes to the what we were speaking of with David Schroeder and Doug Millar, so David Schroeder said he was kept in the tunnels of the Presidio under the Presidio military base, and that Michael Aquino would come down and put live babies on spits and roast them over a barbecue grill in front of them and eat them, bite into them, and then force David Schroeder to eat them too. So part of his binding ritual with his abuse target. And but we are also talking about David Schroeder, who was jealous as hell when I became the center of Michael Aquino's attention. And in David Schroeder's terms, I stole Mikey from him. Like, you would you'd think he'd be grateful. And like, oh, thank God Dietrich came along and now Michael stopped fucking me up the butt so much. But no, he was all angry about it.
Yeah,
and
it's too late. The hook's too deep in him.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah, thank you. At that point, he misses the abuse. He misses the abuse, but maybe it's biting into the barbecue babies and shit. But maybe that was the falling off the deep end, off the precipice into I Miss Mikey. But he was of course talking when he was talking with Lorian Ann Fenton and Doug Millar. They all were talking about the taste of babies. So they'd all eaten babies. They'd all eaten them. They all spoke, about the, but it was, Lorian Ann Fenton who, put them all to shame with talking about the ethnic differences and why black babies are the best. That's the way she put it. You ought to put that on a bumper sticker. Black babies are the best. That was...
Right.
I don't think that because if she really did eat babies, she wouldn't talk about it.
I understand what you're saying, but believe me,
or she wouldn't even know it.
I understand what you're saying there too, but believe me, you don't know Lorian Ann Fenton. That's all.
She just sounds like it. She sounds like Hillary Clinton.
That's why Bill Clinton was exclusively kissing black babies, because he just liked the taste of them.
Oh,
but isn't he accused of part of all that child rape and cannibalism stuff?
The Republicans say all the Democrats are doing that. Don't buy into the Q
all right,
shit.
it's right-wing stuff. Right.
Yeah, that's like what happens is...
I just thought the whole family, like both Bill and Hillary, were involved in stuff like that.
Let's just put it this way. Bill and Hillary are a couple of criminals who have left a trail of dead bodies a mile long. I mean, that's bad enough. It's bad enough. You don't need to make them into something worse than that. I mean, they're already...
Like Epstein level.
Yeah. When it comes to Bill and Hillary Clinton, there may be elements of that, but it's like... whatever. It's one of these things that I don't really see that, but I could be wrong. I mean, hey, I was wrong about the Dalai Lama, right? I was like, that black guy, fuck, what the hell was his name? He helped Amanda Yude out.
Steven Outram?
No, he's not black.
No.
That's funny though. Oh God, he'd be so, if he had heard that, oh man, he'd blow his top. Yeah, he's so fucking racist. But that's funny though. I like that. Yeah, that black guy, Steven Outram. Yeah. It was what the fuck was that guy? James Kimbrough. James Kimbrough was this black guy who was a security guard who got contracts in Germany and Japan to stand in front of museums for hours. Anyhow, to stand around looking like a statue for hours. And I remember when I worked in a adult entertainment center, what they used to call strip joints, though it's so much more than that. There's an element of facetiousness in what I'm saying, but there's not. At any rate, there was this one black asshole who was just a crazy piece of shit. And the other black asshole, who was a crazy piece of, just a stupid, crazy piece of shit, of course defended him. But this guy would come in and just lock into a position and stand there for hours like he was a security guard in front of a museum. Because that was his thing. And, of course, I wanted to get rid of him. But no, the black guy who was involved with management said, "Oh no, let him do that because it's free security for us." And it's like, yeah, fuck you, you know. But anyhow, so this crazy motherfucker would just lock in, and the other black guy was saying, "I bet he's security, works as security, and that's what they do. They lock into position and stand for hours. So that's just what he does." And I'm like, "You don't know that. You don't know that at all." And if I were security in that kind of position, I wouldn't do that. Right. I might be paid to stare at a wall for 9 hours on shift. Why the hell would I do that when I'm off shift? That doesn't even make any sense.
Right.
At any rate, just a horrible memory there. But that's my post-traumatic stress disorder flashbacking. But when it came to Lori Ann Fenton, this is what Lori Ann Fenton is like. And believe me, I knew the bitch. And yeah, she ate babies. So when she said she ate babies, believe me, she ate babies. It's like, here's how she started in life. Lori Ann Fenton, I know why she ate babies, because she couldn't stop eating. And the thing about Lori Ann Fenton, by the way, your thing's glitching again, your phone or whatever. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just got I just had to get out of there.
No worries. Yeah, the Lori Ann Fenton, the way she always, I know she ate babies because she couldn't stop eating. She couldn't stop eating, and she was disgusting. Every time you spoke to her, she was eating. It's the most disgusting thing in the world, because she's like, I mean, she was on digital bandwidth transmissions where she had her own show on Revolution Radio, and she'd be eating. And she could only talk while eating. She was always eating. So when she was talking to people on the Skype all day for hours at a time, she'd be eating nonstop. And so there were two factors going on there. She said that she had to talk all the time because the moment she stopped talking, she'd start hearing the screams. She had always heard nonstop screams in the background. And you would see it whenever she was delivering a presentation. She would stop at times and go blank, and like she's hearing something. That was all the screams inside her head. And she said this was from when she was like literally a crawling infant. And what had happened was, as a crawling infant, she said her grandmother left all this rat poison trays all over the home for her to eat. And so she said it tasted sweet, so good. And so she went up and just kept eating this rat poison. And then they found her eating it and said, "Oh my God, take her to the hospital." And so because these cause, and by the way, George Knight, his brother, for a living, makes rat poison. So George Knight confirmed everything Lori Ann Fenton said was true. He said, They make this rat poison pink, and they make it something that kids want to eat.
Like a candy.
Yeah! Yeah, you heard him say this, right?
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, he says they make it pink and like a candy, and he says the first thing that happens with the rats is they go into horrible, agonizing, torturous muscle spasms, and they die spasming. Their muscles are spasming so violently, they die from these spasms, and they crawl off to die and rot and become an attraction for other carrion feeders like roaches and carrion crawlers all over your home. They never die in place. They live too long for that, so while they're spasming, they flip and flop like fish out of water and crawl someplace to die. They want to hide themselves from predators, so they always go into a corner where you're never going to find them, and then rot and attract all this vermin into your home. I said, why do they make the poison like that? And, of course, George Knight says, I don't know. But his brother, who makes the shit, said, we make it to look like little tea bags, so that it's pink, little tea bags, so that any child would want to put it in a teacup and serve it to their teddy bear and then drink it themselves. So that, and of course, you can't touch it because it'll absorb epidermally right through your skin, and you'll go into these violent spasms, and it's a horrible way to die. And of course, you know, George Knight was asking him, why do you make it like this? And he says, I don't know. It's like, so for whatever reason, they make it so that all the children would want to eat it. I don't know. Maybe this is some Bill Gates thing or something. If we told Victoria Lauren Hobbs about this, that's what she would say. You know, it's population control, or I think maybe it's like Darwinian selection. No, I guess not.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, but at any rate,
Well,
so
they
that,
used to allow lead paint on kid toys, and the kids would be licking them, and their brains will get destroyed.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, and so with Lori Ann Fenton, this was how she started life, eating rat poison, and then what happened was she went into the agonizing spasms, and so they took her to the hospital, and the MD said, all these doctors, multiple doctors were involved, they said she's going to spasm herself to death. And they said the first thing we got to do is prevent her from spasming herself to death while we pump her stomach. And they said, okay, we're going to weigh her we're going to weigh her limbs down. And they put these like miniature sandbags, like little rice bags, you know, on her limbs so that she couldn't spasm herself to death. So her earliest memories are basically being weighted down claustrophobically and screaming nonstop in agony. Wailing in agony, and she says that's the source of the screams inside her head. That's what her claim is that's why whenever she stops talking, she hears the screams in her head. So she has to constantly talk, but while she's talking, she's constantly eating. So she was told the screams would stop when she started eating babies. And that's why she eats babies. She says that makes the screaming stop.
Who introduced her to eating babies? Her dad? Is that the story, or?
No, she joined the satanic cult of Michael Aquino.
Oh.
And
well,
He
I
got
think
her
her
into
dad
eating
had more
them.
to do with her psychosis and, like, you know, whatever dissociation that she had, because she had to listen to all those tapes that her dad made her listen to.
yes, you remember that.
Yes.
You remember that. Psycho-cybernetics.
Yes.
Psycho-cybernetics. How do you remember this shit?
It's because it's important to me to remember things that I don't understand.
You see,
so I can figure them out.
I was telling Heather Holman while you were gone, Nemo, that I remember all these things my gang brother Beaver doesn't remember. And he always tells me, that's why you're crazy.
Right.
And I was joking with Heather, that's why you go crazy. You remember all this shit. Beaver thinks the key to sanity is letting everything go and not remembering.
I love him. It's true.
It's so cute. I'll let him know. Anyhow, so with that, what's her name? Lori Ann Fenton. I tried to bleach her from my mind. The highlight that epitomizes her personality, exemplifies her pathology, her complete and total psychosis, was with Max Spears. And Max Spears, of course, has alters. And Max Spears, his alters are, they never, it's like, okay, how they show Michael Myers, or you see Jason, these serial killers that they show, maybe also Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I can't, Leatherface, they call him Leatherface.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a proper name. But all three of those characters are exemplary of arrested development. And at least in Michael Myers' case, well, even in Leatherface's case, and also Jason, at some point they make them semi-sympathetic. Because at some point in the franchise, like with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where his cousin shows up, and he realizes she's his cousin, and he doesn't kill her. There's another movie in which there's one woman he does not kill either. So he's maintained a semi-sympathetic character in some films, some of the films in the franchise. They keep redefining him with each new film, so it's hard to keep track of. But with the sympathetic characterization he has with his cousin, he's very childlike. Jason, of course, is like that. Arrested Development, he's second childhood. Michael Myers doesn't kill an infant because he feels children up to a certain age, like maybe 6, maybe age of 6, probably 9 would be pushing it, but up to age 6, he feels they're peers. He thinks of them as peers. He's still at that level, and therefore doesn't kill kids under age of 6 or something like that. It's these things have been articulated by the developers. This is not fan theory. So the thing about there was a point to what I was saying about that with Max Spears. Max Spears has alters that are like 6 to 9 years old, and they never mature past that point. And so Lorian and Fenton knew the trigger words that would open up his alters. And then she would have sex with him while he was in that altered phase. In other words, she was committing pedophilia because when he was 6 to 9 years old in those altered states, then she'd exploit him sexually, which meant that he was constantly being violated by her sexually, as she's a child predator. And with him, she could get away with it because whenever she was caught and police would catch her, he's of legal age and they couldn't do nothing. Believe that shit?
Well,
No.
And so,
not even accuse her of rape, like just.
How can a woman rape a man? That's what she would say.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah.
And the police would look at her, and she's 700 pounds.
Yeah, she couldn't even chase him.
Yeah, and he had it up. So the police said, "Fuck, he must really be into, the chub and the choke," and they just shake their heads and walk away. Like, but that's, this is the level of criminality she operated at. But one time when it was at the Super Soldier Summit, first time I met Max Spears, vomit all over him. He had vomit all over him. And he was like, "I've gone into this before. I don't need to go into the full details, poor bastard." And he was like, desperate to meet me, desperately glad. "Douglas! Oh my God." And I'm like, who are you? And then he started fainting on me, collapsing on me and shit. And there was this gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous girl dressed like a prostitute who I'm like, certainly wanted to put the make on myself, but she's like with him. And she's like taking this all in stride, like it happens every day. And I'm like, is this guy yours? He belonged to you? And it's like, you see this in relationships where somebody has a relationship with like an epileptic, and say, or somebody who's got Parkinson's, or somebody who goes into seizures, and they've seen it all their lives, and so they're inured to it. And I guess oftentimes the way they deal with it is they stop responding, and they hope that everyone understands that because they're taking it in stride, that everyone else takes it in stride. I think that's the strategy of some of these people.
Like nonchalant, like it's not happening, no big deal.
Yeah, but she told me, "No, I just met him." And I'm like, "And this doesn't alarm you? And she says, "Oh, we were online dating for a while. And I'm like, so it doesn't bother you that this guy is collapsing on me? This doesn't throw you off. It's like, she was obviously an asset that was assigned to him, a handler. And her job was to kill him. And she almost did. She would take him to these fucking veterans homes. And the veterans, because they all, like I said, all the veterans get unlimited free meds, unlimited free painkillers. They all have a medicine cabinet. These fuckers all keep like fucking meds all over the home. You go in there, a vet's home, you can instantly identify it because pill bottles everywhere.
He was not a veteran, by the way.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Thank you. No, but she took him to a veteran's home. And of course the guy says, "I got the pills." And he was like he just would open a pill bottle of painkillers and just toss it back like you would be. How would they? You remember those old commercials? Yeah, do you remember the old commercials for that Rondo? He'd be like Rondo. They'd say, Rondo, it's lightly carbonated so you can slam it down. Yeah, that's how he would slam back the whole fucking pillbox. It just, bleh, you know, you just throw it back and swallow it all, like chewing it like it was gummies and shit, and just go into pig heaven on, you know, the drug trip. It was like, he's like, that's what he was. And but anyhow, so by the time he got to Lori and Ann Fenton's home, this guy was dead meat in the water. And while she went upstairs to lie down, and I still don't know how she pulled that trick, because she's 700 fucking pounds. You'd think it'd take a pulley and a crane, but somehow she crawled. She would crawl upstairs and then throw herself on the bed. And then, of course, she smelled smoke. And, of course, anyone who's 700 pounds has to do a lot of work to get up. So she was really pissed. She goes down and finds that he had fallen asleep while smoking a cigarette. And it had fallen down on her lazy boy chair. Of course, for her, she's 700 fucking pounds. This wasn't just a lazy boy chair. This was more like, get up and get a job, you bum chair. And so he was like on that thing, and it was in flames. So she could have just thrown herself on him and rolled around a bit, and that would have suffocated the fire, but that also would have killed him. So she had to find some blankets to throw on him and smother the fire out. And then, of course, she took him down to the hospital so they could detox the fucker. And when he was in the hospital, the doctors said, there's nothing we could do except hope that he survives. But you've got to do something for us. We're really understaffed. We don't have enough people to keep an eye on him. You seem to be his only relative or relation. What exactly are you? And she pretty much said that she was his lover. And so then they said, okay, well, look, you can't let him fall asleep. If he falls asleep, he's not waking up again. If he falls asleep, he's going to die. So we need you to just do whatever it takes to keep him awake. And that includes squeezing his hand real hard is what we recommend. Squeezing, compressing pressure on various parts of his body whenever you see him falling asleep. But you do whatever it takes. And of course, I'll if you call me, if there's an emergency, you call us, and one of our staff will try and come in. And so she was doing that for a while. Just whenever he'd fall asleep, she'd grab his dick and just yank it real hard. And he'd wake up. Finally, she started falling asleep. And so she rang the bell, and the doctor came in, and, the doctor said, look, there's only one other option we have here if you can't stay awake, and that's Narcan. This is something that will purge his body of the drugs that are in his system, but it's extraordinarily painful. The worst part about it is that it kills off all the effects of any painkiller. Since it's eliminating the effects of the painkillers he's put in his system, he's going to feel excruciating agony. He's going to feel like he's burning alive, like he's on fire. We can't administer this without your permission. And she said, go for it! And then the doctor said, okay, now if he gets into such agony that he starts spasming or trying to hurt himself, because people are in such agony on Narcan, sometimes they try to literally kill themselves to put themselves out of their misery, like leap out the window. Okay, you've got to press this button and call us. Let us know, and we'll try and restrain him or do something at that point. But until then, we're so understaffed, I'm counting on you to look after him. And so the doctor administered the Narcan and walked out the door, and she waddled over to the door and locked it. And then she sat down, and then she ordered the alter, used the trigger word to make him alter back to 6 to 9 years of age. And so he turns into this child and then starts screaming in agony because of all that Narcan eliminating all of the painkillers in his system. So he's going, Mommy, Mommy, what's going on? Help me, save me. And that's when she boasted to me about I never had it so good in all my life with so many orgasms. She said, I just kept pounding my pussy, paddling my pussy. I was squirting out fountains just at his agony as a child. And so here he was feeling like he's burning alive, screaming, Mommy, help me. And why are you doing this to me? And please, I'll be good. I'll be a good boy, while she's just pounding her pud while he's like, leaping around in agony. And of course, every time he tried to get out of the hospital bed, she'd just slam him down with her fists and go back to paddling herself. That's what she was bragging to me about as one of the greatest sex experiences of her life. That's Lori and Ann Fenton.
It's fucked up.
She's something else, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's yeah. So when she's not hearing all the screams behind the back of her head, this is what she's into. She's still alive? You said she was on. Were you joking when you said she's on like oxygen or something?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I don't remember saying that. I haven't heard of her or from her.
Okay.
Anything about her.
Yeah. I wonder if she's
She
still
doesn't leave her house.
One would hope. My understanding is that she runs the whole alternative industry now up there with George Norrie and the Contact in the Desert and shit. That's what I was told by some people. That
Mount Shasta?
No, it's the Contact in the Desert shit that they got with George Norrie. That used to be the Art Bell trip he took over. And
I don't know.
She's involved with all those people. So it's
she probably works from home, I'm thinking.
You would think, yeah. It's amazing how much she got around, considering she couldn't walk more than a few feet.
But then COVID kind of like changed a lot for people, and I could see her falling into that trap.
One would hope. Yeah. And at any rate, so I'm getting a new notification here. Billie Eilish would like to reintroduce herself. To make her best album yet, the superstar had to revisit her past self and rethink everything. That's cute.
Wow.
I'm sure there's some snarky comments.
I
we
don't
could...
like her music. She's got big titties on.
Thank you. Heather, isn't that just lovely to hear men and just their...
Billie Eilish doesn't... I had
a dream about her a while ago.
She's all right looking. Yeah, I don't mind her. I mean, I don't know if...
She's got a good body.
Didn't she have incest with her brother?
I never heard of that. When did you hear about
They're
that?
pretty close.
Yeah, see, Heather knows. Heather knows.
I have seen her in an interview with her brother, but I didn't know about. When did you hear about that?
Oh, I never heard about that. I just think that they had a really close relationship. They write songs together and stuff.
Yeah,
well, probably.
From what I heard from somebody who was following her, that's what they said. It could be that they're simply jumping to conclusions, but I think she admitted it.
Yeah.
I think somebody asked her about it, and she didn't deny it, or pretty much said like, yeah, so, or something along those lines. It was, and everybody took it to be a yes, like, so it's, I'm not, it's not my...
That's funny.
Yeah, it is. It is. It just is what it is. But you understand when she comes out and says, I want to revisit my past self and rethink everything, redefine myself, I want to reintroduce myself. It sounds like she's trying to rebrand herself and get over that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Create a new persona.
Yeah. That was something that, Sinead O'Connor could never do, poor bitch. And ultimately, her son died. I think he killed himself. And then she ultimately died.
She died not long ago, yeah.
Yeah, comparatively young.
Her son died like a week or two before she did.
That's right. And by the time she died, she was all fucked up. I mean, that poor... Yeah. She was still bald, converted to Islam. It was like...
I think her son was just really young, and it was just a really big shame, that whole situation.
Yeah.
She had multiple personality disorder. I've seen a bunch of her interviews, and yeah, she was completely fucked up,
So
just
sad.
mentally scarred.
Yeah. And by the way,
Poor
just
woman, yeah.
yeah, just so people understand, her conversion to Islam is not something to be ridiculed in and of itself. It's simply the fact that it's like she just wanted people in Ireland to hate her even more. It's like it was done solely for that purpose. It's like, ripping the Pope's picture up was something that through her career.
Yeah, I remember that on SNL. Yeah, she got in a lot of trouble for that. Tearing up a picture of the Pope on the live performance.
Yeah, and of course, this day and age it'd be like nothing, but in those days most Irish people were still Catholic, so she became this pariah in her homeland, and and that was it. It ended her career effectively, but it was like it wasn't enough. She had to convert to Islam to to compound the felony. She had to compound the felony to make everyone hate her even more. It's like that's what she was seeking. It seemed like that was what she was seeking. So it was really...
Is that organically, or you think it's part of her programming?
I think she was programmed. I think Billie Eilish and all the rest of them. It's like you said. I mean, Hollywood saturated.
Yeah, all these musicians. Yeah, all of them. Yeah, they're all under control.
Yeah. It's sad. It's just what we're offered. So in terms of entertainment, so there we go with that. And our dear Heather went mute again. She took us down the road of perdition with that conversation, asking about Laurie and Ann Fenton. But hopefully now she understands. Now, Heather, when I explained everything I did about Laurie and Ann Fenton, you now understand the baby eating aspect. She ain't lying. But yeah, I hope that Heather's right, that COVID killed Laurie and Ann Fenton, and if she's still alive, that she's basically trapped in her home from this point forward. It would be someone, once they get to the point of immobility, death isn't far behind. So, one can only hope.
Ever since I heard the story about the first time that your first lecture that you gave, I did not like her at all, because the whole situation, that's what happened with your mom. And it's just like, that wasn't right. The whole thing about her, I just didn't like her saying she was even on your side.
Yeah, no, she was disgusting, and in every way imaginable. And
I mean, where do you go to get a projector screen in the nighttime?
Yeah.
Yeah,
thank you. Yeah, well, everything about her. By the way, what do you remember about the projector screen?
How you were at the Denny's to do your lecture or whatever. It was raining.
Yeah.
And you had to go somewhere to try to find the screen because you had the projector, but you didn't have the screen to show your World War II.
Oh yeah, that wasn't her. That was like that fucker. God, what was his name? Ryan Cornell. Jay Cornell. Jay Cornell. That was Jay Cornell's. Anyhow, fuck them all. They're just all garbage. They're just all human garbage. They're not.
I don't even know how she got through or how she got you.
Yeah, it was because she was assigned and there was no place else to go. I was working with. Remember, the person I was working with was just as bad at first. Olaf Phillips was the first guy to show up.
Oh my gosh!
You remember him?
Is he still out there? No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Hopefully he's not. Yeah, he was the gay bear who was the boyfriend of Clyde Lewis.
Oh yeah, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, they're both a couple of fucking roly-poly fag bears that that were married just for the sake of beards. The chicks are just the beards. But with poor Olaf Phillips, I'm being facetious here when I use that term. He had parents who demanded grandchildren, or he'd be taken out of the will. So, what's that?
His trust.
His trust, yeah, that's right.
Trust.
He was a trust fund baby. Yes, that's quite true. Yeah, but he'd be taken out if he didn't produce them grandchildren. So he had to fuck his wife and produce a few kids for them. So he was telling me how that was the most painful, the worst thing in his life, and and I'm like, geez, all these people are so repulsive. It's like they're just disgusting. It doesn't do it justice. But there you go with that. It's so aside from that, I should get into monologue, talk a bit about the things that have been happening lately, and but both of you are welcome to hang out and interject whenever you feel you have something to say. Heather, love you, Heather, and yes, adore you, darling, and yeah, I'm glad you had some fun while you were in California. Holy shit! I mean. Pity that, well, one thing I do appreciate is you're scaring Lori and Ann Fenton to death. I mean, she deserved that, and it shows, it certainly shows you're on the side of the angels as far as I'm concerned, Heather. Just so you know. And,
Thank you. You know your anointing.
Yes. And, yes, pity I couldn't rendezvous with you when all the, all the fish were spawning. Let's see what they're saying in the chat room. Okay. Oh my God. Just looking at, yeah.
Always next year. Hey, Doug.
Yes.
Next year.
Yes, there's always next year. We'll see what happens. So there you have it. Just checking into the chat, holding numbers, and we'll go back into the fish orgy. So basically, in describing those carnal congregations, one citizen scientist who has since requested anonymity, he so wrote, looked like some post-apocalyptic marine Mad Max. I mean, personally, I think that's a load of drug abuse that helped him see that, but I don't think of leather-clad people driving around in dune buggies when I see a bunch of fish fucking, but there you go. Don't do drugs, kids. That eyewitness is one of many volunteer researchers who gather on the California coastline to witness the annual Grunion Run, which occurs from February through September, with a freaky peak between April and June. Now, for the unofficiated, those hot dog-shaped fish, which generally grow up to 5 inches long, reside off the coast of Southern California and northern Baja California. However, their mating habits are unique in that, unlike most fish, these silver swimmers have sex on the beach, carpeting the sand like scaly spring breakers. During the bizarre mating ritual, which occurs during full or new moons, as their water sports require high tides. Well, from what I saw, females swim as close to the beach as they can, and they then jump from sea to shore and use their tails to burrow a hole in the sand into which they expel their eggs, generally around 3,000 at a time. The male then swims by and fertilizes the batch. They remain buried until swept out to sea by the next tide, high enough to reach them. Subsequently, the baby grunions hatch. Now, this salacious spring fling has become something of a local legend. It was notably featured in the 1991 teenage comedy titled Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead, if you want to see what a grunion run looks like. It also attracts crowds of people, most notably citizen scientists known as grunion greeters, who have been observing the fish orgies since 2002. And these volunteer voyeurs check out the spectacle at more than 100 California beaches, and they then report their findings to the biologist Karen Martin, a scientist at Malibu's Pepperdine University who has been studying grunions for decades, who explains that normal methods for stock assessment don't work because grunions smartly avoid nets and won't take bait from a hook. Her fellow researchers, whose project has seen more than 5,000 contributors, have gushed, "We couldn't do it without them." While it may seem voyeuristic, observing these seaside orgies is the only way to study the fish, which are nearly impossible to count once seaborne. As a result, the species' habits, once at sea, have remained a mystery to scientists, and studying the species is essential given that the promiscuous fish is reportedly on the decline. To Diana Porzio, senior environmental scientist at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, findings show a decrease in the number of spawning California grunion across much of their Southern California range over the past decade. Meanwhile, their seaside soirees are under threat from beach erosion, beach grooming machines, and climate change that affects their temperature-sensitive eggs. Along with being susceptible to birds and other predators, romping grunions also present an easy target for people who use them for bait and even fry them up as a snack, which I must admit they taste all right. On the other side of the Pacific, as I noted in the opening hours, my Taiwan was hit by dozens of earthquakes, the strongest reaching 6.3 in magnitude. The Weather Administration recorded the quake at a depth of 5.5 kilometers, that's 3.4 miles. The quake shook buildings in our national capital of Taipei. Buildings across large parts of northern, eastern, and western Taiwan, including the capital, Taipei, in which I was born, swayed throughout the night before last, with the largest quake measuring a 6.3 magnitude. All were very shallow. In terms of immediate humanitarian damage, by comparison, a 7.3 magnitude quake killed nigh 2,500 people in 1999, whereas more than 100 people were killed in a quake in southern Taiwan in 2016, 17 years later. But notice that already within 17 years, we've gone down from 2,500 to over 100. That's an incredible improvement. The worst quake in a quarter century, the earthquake that struck earlier this month on April 3rd in the largely rural and sparsely populated Hualien, measured at magnitude 7.4 by the United States Geological Survey, killing only 14 people. But hundreds were still injured, and there have been more than 1,000 aftershocks since. Taiwan's Central Weather Administration have concluded that the spate of earthquakes starting Monday afternoon, which it put at about 180, were aftershocks from the large April 3rd quake. So here we are. Anscape, which he put to Nemo's attention. The gut-wrenching history of black...
They were used to lure alligators, not put them in a cage and feed them.
Okay. Yeah.
So like, here's a treat, and then they kill it before they eat the baby, most likely.
One hopes.
Or maybe some of them were. Who knows?
I mean, it's difficult to believe that some of them were not.
Yeah. That's a big risk factor.
Holy shit. That's, well, there you go. Wow.
History I wasn't aware of.
Yes, there we are. Thank you. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Our lady, Heather, she's quite the researcher. Holy shit. This is reputable. Yeah, good job, Heather. Good job. And so what was it? You doing a monologue tonight, says Christopher Keaton. Let me take a look at this individual, just make certain that this is an actual channel. And whenever somebody comes up, that's Trappist Nicholson. He can't even spell Christopher. Look at that spelling. Crystal.
That's just because it's 2012 account.
Dude, it's like, no, anything that's got no content on it is him. He's been producing these accounts all his life, or rather, the organization that produced him has been producing these accounts all his life. So let me take a look at what I need to do is go to live stream and go over to Bumfuck here. Yeah, because a normal person.
Now?
No, I'm gonna hide him. Here we are. But yeah, You're welcome to. Whenever you find them with a blank channel like that, you just hide them. No matter what year it's made, because there's nobody who is going to open up a YouTube channel and have nothing on it.
Yeah.
Other than a troll. Only a troll would do that. But we know it's him because this is his life. And now we've got this other individual named Palantir. Okay, so let's check that out. See if they're doing something here.
That's a legit channel.
That's legit?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go to the channel and just check here. And, okay, that's legit. Yeah, that's, it's not
some douchebag with a Guy Fawkes
yeah, given the fuck you sign. Yeah, it's, it just is what it is. But it's a legit channel. All he does is the gaming. So, just out of curiosity, joined November 15th, 2007. So they've been around for a while. Okay, so they said meow. So welcome aboard, Palantir. And so here we are. Our man Cultivated Image is wishing for harmony and balance with ἁRMENÍA, who is sharing a lot of trauma. And we appreciate his courage in sharing that. We appreciate everybody who's here, helping with the numbers. And of course, I'm earning my pay, make certain to contribute. Now, as I said, the Taiwan Central Weather Administration. I'm sorry, were you going to say something, Neem?
Oh, I was just coughing, sorry, I'll mute.
No worries. Taiwan Central Weather Administration have concluded that the spate of earthquakes starting Monday afternoon, which it put at about 180, were aftershocks from the large April 3rd quake. Just so people understand that this is all continuity. Emphasizing that with heavy rain predicted for all of Taiwan this week, people in Hualien need to be prepared for further disruption. The Seismological Center Director Wu Qianfu told the press that the aftershocks were a concentrated release of energy and that more could be expected, though perhaps not as strong. In the mountainous Hualien country, or county rather, it's countryside, but it's within a county jurisdiction. Some road closings following rockfalls were reported, and the government suspended work and school for the day. The Hualien Fire Department said 12 buildings already uninhabited after being damaged on April 3rd suffered further damage and were leaning. Again, there are no reports of casualties that I am aware of. But Taiwan's massive earthquake could happen in California. We can learn much from my birthland. Taiwan has built defense mechanisms against the earthquakes that are but a fact of life there. Strict building codes minimize the damage. Search and rescue teams and aid volunteers are well trained, and all citizens themselves know the drill. Like my resident state of California, my natal nation of Taiwan is no stranger to powerful and damaging earthquakes. The factors that probably reduced the damage inflicted by the April 3rd quake, the strongest on island China in 25 years, were the location of the fault, strong building codes, and a collective effort to prepare for natural disasters. The buildings on the eastern part of island China, which house most of the indigenous Formosans, who make up about 2% of island China's population, are older than those in more urban areas. The buildings that collapsed are likely to be ones that had not been retrofitted. To reiterate, Taiwan's last major earthquake was in 1999 when a magnitude 7.6 tremor struck about 90 miles southwest of Taipei, the capital of island China in which I was born, killing nearly 2,500 people. Officials re-evaluated and strengthened building standards in the aftermath. In Los Angeles, structural engineers have long warned about the risk of concrete buildings collapsing during a major quake, as happened during the 1971 Sylmar and 1994 Northridge quakes. Still, many older buildings across California have yet to be updated to the latest standards. leaving them vulnerable to damage or collapse during a major earthquake. Depending on the type of building, retrofit fixes include adding such supporting elements as steel frames or beams, installing new concrete walls, or repairing vulnerable welds. Per Patty Harburg-Petrich, a structural engineeress, one thing that's important to pay attention to is that there are still buildings that have not been retrofitted. One thing we can take away as a community from this earthquake is the importance of investing in those safety measures so we can make sure that when the big one hits California, we can keep everybody safe. The Inland Empire is home to dozens of older brick buildings that have not been retrofitted. According to records obtained by the Los Angeles Times, this year, about 6,000 buildings in the City of Angels have been identified as potentially in need of a retrofit. Los Angeles, Torrance, Pasadena, Santa Monica, Culver City, West Hollywood, and Beverly Hills have all recently passed laws requiring certain vulnerable buildings to undergo retrofitting. Per Lucy Jones, a seismologist and founder of the Dr. Lucy Jones Center for Science and Society, you put this earthquake in Taipei and you'd have a lot more damage. You put this earthquake in LA and we'd have way more damage. Just recognizing that the fault didn't go get near a major population center is probably the most important factor. The earthquake is inevitable, but the disaster is not. We absolutely know how to build communities that will not come apart. We've just chosen not to do it. Now, another striking similarity between Los Angeles and the portion of Taiwan that felt strong shaking during the 403 quake is the soil condition. The Los Angeles Basin, just like my Taipei, is basically a big bowl of loose sediment that can amplify movement. When the ground began to rumble in Taipei on Wednesday morning, an anchor at the SET News channel was standing in front of a camera in the middle of a broadcast. She attempted to maintain her balance as the room swayed. Small pieces of material from the ceiling rained down. In Chinese, she said, "I cannot even keep my standing posture and maintain my balance, especially with the ceiling shaking and many items falling off. I want to remind all the TV audiences to take care of themselves and be safe amid the earthquake." Taiwan also benefits from a dense network of earthquake sensors all around the island. While California has a robust network of seismometers, as they call them, in the heavily populated Bay Area and Southland regions, coverage in the Mojave Desert and the Sierra Nevada is lacking. Lev Nachman, obviously Jewish, who has lived in Taiwan on and off since 2012, has grown accustomed to the occasional temblor. Taiwan is particularly vulnerable to quakes because of our position in the world's most seismically active zone, known as the Ring of Fire. The 31-year-old that I named was jolted awake in his bedroom in Taipei just before 8 a.m. to the sound of his phone buzzing with a notification from the island's automated earthquake alert system. The text message arrived about 30 seconds before the shaking started. He said, "It felt like a Disney ride that I didn't sign up for. A typical earthquake is kind of like if you're on a chair and somebody shakes you back and forth. This felt like if two people were playing tug-of-war with you on a chair." Some residents voiced concerns about the alert system because not everyone was notified. As in California, earthquake early warning alerts go out only to people in areas that could be affected by severe shaking. But experts concur that the notification system was an example of the technology working well. Limiting the scope of the early warning alerts prevents people from overreacting in areas at lower risk of damage. Taiwan's system sends out a post-quake report to everyone on the network. informing people where the quake happened and how strong it was. That follow-up report serves both, to quoteist UCLA geologist Lingsen Meng, to educate the public and to bring a sense of ease. That's something maybe we could learn here. We might want to find a way to use community infrastructure to host cheaper sensors so that we have better coverage for earthquake warnings in California. More sensors in those areas would mean less lag time between the rupture and its detection. Same quake also triggered landslides in Hualien, which is a phenomenon Southern California is likely to experience during a large earthquake along the Sierra Madre or San Andreas faults. Seismologists have long urged Californians to prepare for the big one, defined as a quake of at least a magnitude of 7.8, 2.5 times larger than the one that hit Taiwan along the southern part of the San Andreas Fault, which runs nearly the length of the state. The rupture from my Taiwan's earthquake took place about 22 miles below the surface. At its deepest, the San Andreas extends only 10 miles into the ground, meaning energy has less time to dissipate before erupting on the surface. The most important lesson California can learn from earthquakes elsewhere is that they are bound to happen. The last earthquake above 7.0 in California was a 7.1 temblor in Ridgecrest in 2019. It killed one person and caused $5.3 billion United States dollars in damage. The only thing that prevented a far greater toll was the geologic good luck that it happened in an area less densely populated than California's major cities. With an earthquake here the same scale as the one in my Taiwan, Susan Hogue, a seismologist with the United States Geological Survey in Pasadena, concludes in her own words, if anything, one would expect stronger ground motions. People can start to think that, well, yeah, earthquakes happen if it shakes, but they're not that bad. But we're going to have big quakes close to people. All this while the world's microchip supply is concentrated on one tiny island, and the fact that my Taiwan lies near the junction of two tectonic plates and is prone to earthquakes demonstrates the risk to the worldwide microchip supply chain. These Taiwan tremors put TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, advanced chips production at potential risk. Taiwan's quake hit eastern county of Hualien, was rattled by dozens of aftershocks late on Monday into early on Tuesday, but only minor damage has been reported with no casualties, and the world's largest contract chip maker, TSMC, said it saw no impact on operations. The preeminent chip maker, TSMC, whose factories are on the island China's western coast, has since stated that some staff at a small number of factories were evacuated, but facility and safety systems were functioning normally, and all personnel were safe. Its statement, reading thusly, currently, we do not expect any impact on operations. Now, investors brushed off concerns about the quake, with TSMC's Taipei-listed shares up 1.75% on Tuesday morning. Now, let me open up another bottle of water here. But if a Taiwan worldquake ever jolted production of the most advanced chips on Earth, there would be no quick fix. As news stories have been quick to point out, every quake is also a reminder of just how much the global economy relies on my Taiwan. Our small island China produces 90% of the world's advanced semiconductors. Just one company, TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company accounts for half of all the world supply. In the opening week of this month, Taiwan's biggest earthquake in 250 years disrupted production at the island's China's semiconductor companies, with potential repercussions for the global technology industry. My Taiwan plays a critical role in the manufacture of the advanced microchips that power cutting-edge technologies such as generative artificial intelligence and the latest smartphones and electric vehicles. The 7.4 magnitude earthquake off my island China's east coast led to the collapse of dozens of buildings, left at least 14 people dead, and injured more than 800, with the true extent of the fallout still shaking itself out. TSMC, the main contract chip maker to Apple Incorporated and NVIDIA Corp., moved staff out of certain areas and has since assessed the impact of the superquake. Smaller local rival, United Microelectronics Corp., also halted machinery at some plants and evacuated certain facilities at its hubs of Hsinchu and Tainan. TSMC staff later began to return to evacuated sites, even as the company was still examining the impact. In a note, Barclays analysts wrote that any halt in chip production risks upsetting a process that can require uninterrupted seclusion in a vacuum for weeks on end, especially for the most sophisticated semiconductors. My Taiwan's chip production facilities, built like everything else there with earthquakes in mind, have ultimately been little affected by the quake. But the greater threat to the self-governing island China and our chip industry is not seismic, of course. It's the communist Chinese empire straddling the Asian mainland like a drunken brute. A massive, nuclear-armed, and increasingly aggressive neighbor state that denies my Taiwan's right to independently exist. The 2022 book titled Chip War, subtitled The Fight for the World's Most Critical Technology, tells the story of how global chip manufacturing came to be so concentrated in such a precarious place. The author of that book, Chris Miller, has proven that the effects of a catastrophic event knocking out TSMC would be worse than the Great Depression. To address this threat, policymakers in these United States and elsewhere are trying to figure out how to make advanced chips in more places. But that is easier said than done. The Biden administration is committing billions of dollars to induce firms like Intel Corp to build and expand manufacturing facilities in these United States. According to the White House, if all goeth as planned, these United States, by the end of this decade, will go from making less than 10% of the world's advanced chips to making 20%. It's not a trivial change, but it's not going to fundamentally change any geopolitical calculations. So how did we end up here? The rise of Taiwan's semiconductor industries owes something to the fact it had the right combination of cheap but highly educated labor in the 1970s, when the American companies that invented semiconductors were looking to offshore production. But it also points to the willingness of the government there, under advisement of the Dietrich Artelect, to engage in industrial policy at a scale far beyond the loans and grants the Biden administration is currently offering. As the book Chip War so details, government ministers in my Taiwan would get on the phone and personally strong-arm the island's China's wealthiest families to invest in TSMC. The reason the Taiwanese government was willing to do all this was because they saw the stakes as being far more than economic. They understood that the more important Taiwan's products were to American companies, the more important the island's fate would be to America itself. In other words, Taiwan's chip industry, the envy of the world, is perhaps its best defense mechanism. Well, one big thing leads to another, so by surfing the moonlit social seismic waves via my stream of consciousness narrative, we arrive at the happy fact that after finding my way through past mercenary security enforcement contracts into the world of microchips on-site California's Silicon Valley, I can only reconfirm that my own true homeland and heartland in the Nationalist Republic of China, as reestablished on the 100 islands of Taiwan, is where the next techno-generation of silicon is made. The future is made in the center of the microchips universe on Ilhas de Formosa. That's Portuguese for beautiful island. My true homeland and heartland. Whenever I attempt to explain the technoeconomy of semiconductors from Silicon Valley, friends and neighbors not in the tech sector have always asked me, "What is a semiconductor?" That's how much the area which helped develop the silicon-based integrated circuit has shifted focus toward software, following decades of investment by venture capitalists chasing uncapped returns. Whereas across the Pacific in my island China on Taiwan, the microchip story is forever primetime and front-page news. I'm wowed by the number of mainstream media members chasing the topic, as opposed to the deeply geeky, as would be the case this side of the international dateline. At any given work hour on island China, you will find dozens of reporters, both TV and print, habitually asking techie questions that one might say are deep in the weeds of integrated circuit sorcery. Back here in Silicon Valley, my son's husband knows the entire handful of major media investigators focused on chips, very few of whom are female. In our island China, the gender split among semiconductor reporters is roughly even if the leaders of the companies they cover are still men. Superstars like NVIDIA Corp's Jensen Huang. If you think he's in hot demand globally, try joining a press scrum for any one of his regular visits to the island of his birth. The leather-clad CEO is treated every bit like the rock star he humorously presents himself as. Back on The Rock, that's the ROC, Republic of China, Jensen, yea, verily, they're all on a first-name basis with him back on the home island, is such a celebrity that journalists chase him down to his favorite noodle shop with cameras. During NVIDIA's Lunar New Year party in late January, a gaggle of reporters waited for him in the lobby of the Sheraton Hotel in Taipei to ask questions. Among them, "What do your parents say about how popular you are in Taiwan?" At the time my son asked him, he said, "They're just proud of me. If you were interviewing my mom right now, she will talk about me like I'm 12 years old." NVIDIA's chips are the beating heart of the AI world, pushing its market valuation to around $2 trillion United States dollars. Maybe things have changed in the months since I last checked in, but in the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, I habitually have to explain to friends just who Jensen is, unless, of course, they be deep into tech. In the case of Mark Liu, the chairman of TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, NVIDIA and Apple Incorporated's go-to chip maker, my son stood by to capture token photographs for his personal hobby, alongside a dozen reporters in front of the men's washroom, waiting for the man to reemerge from relieving himself during a recent event. The TV cameras were all pointing at the lavatory door as well. And as the Liu walked out of the loo, there were questions about his market outlook and his views on TSMC's competitors. Have I ever failed to mention that Taiwanese press people are known for their persistence? Silicon Valley's hotspots for innovation gave birth to world-changing consumer internet companies such as Google, Facebook, Twitter, Airbnb, and YouTube, and enterprise software companies that brought fame and fortune to VCs, venture capitalists, via a form of private equity and a type of financing for startup companies and small businesses with long-term growth potential. Venture capitalists providing backing through financing, technological expertise, or managerial experience. In their shadow, semiconductor startups, which take far longer to yield returns, shriveled away. Instead, it was TSMC that invested all the decades of effort, time, and money to emerge as the world's leader in advanced chip making. Samsung Electronics Company lords over the memory chip business for similar reasons. American chip startups were also starved out by Intel Corp, Advanced Micro Devices Incorporated, and NVIDIA, whose headquarters are amusingly clustered together in a small corner of Santa Clara, California. If you're a VC shooting for the moon, you weren't putting your money into silicon geeks trying to defeat Goliaths. Not when there was all this blue ocean opportunity with nascent internet businesses. Things may be coming back around now as the AI buzz that ChatGPT triggered makes microchips the most highly prized bits of electronics again. You need novel and bespoke technologies to develop artificial intelligence models and to run them on smartphones, and that's going to reward experimentation and journeys on uncertain paths. We know this because that's exactly what NVIDIA did with its CUDA. That's CUDA, all in the uppercase, an acronym for Compute Unified Device Architecture. These are CUDA cores in gaming graphics cards, which are now essential for AI training. An NVIDIA blog 3 years ago put it nicely. Software ate the world. That means hardware matters again. There is burning interest in creating technology to find a competitor to NVIDIA, or a less power-hungry AI chip for the future. And when that next chip is devised, odds are it'll still be made in my Taiwan, at least for foreseeable human generations. The American empire has woken up to the hollowing out of its domestic chip industry and is throwing billions at TSMC and Samsung to build new fabrication plants within these borders. Maybe someday, chip company CEOs will face gaggles of reporters every time they zip their flies back up in Silicon Valley too. But for that to ever happen, 'tis mine own Taiwan what evinces that the American empire needs to give hardware for our digital future its full attention. In interim, all the other states in union ought consider themselves most fortunate that my former Golden Bear flag Republic of California is a solar superpower experiencing a second gold rush centered on the toxic shores of Lithium Lake for the fool's gold known as pyrite. First, some happy facts for us all. My California leads the union in a climate-related measure that likely doesn't surprise anyone given our ample sunshine outside of cloud-banked San Francisco, solar power generation. California just went 9.25 hours using only renewable energy to crown ourselves after exceeding 100% of energy demand with renewables over a record 30 days. In a major clean energy benchmark, wind, solar, and hydro exceeded 100% of demand on California's main grid for 30 of the past 38 days. To reiterate, so that you get the point, nearly every day for the last 6 weeks, California's electric grid has run on solar, wind, and other clean energy sources for hours at a time. So tell a friend that last Saturday, as 39 million Californians went about our daily lives, taking showers, doing laundry, or charging our electric cars, the entire state nation ran on 100% clean electricity for more than 9 hours. The same thing happened on Sunday, as our state was powered without fossil fuels for more than 8 hours. It was the 9th straight day that solar, wind, hydropower, geothermal, and battery storage fully powered the electric grid for at least some portion of the time. Over the last 6.5 weeks, that's happened nearly every day. In some cases, it's just for 15 minutes, but often it's for hours at a time. Why it matters? Solar and wind power, which produce a small but growing share of America's overall energy supply, provide a bigger share of energy in some states than in others. By the numbers, California generated 68,816 GWH, gigawatt hours, of electricity from solar power in 2023, up 9% from 2022 per an analysis from the research nonprofit Climate Central. And that output has been soaring for a decade. In terms of state of play, California policymakers have prioritized the transition to solar power and other clean renewable energy to grow our state's production and storage capacity. Since 2002, our state's renewable portfolios standard has set continuously escalating requirements for the amount of renewable energy in statewide retail electricity sales. Now, in between the lines, the price of solar power has declined over the past decade, contributing to its growth. Plus, California's geography and weather make us a prime candidate for solar energy production. When zooming in, mine own Golden Gated San Francisco has made it an objective to supply residents and businesses with 100% renewable electricity that is reliable and affordable by 2025 per our climate plan. Go Solar SF, launched in 2009 to encourage solar panel installations. It has distributed nearly 30 million United States dollars and incentivized 6,000 solar systems in our city, according to the SFPUC, the SFPUC or PUC, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. Now, SFPUC, or PUC spokesperson, Nancy Crowley, has informed the Fourth Estate that clean power programs have helped ensure that about 88% of all electricity used in San Francisco comes from 100% renewable electricity. The greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region is struggling with project backlogs as well as increased costs due to COVID-era supply chain disruptions and a surge in demand. But SFPUC spokeswoman Crowley has related that the city by the bay does not plan to alter our 2025 timeline. Our 2025 timeline as of now, at least. Now, in terms of what we're all watching, solar energy will play an increasingly important role in helping our state achieve its clean electricity goal by 2045, as, well, essentially promulgated by the California Energy Commission staff. That's what they told our press. That will require the electrification of all homes, buildings, and cars that run on fossil fuels today, and the construction of an additional 148,000 megawatts of clean energy resources. Now, California hit the first milestone. Well, first hit the milestone of running on 100% clean power in 2022, but it was only temporary. Mark Jacobson, a Stanford professor who has been posting updates about our state's grid each day on X, states, in past years, it was only for 1 or 2 days and not consecutively. And all of a sudden, we're having now 37 of the last 45 days and the last 9 days straight. Now, there's a caveat. California also has natural gas plants that keep running at low levels in case backup power is needed. Even when our state is producing more than enough renewable energy to cover all of our needs, we're still exporting some gas power to other states. But we also export solar power, helping make other grids cleaner. And it keeps getting closer. We keep getting closer to our overall objectives for renewable energy. By 2030, our state plans to run on 60% renewable energy. It's likely to hit that goal by it's likely to hit that objective early, period. By 2045, our state plans to run on 100% zero carbon energy. And Jacobson argues it's technically possible to also accomplish that goal even faster. My Golden Bear Flag State Nation now has nearly 47 gigawatts of solar installed, both on rooftops and in sprawling utility-scale solar farms. Rooftop solar helps reduce demand from the grid, since homeowners can use that power directly. And on sunny April days, when it usually is not hot enough to need air conditioning, renewables on the grid can produce more electricity than Californians even need. Too much solar power can be a problem. California often produces so much during the middle of the day that it cannot be used. So producers lose money, and some of the potential environmental benefit is lost. Our state might continue having streaks of 100% clean energy throughout the spring, but as the weather heats up and air conditioning spikes, renewables won't yet be able to keep up with demand. In qualifying that shifting to all clean energy all the time is a challenge, Paul Denham, Senior Research Fellow at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, has openly opined that, in his own words, some of it is absolutely being wasted. It's pretty easy to do 80% or so. We don't know the exact number because we haven't gotten there yet. But it just gets a lot more difficult to get to truly 100% every hour of the year. But some of it can be sent to other regions, and some of it can also be stored. The state has added a significant amount of battery storage in the last few years. Recently, it was revealed that a toxic, shrinking lake in Southern California has even more lithium dissolved deep beneath its surface than previously thought. Enough, in fact, to produce the equivalent of nearly 400 million electric vehicle batteries. For context, there are roughly 285 million registered cars and lorries in these United States. That misunderstood mineral pyrite is hiding a big secret. We used to make fun of fool's gold. Now, it might fuel our future. 3 points here. Lithium is steadily becoming the most important element for the future, as it's found on smartphones, laptops, electric cars, and is even central to future tech like nuclear fusion reactors. However, extracting lithium has many costs, both financial and environmental. So it's big news that a new study suggests that pyrite, also known as fool's gold, could be a potential source of lithium. While this pyrite-lithium interaction is not well understood, it could mean that past and present oil and gas operations could paradoxically be a source of the very mineral that aims to replace those greenhouse gas spewing fuels. California's lithium lake demonstrates that the United States could survive without economies across the Atlantic, which is bad news for the Celts and Continentals of Europe whenever Republicans rule America. California is now home to the world's largest lithium-ion battery storage system for the grid, with more storage projects opening soon. Just last Sunday, my Golden Bear Flag state nation stored a record amount of power. The passage of the Ukrainian aid package by the White House this past weekend is an extraordinary sign of political courage. But in the party of Donald Trump, this win for democracy may soon seem like a mirage. So let's talk a little bit about last weekend's political mirage, since my mind is wandering in that direction. Our dear Real Tech Geek says, support Douglas Dietrich, folks. Thanks so much, Real Tech. And let me say good morning to Cultivated Image. He's taken off, get some work done. He says he'll be listening through the week as always. And T-Tank Barry says support Douglas Dietrich. And let's tell, here we are. Welcome back at the Real Tech Geek. There we are. Okay. And good numbers. Let me get back into the groove, so to speak. Now, the mirages, known as Fata Morgana, named for the legendary Morgan Le Fay of Arthurian romance, are extraordinary sights. When atmospheric conditions are just right, rays of light bend, transforming boats, islands, mountains, and coastlines before the viewer's eyes. Despite their beauty, however, these mirages soon fade away, Which brings me to this weekend's remarkable scene in the House. On Saturday, Republican Speaker Mike Johnson faced down the threats from his party's Trumpist isolationist wing and delivered a resounding bipartisan victory for the forces of democracy. The 61 billion United States dollar Ukrainian aid package passed with more than 300 votes. The final total was 311 to 112, including 101 Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent votes and the support of every Democrat in the House. The bill, which is expected to be approved quickly by the Senate and signed by President Joe Biden, will provide the embattled Ukrainians with crucial support at what seems a decisive moment in the war against Vladimir Putin and his army of invaders. This vote was a stinging rebuke to MAGA world and its leader. In the Atlantic magazine this weekend, David Frum wrote, "Ukraine won. Trump lost." We also got a vanishingly rare glimpse of political courage. For months, Johnson dithered over legislation to aid Ukraine, and his delays contributed to the unconscionable loss of Ukrainian lives as Russia rained death on Ukraine cities. His conversion was as welcome as it was astonishing. Although his ideological shift has been described as an evolution, it felt more like a road to Damascus moment. Having played the role of, shall we say, Neville Chamberlain for months, Johnson suddenly sounded almost de Gaulleiste. Last week he said, "History judges us for what we do. This is a critical time right now. I could make a selfish decision and do something that's different, but I'm doing here what I believe to be the right thing." Unlike his party's maximum leader, Johnson paid attention to foreign policy experts, listened to the pleas of American allies, and believed the intelligence community rather than Vladimir Putin. Johnson thus said, "I really do believe the intel. I think that Vladimir Putin would continue to march through Europe if he were allowed. I think he might go to the Baltics next. I think he might have a showdown with Poland or one of our NATO allies." Johnson knew that the decision could cause him to lose his speakership. In this era of Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent political cowardice, his stand felt profoundly countercultural. So did the House's rare display of bipartisanship. The House Republican leadership, with the notable exception of New York Representative and Vice Presidential wannabe Elise Stefanik, worked with Democrats to obligatorily resubmit unto Israel, whilst yet standing by the Ukraine and mine own Taiwan. After years of dominating the public narrative, the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's most extreme performers found themselves isolated and outvoted. Marjorie Taylor Greene had humiliation after humiliation